dignitaries, Dean Sir, MS Madam, and Tamil Nadu Medical Council Observer, Dr. Raghunandan Sir, to decorate the dais. I also request our HOD ma'am to decorate the dais. I also request anatomy HOD ma'am to decorate the dais. We request all to join together for Tamil Culture. நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிது தெக்கனமும் அதிர் சிறந்த திராவிடனை தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் இருந்த திறன் கல்வியால் வளர்வது மதி, மதியால் வளர்வது திறன், அந்த திறனால் வளர்வது கலை, அந்த கலையால் வளர்வது ஆற்றல், அந்த ஆற்றலை அள்ளி தர வந்தவர்களுக்கும் அள்ளி பருக வந்தவர்களுக்கும் அரசு கீழ்ப்பாக்கம் மருத்துவக் கல்லூரியின் மருந்தியல் துறை சார்பாக வருக வருக என அன்புடன் வரவேற்கிறோம். Once again we welcome you all to the hybrid continuing education program on good clinical practice and new drug clinical trials rules 2019. Good clinical practice is a set of ethical and scientific quality of standards for designing, conducting, recording and reporting clinical trials involving clinical subjects. It ensures that rights, safety and well-being of the trial participants are protected. GCP guidelines also provides framework for maintaining data integrity and credibility of the trial results. Let's start the day. We are very honored to welcome our respected Dean, Dr. Muthuselvan Sir, Tamil Nadu Medical Council Observer, Dr. Raghunandan Sir, Vice Principal, Professor and HOD of Dr. T. Aruna Ma'am, Medical Superintendent of Government Pilpak Medical College, Dr. Aisha Sahim Ma'am, and HOD and Professor of Anatomy Department, we welcome Ma'am. I am also glad to welcome our eminent speakers and our online and offline delegates to this program. We are delighted to inform that we have received overwhelming responses for the CEP from many states all over India. I request our Associate Professor Dr. Sasikla Madam to welcome the gathering.
Very good morning to one and all gathered here. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the hybrid CEP on good clinical practice, new clinical trials, rules 2019. I am very honored to stand before you today as we embark on this journey of knowledge, exchange and professional growth. It takes immense pleasure to welcome our respected Dean Sir, whose unwavering support and dedication to our institution has been instrumental in shaping the future of our college and nurturing the talents of our students. And also I express my heartfelt gratitude to Tamil Nadu Medical Council Observer, Dr. Raghunandan Sir, Medical Superintendent, Dr. Nellappan sir and Medical Superintendent of Kilpak Medical College, Aisha Shamim ma'am, and our RMO ma'am, Vani ma'am. And I also extend my warm welcome to our respected Vice Principal, our Professor and HOD, Dr. Aruna ma'am, whose leadership and vision continue to inspire and guide us in our pursuit of excellence in the field. I am also glad to welcome all our esteemed speakers, Professor Gomati, Professor Priestley sir, and Professor Shamila Prakash and Dr. Jayasudha ma'am, who have graciously joined us today for this continuing education program. And I also welcome Professor and head of various departments of Government Kilpak Medical College and faculties from other medical colleges and all online and offline delegates of this event. Once again, I heartfelt welcome to one and of all of you, and may this event be enriching, productive and memorable experience for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request our Medical Superintendent, ma'am, Government Kilpak Medical College, to share few words about today's program.
Respected Dean of Government Kilpak Medical College and Hospital, Professor Muthuselvan sir, and Tamil Nadu Medical Council Observer, Professor Raghunandan sir, and Head of the Department of Pharmacology and our Vice Principal, Professor Aruna madam, and Head of the Department of Anatomy, Professor Loganagi, and elite professors and associates and students, a very good morning to all. I would like to express my thanks for giving me this opportunity. And regarding the topic, it is an apt and the need of the hour, because in spite of the fact that we do have so much of clinical materials, where we people lag is we do not document it in a scientific way, which paves the way for further research. So this is the lacuna we have been facing all these years. And to address this lacuna, such CMEs are the need of the hour. And I happen to go through all the topics, and every aspect of research and trials has been exhaustively dealt with, and it will not only benefit the undergraduates and the postgraduates, but every professional, the faculties, everybody will be benefited if we happen to sit around and listen to them. And I wish the CMA great success, and I wish the department continues to do such topics in future also. Thank you for the opportunity once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request our Professor and HOD of Anatomy, Dr. Loganagi ma'am, to share a few words about today's program.
Good morning, everybody. Respected beloved Dean sir, Tamil Nadu Medical Council Observer, Dr. Raghunandan, respected Medical Superintendent, Dr. Aisha madam, our VP madam, Aruna madam. It's very lucky that is a Kilpak Pharmacology Department to have Dr. Aruna madam as your HOD. For the past 1 month, I think, she started preparing for this grand CME. I wish all the best for the CME. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request our respected VP ma'am to give a fruitful thoughts about the continuing education program.
A very good morning to one and all who are present here as well as online for this good clinical practice program. I respected and beloved Dean sir, MS madam, Aisha madam, and MS of GRH who is going to join with us shortly, Dr. Nellappan sir, and other professors and HODs, and a very respected Medical Council observer sir. It's a great pleasure to stand in front of you today as a vice principal, as well as the professor and HOD of Department of Pharmacology here. Actually, when NMC announced that the certificate for having a GCP as a program it's a mandatory certificate for each postgraduate to appear for the examination. we thought it is our duty to organize this CEP. Actually, I thought we should have it in 3 different programs and all our postgraduates of KMC should be benefited by this. But it was my associate professor and the team of pharmacology department who gave me the idea, why can't we have it as the hybrid mode? Because many people from other institutes are also asking for it. So we have changed our mind and changed it into a hybrid CME. And to our, actually surprise is the correct word. To our surprise, we had such an overwhelming response. So we today have more than 1,650 participants in this hybrid CEP program, which I'm damn sure that may not be in the Tamil Nadu history also as a hybrid CEP to have that much participants. That shows the importance of the topic and how NMC had brought that into the correct scenario. At the correct sense, all the postgraduates should be trained in this. So I thank our Dean sir for permitting us to have it as a CEP. And I should mention Professor Loganayake Madam, Anatomy HOD. Actually, in pharmacology department, we had already conducted online CME programs, more than 3. But we were new to this hybrid technique, we were little hesitant how to proceed for that. We have our biochemistry department and anatomy department along with the neurosurgery department who initiated the hybrid programs. We thought, okay, why can't we also do it? And we approached them. They helped us what to be done. And we have the wonderful undergraduate team with us along with my postgraduates who made this possible to make it as such a grand continuing education program for all those more than 1,550 participants online and around 100 participants who are yet to join here as person going to join offline today. And I take this opportunity to thank all the speakers also who have agreed and come for this. A special welcome to Dr. Thamizharesan sir from ENT. He's the first one who registered for the program immediately within few minutes of us releasing the registration. Thank you, sir. It is your ambition that brought us to this level that we made it as a hybrid and have so much participants. Thank you one and all the online and offline participants. I hope this CEP program with all the eminent speakers will be of use for all the participants who have joined us today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are honored to welcome our respected medical superintendent, Dr. Nellayappa sir, Government Roypeta Hospital, to this program. Now I request him to share few words about today's program.
Good morning, respected Dean sir, our Tamil Nadu Medical Council observer sir, Superintendent madam, Professor Vice Principal madam, and Professor of Anatomy and Assistant Professors all department, Professors all department. So I'm very happy that I may also have a small participation in this program. So good clinical practice is always it is a jewel to any institution. So wherever you go there, whatever either drug trial or any methodology, anything you want to follow it, first you submit to the ethical committee. Then the ethical committee in association with a good clinical practice committee or something what they have done, certainly will regulate us in the proper way as described by our world-renowned professional bodies. More important, justice to be delivered to the human kind. That's more important. That we should not be treated, the patients or any beneficiaries should not be treated like a guinea pig. That is, we must prevent it by all sorts of means. In this, good clinical practice plays a very important and vital role. And under the guidance of our professor and dean of our institution and our vice principal madam, who is also the chairman of our ethical committee in our institution, it works very well. Recently also, last week also, we submitted from our department one ICMR project. It is not related with the drugs. However, it is with PRP. Madam was very helpful and guided our other assistant professors who are also involved in this research. And we accepted all whatever the changes you want to modify in the patient's consent form, etc., etc. So in the good clinical practice, we give more importance to the patient's safety, confidentiality, and all their identity should be very confidentially kept. The records to be, data to be saved safely. It will also help to the other researchers to follow these things. So in such a way, I wish everybody else to get more benefit out of this CME, and I wish this CME also more success. Thank you very much for all those given me a chance. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful words. Now, I request our Tamil Nadu Medical Council Observer, Dr. Raghunandanan, sir, to share few words about today's program.
Good morning, all. Most respected and beloved Dean of Government Kilpauk Medical College, Dr. Muthuselvan, sir. Vice Principal, Madam Dr. T. Aruna, and the organizer of this CME program today. Respected Medical Superintendent of KMC and Rayapeta, HOD of Anatomy Department, and senior professors, assistant professors, postgraduates, and friends. So, first of all, I thank Medical Council for nominating me as observer for this program also. Because this program, I would like to attend even otherwise. Because my passion on clinical pharmacology started after I completed my undergraduation in MMC. I was working as a ICMR senior research fellow in ivermectin study, madam. So we were in clinical pharmacology in MMC. We did the trial of using ivermectin as a single dose for filariasis. Then only it got approved. So it's a WHO study. So I was working there for about 12 months. During that time, I was just preparing for my post-graduation also. Then after I did my MD, then service, I was working in KMC for 13 years. During that time, Dr. Tilakavati Kripakaran Madam was the Vice Principal, HOD of Pharmacology. She nominated me to KEM Hospital, Bombay for clinical pharmacology training for 2 weeks. So then only my association and concept of good clinical practice, drug trials, everything got fine-tuned. So after I came back also, when I was working in DMS office, it helped me to look at the drug trials and other things. So that is number one. Second is now we had the ICMR Director General last week in MMC. So just for the benefit of young faculty and postgraduate, I'm just sharing that information. He was just telling that ICMR is going to introduce a new novel idea of encouraging young faculty to take up PhD programs. So the ICMR is going to give around 50 lakhs for a candidate who registers, and they have some criteria. So they can do the research over a period of 3 to 5 years, get their PhD as well as that service is counted, and PhD will be given by the ICMR themselves. They need not register with universities and other things and all. So it's a novel initiative that they are going to start maybe in the month of June or July, something like that he was mentioning. Similarly, for the postgraduates, they are doing the thesis. So they are going to increase to 10% of the thesis done by the postgraduates in India will be sponsored by the ICMR. These are the two things he was just trying to tell us, and just I thought it would be appropriate to share this information amongst you. And I always believe any success of the program depends on the participants. So when I heard, Madam, 1,500 participants are have registered, I think they need a big round of applause again. And I know Madam for many more years. So she's a very dynamic person, and as per the NMC norms also, all the faculty, the students have to be good trained. So I think Madam took the responsibility of training 1,500 at one stroke. So I think that's a very big achievement. So finally, before I conclude, I want to make one request to Dean Sir as well as to Madam. Pharmacology needs much more thrust in clinical side. So I request you, because today we know clinical pathology, clinical biochemistry, clinical microbiology, but still that word clinical pharmacology has to find its place. So I think maybe madams can start DM clinical pharmacology. We are here to support you, madam. Sir is there. So that's the only request because at present in Tamil Nadu medical colleges, government colleges, we do not have a DM. I think.
There is a proposal going on in.
Yeah, that's what. Please wish you all the best, madam. So maybe soon we'll see that again, future is going to be only on research. Again, that research should be focused on our own population and data. We are now trying to copy from the Western literature, which is not applicable in our situation. So I think we have to promote research among our own population. In that way, these kind of trainings will motivate our young medicos and faculty. I wish the program all success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experiences and useful information what you have given now. Now, I request our Honorable Dean, sir, to share your thoughtful insights about today's program.
Respected Professor Raghunath sir, respected Vice Principal and HOD, Department of Pharmacology, Professor Aruna ma'am, respected Medical Superintendent, Government Ayurveda Hospital, respected HOD and Professor of Anatomy and other respected professors and the dynamic pharmacology team. I can call pharmacology team as a professional team. They do all the professional work. And I really enjoy whatever the work the pharmacology team is doing it. They are very meticulous, sincere, and they are up to the mark. And they set standards for the other departments to follow. That's the most difficult standard. That's always very interesting and encouraging for everyone to follow. And I remember the good clinical practice is one of the mandatory requirement for PG student, and faculty also need to have it. And I remember Professor Bhatt sir organizing a mammoth training session during, I think, 2016 or 15. 19. I was one of the participants there. That time I was wondering how they are able to control the so much of crowd. It happened in the same auditorium. Then followed by, I had a GCP program at Madras Medical College. I attended that program as a participant. Then at Karur, Dr. Aisha was one of the faculty there who did it and wonderfully well. It was a small college and she did it very nicely, and the standard delivery of wonderful program it was, and she was there for quite short time only. Then I was following her and followed her to the Keilpot Medical College. Such a wonderful faculty you have. But ethics is very, very important in any clinician. Madam is in ethics committee, and I know the meticulous things and the way sincerely, line by line, she will be studying entire dissertation proposals submitted to the ethics committee. She has been wonderfully, I think I can join by Professor Arun Kumar, chairman of the ethics committee. Both of them, they are very critical in the proposal reading, but they support, they guide. They are the true leaders. The leader should be able to support and guide them. So they are the best role models as an ethics committee. And I always remember the points discussed in the ethics committee. I love to attend the ethics committee merely for the sake of learning new points from each one of them. Such a wonderful faculty. So this type of program, I am very sure they will lift it to the next level. So this so much, as Professor Raghunandan was telling, clinical pharmacology, we are trying to do it, sir. Actually, they are submitting a report on clinical prescription in the audit every month. We are trying to improvise on that. When HMIS is being implemented, we will be able to take the data, consolidate the data, and we will be able to make the prescriptions more scientifically. Again, this program, I wish a great success and all the best for the program. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I now request our Dean, sir, to accept a small token of our gratitude. I request our HOD ma'am to present a gift to our Dean, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now request our Dean, sir, to present a gift to our Tamil Nadu Medical Council observer, Dr. Raghunandan, sir. Thank you, sir. I now request our Senior Assistant Professor, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, sir, to present a gift to our respected MS, sir, Government Rayapeta Hospital. Thank you, sir. I now request our Associate Professor, Dr. Sasikla, madam, to present a gift to our respected MS, madam. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Assistant Professor Dr. Keetana, madam, to present a gift to our Professor and HOD of Anatomy Department, Dr. Lohanayagi, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Gratitude turns whatever you have into enough. It's time for Thanksgiving. We now request our Senior Assistant Professor, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. Today I feel honored and privileged to extend the vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. On behalf of our department, first I would like to thank our beloved Dean sir who graciously agreed to inaugurate the function in spite of his busy schedule. A special thanks to our Tamil Nadu Medical Council observer Dr. Raghunandan sir who accepted to come as observer for this program. My heartfelt thanks to our medical superintendent madam, Dr. Aisha madam, Government Kilpak Medical College Hospital, and Professor Nellayapar sir, Government Rayapeta Hospital, who are with us today on this happy moment. I want to extend my warm regards and heartiest gratitude to our speakers, including our Professor Aruna madam, Associate Professor Sasikla madam, Dr. Gomadi madam, Priestley sir, Dr. Sarmila madam, Prakash sir, and Dr. Jayastha madam, who are going to share their extensive knowledge on this day. I also take this special moment to thank the professors and head of departments of various departments of Kilpak Medical College and also faculties from other medical colleges who are attending both online and offline in this event. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our organizing team, which consists of organizing chairman Aruna madam, organizing secretary Sasikla madam, and my fellow assistant professors and our postgraduates for making this event so beautiful. I also thank the efforts of UG students who volunteered dedicatedly for the CMA, particularly in providing AV aids. Last but not least, I want to thank the crystal workers, electricians, and caterers who worked for this event. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's begin the academic session.
ரம்யா மேம் கொடுக்கறதா இருந்துச்சுல அந்த லைன் இல்ல இல்ல இது இங்க இருக்கு கேட்பாங்க
We request all the participants to fill pre-test Google form that was shared in the WhatsApp community group. We will start our first session on Introduction and Principles of Ethics and Safety Considerations by our HOD Madam. We request our Assistant Professor Dr. Ramya Ma'am to introduce our first speaker, Dr. T. Aruna Madam, Professor and HOD of Pharmacology, Government Kilpatrick Medical College.
Good morning, one and all. Dr. T. Aruna, Professor and HOD, Department of Pharmacology, Government Kilpatrick Medical College, Chennai. With a teaching experience of over 24 years for both undergraduate and postgraduate students, worked as ethics committee member and the coordinator of medical education unit, conducted basic course workshops in medical education as coordinator, worked as ethics committee chairman in Stanley Medical College, organized many CMEs in pharmacology and delivered guest lectures in various CMEs, guided many projects for both undergraduates and postgraduate students, co-guide for PhD in the Siddha project, presented papers in regional conferences and published papers in in-text journals, a Board of Studies member in Tamil Nadu Dr. NGR Medical University, Board of Studies member for postgraduates in Savitha Medical College, Chettinad Medical College, and ACS Medical College. Last but not the least, our beloved HOD and our inspiration. We welcome you, Madam, to deliver your speech on the topic Introduction and Principles of Ethics and Safety Considerations.
Thank you, Dr. Ramya, for those nice words. Once again, very good morning to all the participants online and offline. So before I start the topic, I'm going to just give you an overview about what is this GCP is all about. So all of you who have joined today, either online or offline, and I respect our IEC members of Kilpatrick Medical College who have joined with us today here. Thank you, sir. I forgot to mention about you in my previous speech. I welcome you all. So coming to the part, why this is insisted by the NMC to have a certification for all the postgraduates. I hope most of the participants who joined for this program are postgraduates from various departments, or few maybe IEC members. The Department of Pharmacology, the postgraduates who are attached to Department of Pharmacology, and of course, mostly community medicine, may be having an idea what is this GCP is about, what is the importance of this, because in Department of Pharmacology, most of the colleges all over the India would have conducted this GCP programs already. But for the benefit of the other postgraduates, I have to start from the scratch. So those who already know about the GCP, kindly bear with us. This is going to be a repetition, but worth repeating that is to insist what has to be done under the heading of good clinical practice. So today we are going to have the CEP on good clinical practice and the new drug trials rules 2019. So what is this GCP is about? It is everything about the ethics and safety. So wherever you just think of GCP, which is known as good clinical practice, the postgraduates from the clinical side may think what I have to practice as a clinician if I'm going to see a patient. Nothing wrong. That is also there. You have to have certain ethics in your mind when you're dealing with the patients. But what is there in the good clinical practice topic and the new drugs trials rule 2019 is, it is everything concerned with research. So all the postgraduates are supposed to do few research projects. One is the major one as your dissertation, or in super specialty as a publication, and other smaller projects for either a poster presentation or oral presentation or for e-journal. So all this is mandatory for any postgraduate, according to the National Medical Commission of India. So here, for all this, you have to select a project, you have to submit a proposal, a protocol to the Institutional Ethics Committee and get its approval and do it. So that is why the NMC is insisting that this is the year they are insisting you should have a certification. Why they are insisting you should undergo at the first year? Because you should register your topic before the end of the first year to your respective universities. That is the topic of dissertation thesis for you. And you have to do the dissertation part exact even if it is not a clinical trial, at least as a proposal of a clinical project, you are going to undergo, you have to take it in the second year. So only NMC is insisting that you have to do this course at the first, before the end of first year. Since this is the first part, they are insisting, now they are allowing all the 3-year students to undergo this training and get the certification. I hope I am clear why this is important, why the NMC is insisting that you should have a guideline of this before you start your thesis work. Okay, so let me just give the overview. What is this good clinical practice and what is the ethics and safety considerations you are going to see. So at the end of this session, I would like all my participants who are there with me today to understand what is this good clinical practice and what is the outline of the principles of good clinical practice and who are all involved, who are all the players in the GCP, and they should follow good clinical practice in their research. Please understand, GCP is the basic guideline for research, any kind of research. We divide the research into two things now. One is academic research, the other one is clinical trials, research as such. Even if it is an academic research, which most of our PGs are involved, but after completion of the PG course, when you are going to be a practitioner in a private setup or in a government institute in the medical education part, then you have to do certain projects because research is the one which is so much insisted. So throughout your life, you'll be doing research. So for that, what are the guidelines you have to follow? That's what I'm going to give as the outline in my first session. So what is good clinical practice? I hope many of you will be knowing what is this, isn't it? It is the basic guideline or standard for the design, conduct, and performance and monitoring, auditing, recording, analysis, and reporting of the clinical trials or studies. So it should be an international quality standard which governs and then transpose the knowledge which is gained through the research according to the regulations for clinical trials involving the human subjects. So it is an international quality standard. You can just remember this as a standard which you have to follow while doing a research. So this is what I've been telling you: designing, conducting, monitoring, recording, analyzing, reporting about your research work. That is all coming under the GCP. One thing you have to remember is right and safety of the participants who are going to be your either a patients or normal volunteers in case of phase 1 studies. So their right, their safety, their well-being is the main concern which is considered in ethics. So the ethics is the major regulation which comes under GCP. Along with that, the data safety is the second part which comes in the good clinical practice. So good clinical practice, again, I repeat, it is the international, ethical, scientific and practical standards to which all the clinical research which is conducted should follow. It also provides a framework of principles which aims to ensure the safety of the research participants and the integrity and validity of data. So these are the two things throughout all my slides I am going to tell. One is the safety of the participant. The second one is integrity and validity of your data. Once you finish your research and give the results for publishing or to the common public to know, it should have a validity. What you have done should follow the principles. Only if you follow the GCP principles, you can thoroughly say that I have a valid data. For example, if I say something in Tamil Nadu, this is the percentage that is happening. This disease has this prevalence percentage. I should have proper protocol which is approved and which I've done in the proper way along to the GCP guidelines. Then my data will be valid. So everyone will see that whether I've done it properly. So that is the importance of GCP for doing any research. Why you should have a good clinical practice? What are the reasons why it is insisted? This is first and foremost to protect the right of the participant to your research, the safety and well-being of the human participant who are involved in your research. The second one is, as I said, the quality of the data, quality, reliability, integrity of the data which is collected through your research, and to provide a standard and guideline for conducting the research. You cannot have individual guideline for KMC, for MMC, for Madurai, isn't it? For other part of the state, for other states. So you should have a common guideline and standard which has to be followed for clinical research. So good clinical practice or GCP is nothing but ethics plus quality data in ethics, we insist more on participant safety. That is what is my topic, isn't it? Ethics and safety consideration in good clinical practice and introduction. So I have touched my topic. So the next part. What are the foundations that lead to, what are the foundations that lead to the ethical guidelines? Okay, next slide. It's not changing proper. Okay, coming to a little bit about the history, of how all this started. Why they were bothered about this ethics, the safety of the participants. As we all expect, something would have went wrong. So once something went wrong, we all will start listening what is happening, and we have to form certain rules. That is the normal formation of any rule. So here in ethics and the GCP, what happened in the history, why we are going to have this rules and regulation, how all this framed. I'm having some difficulty in changing the slide. Can you change the slide? Okay, no, before that you should have Nuremberg Code. You think you're going in the wrong direction? Yes. So the first and foremost, what happened was in 1946, then American military tribunal opened a tribunal of criminal proceedings against 23 German physicians. What these people have done, they have done a research involving the prisoners. Since we all know the prisoners are vulnerable people. They cannot ask question. Even if they ask question, they'll be submitted. It will not be taken care of. So what happened? They've involved the prisoners without their knowledge in a study. So what happened? 16 of the German physicians were found guilty and they were punished. The doctors, physicians were punished because what happened in that research? Most of the participants died or they had some crippling disorders. Permanent crippling disorders. That is the worst scenario which anything can happen to the participants. So the Nuremberg Code was established in 1948, stating that the voluntary consent, the participants should be able to tell you, I am okay, I'm okay to participate in this, I'm willing to participate in this. So that is called as the consent, all of you know. So the voluntary consent of the human participant is absolutely essential for any research. So that is what is the Nuremberg Code frame. So this is the first international document which advocated voluntary participation and informed consent, the importance of informed consent. Though this is not a law, this is not given as a law, this is the first document which insists the participants' consent, which is important. The next one is Kefauver Amendment. So in this 1960s, we all know about thalidomide, a drug which was used as an antiemetic for pregnancy. So they came to know that this drug had produced varied problems in the offsprings, in the newborns. So they have created deformities in the fetus. So many child born with deformed limbs, even without limbs. So that was a major criteria. What happened was they didn't got the approval of FDA. US FDA is a regulatory authority which gives approval. How this started? This drug was done especially in the without the concern of FDA. So what happened? Because of this problems created by the drug, they framed a rule that is called the Kefauver Amendment. In this amendment, they passed it as a law. So any drug which has to come to the market for usage should get a US FDA approval. Without the approval, it cannot come to the market. So that was the amendment introduced in this. And the next one, Declaration of Helsinki. This is the basic rule. If you had already submitted your protocols for the IEC, or you had written some document for publication, you'll be knowing. You have to write a line. I'm following the Declaration of Helsinki along with the ICH GCP guidelines in doing this research. So that is a line you have to accept. Even today, the Declaration of Helsinki is the gold standard. This is amended so many times, revised in all these years. The basic Declaration of Helsinki, it is the World Medical Association which gave the recommendations, which is guiding the medical doctors in biomedical research involving the human participants. That is the Declaration of Helsinki. Those who are doing the biomedical research involving human participant should follow these rules. So what are they? The main points are the research with humans should be based on the results from animals and laboratory experimentation. Our sir was telling in his speech earlier, you cannot have the human beings as guinea pigs. But I think you are all aware that we have an institutional animal ethics committee that should permit the involving number of animals for any research nowadays. So even for animals who are involved in the research, you should get one permission from one ethics committee that is called Institutional Animal Ethics Committee. So after the drug has proven its efficacy and safety in animal and lab, in vivo or in vitro studies, then only you can bring the drug to the human participation, human trials, human research. So that's the first rule. The drug should undergo animal and laboratory experimentation before it is approved for the human participants trial. Then the research protocol should be reviewed by a independent committee prior to initiation. What does this independent committee means? It should not be with the researcher. We call it as primary investigator or principal investigator. So it should not be by the principal investigator alone or whoever is helping them. It should be by an independent committee. The independent is meant in a way that in our next speakers will tell, the institutional ethics committee should have chairperson from outside the institute. You cannot have dean or VP or MS as the chairperson for ethics committee. So that should be there. So that is the meaning of independent committee. We will have internal members, external members. All this will be explained in the future talks. So that ethics committee should review your protocol and give approval before you start the research. Then informed consent from research participant. Each research participant, you should get informed consent. Again, we have a separate talk for this informed consent and what is patient information sheet. So that should be done. Then research should be conducted by medically or scientifically qualified individuals. This is very, very important. If someone is coming and telling that I'm going to do a research in radiology, we cannot allow. There should be a qualified radiologist or under the guidance of a qualified radiologist, some other paramedical category or someone can do. You cannot just leave others to do a trial in that particular subject. So it should be with the proper medical or scientifically qualified individual only can take up the study. These are the basic things. And one more important is risks should not exceed benefits. Whenever you say a new technique in surgery or a new drug for treatment has come, you cannot just like that allow it in ethics. You have to say that the benefit of this trial after the completion is definitely overtaking the risk which may be involved in the by using the drug or by doing this technique in surgery. So the benefit should overtake the risk. So that is a very, very important point as well as far as ethics and GCP is concerned. So this declaration of Helsinki is revised so many times. The next comes the Tuskegee syphilis study. Even after the declaration of Helsinki, it was not properly followed. What happened? There were 600 low-income African Americans in US. They were involved in a study where they made a diagnosis of syphilis. It is a prospective study. They have involved the participants and diagnosed them whether they have syphilis or not. But they didn't tell the participant, you are having syphilis or you are not having syphilis. What happened? They were not treated, left alone. So naturally, they went in for some negative implications of this. So after 1 or 2 years, they came to know that in 1974, the National Research Act was passed because of this Tuskegee syphilis study. So they stopped the study and the National Commission for Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research established this National Research Act because of this research, which happened omitting the Declaration of Helsinki's studies rules. Next one. Next one is Belmont report. This Belmont report only came because of the Tuskegee study. So they, after the National Act, they produced this Belmont report that was giving 3 major principles. Actually, you have to add one more principle. We tell even the undergraduates under the ethics, what are the 4 main pillars of bioethics. That main pillars were pointed out by this Belmont report because of the syphilis study. The first one is autonomy. Each participant must be given the autonomy. What is autonomy? If I am going to be a participant, I have the right to tell whether I want to participate or I don't want to participate. That is the autonomy. So the autonomy should be given to each participant. Because of this only we get the informed consent from the participant. If I sign the informed consent, it tells that I am okay, I am willing to participate in the study, my autonomy is valid. If I say I don't want, then I have to say I am not willing to participate. Okay, that is what is autonomy. Then second one is beneficence. Just for the purpose of your research, you cannot do anything. For example, if in general surgery, you want to try a new technique in a surgical method. Generally in ethics, we ask the question, what is the routine procedure happening in our institute? If it is this surgical technology, why do you want to give a new surgical technology? Then the principal investigator should explain to us, with this newer technology, there is already reported research reports are there. This much percentage improved results are there with the new technique. Then only we can allow. So it should be beneficial to the participant. Just for your study sake, you cannot add your participant and give some results. If it is beneficial only, the study will be given. So it should give beneficial to the participant. I was telling a fourth rule that is missing in the slide, that is non-maleficent. Even if you are not doing good, you should not do bad to the participant. That is called non-maleficent. So beneficent, non-maleficent, and the fourth one is justice. Justice is again, each one should be given equal rights. If you have 100 individuals with the same disease, for your study, you are taking 50, you are leaving another 50. Then we will ask, if you are leaving another 50, in what basis you are leaving? It may be a random selection because we cannot give the new drug to all the individuals. So by some normal standards, you should select. You cannot say this patient is known to me, so I give the new drug to this patient. This patient is not known to me, so I may not give the new drug to it should not be the case. Justice should be kept in the good clinical practice guidelines. So the four major pillars, according to the Belmont report, which is the ethical pillars of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. Next slide, Ma. That should be followed. So this is what I have been talking about, how the good clinical practice, why it came into the force. First, it was because of all the negative influence of researches going on right from Nuremberg Code, Fairness Amendment, Declaration of Helsinki, all this. If you go down in the lane, you could see each and every country, England, France, Scandinavia, everyone started their own regulations. So the world realized there should be some common guidelines. So there comes the World Congress, WHO. They decided an international congress of harmonization should occur. That is what is, next slide, Ma. That's what is ICH GCP. So what is this? Next one. Yes. What is this ICH? It is the International Conference on Harmonization. So this conference had given certain guidelines, good clinical practice guidelines, that is called as ICH GCP. So any research which you are going to undertake, whether it is an academic research or literal clinical trial, you have to follow Declaration of Helsinki as well as ICH GCP guidelines. Okay. So it is an independent evaluation of medical products, mostly driven by tragedy. All these rules are framed because of what I have been telling you, how the evolution of GCP happened. Because of all that, the ICH GCP had been framed, especially by the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations. They called for all the countries' norms and they followed guidelines. That is what is called as International Conference on Harmonization, GCP guidelines. Next slide. So in this ICH GCP guidelines, you'll have unified registration requirement for any new product. It not only means a new drug, even a new technique in surgery, a new instrument for your treatment purpose, everything should come into the registration. You have to register this properly, give an application. Once it is approved only, then you can start using it. Then the second part is to reduce the product development cost. We all know there it may be around 15 to 20 years for any new drug to come to market before it finishes all this researches, animal research, lab research, then human participants. We have 4 phases of trial. Once a drug completes 3 phases of trial, only phase 3 only, it can come to market. So it will take at least around 20 years. So to reduce the cost, to reduce the time, the academic, to accelerate the medicinal product licensing time, that is what I have been telling, 15 to 20 years. So reduce the cost, reduce the time, and giving patentee for little longer years, so that it is easier for it to use. So these are all the need why you should have. More than this, there should be a common regulation worldwide. You should not have your own country's regulation. Even if you have your own country's regulation, you should follow the common ICH GCP guidelines. With that, you can add on certain points. That is what. Next slide. So this ICH represents almost 90% of the US pharmaceutical companies. 17 countries are involved and 15% of the world's population are following this. Next one. So this represents such a research regulatory guidelines. Coming to the principles, there are 13 principles in ICH GCP. Just to brief you what are there, the first and foremost is ethics. So they'll be telling, so far I've been telling ethics is considered with right and safety and well-being of the participants and having a proper valid data. So ethics is the first part. Then as I've been discussing, the trial risk should be lesser than the trial benefit that should be taken care of. Then the trial participant safety is four important. That is the third part, rights and safety and well-being of the participants. Then the fourth point is information on the medicinal product. This is what they insisted that only a qualified medical profession can do the research, can take up the specially meant for clinical trials. If you are qualified in that subject, then only you can take. You should be able to tell, or you will have the knowledge about whether it is a drug or a technique or an instrument. Before starting the trial itself, you should have, if you are a principal investigator, you should have a proper knowledge about the product of your study. Next slide. Then the fifth principle is good quality trials. So the trial should follow the GCP guidelines. It should be, everything should be in a quality, starting from the protocol, the scientifically how it is done, everything should maintain a quality. Then compliance with the study protocol. This is where the ethics committee, before starting the trial, you submit the protocol to the ethics committee. I hope all the participant postgraduates must understand, once the ethics committee discusses along with the scientific review, the ethics review, and approves your study, ethics committee has the right to visit your study site at any time. They can review whether you are following what you are given in the protocol. If you are deviating from your protocol, a simple example, if you are given to the ethics committee that I'll be taking 100 participants and do the study. Due to some problem, you are reducing it into 50. You cannot just like that go like that. You have to give a written letter to the IEC that I have modified my protocol this way. If you are going to take some modification in the how many weeks you are going to treat the patient, if you do some modification, that also, so everything modification in the submitted protocol have to be submitted again to the IEC and get permission. The IEC members have the right to visit you and make sure that it is going on according to your protocol and whether you are getting the consent or not. Everything can be reviewed by the ethics committee members. So you have to comply to the study protocol, what is submitted to the institutional review board or institutional ethics committee. Then the medical decisions, like the medical care given to the participants or subjects, should be by a qualified physician. This is what I've been insisting again. You should have the qualification for the particular subject to take up the study. So the decision should be taken. For example, if I send one pharmacology PG to do a study in neurosurgery, I should ask the neurosurgery HOD, please be a co-guide to my student. You have to give your guidance. If anything related to diagnosing a neurosurgical condition, that should be done by the neurosurgeon. I cannot tell my pharmacology PG, this is the condition. I can say that you have to take the case who has this type of, for example, we are doing a surgery, one of our PGs along with sir, that in a neurosurgical condition. So the diagnosis and what should be done will be done by the neurosurgeon. Only then the newer drug will be added by our pharmacology PG along with the neurosurgery people to take up, and she'll be presenting the results. So you should have a qualified person in that field to guide you to take the medical decisions. So that is the principle of ICH GCP. Then trial staff, all the staff other than the principal investigator, all the persons who are helping you, even if a data entry operator or monitor, they should have the proper qualification according to their standards. Next one, to their requirements. The ninth principle is informed consent, which is very, very important, which will be dealt separately. Then the clinical trial data. We also have another topic today, how to take the data, how to have it, how long you should have the data, how to properly analyze the data. So data safety is very, very important. Then only your study will be valid. Then confidentiality. Wherever possible, you should have your participants' details in a confidential manner. You cannot reveal that the KMC, the patient name came to this department, is included as a participant and this result is from that patient. As far as possible, the confidentiality should be maintained. And good manufacturing practice. Whenever there is a drug or there is a new instrument and whatever, a new suture material, there are guidelines like GCP. GMP is another important program. They have principles in manufacturing. So good manufacturing practice should be followed in preparation of the new instrument or new drug. And then quality assurance. Quality assurance doesn't only mean the product. whether it is a medicine, a drug, or the instrument, this alone, that is not, that is mentioned in the 12th point. It should have a good manufacturing practice, a quality drug. But the 13th point insists, right from your submission of protocol to the level of analyzing your data and publication, the quality should be maintained everywhere. That is what is called as quality assurance. Next slide. So here, we have, as I told, each country, if you feel that little more has to add on to the ICH GCP. What is the need for this Indian GCP guidelines means India is considered as the country which has enormous participants who come for low some little amount of money itself, they can participate in the trials. They have low per capita income in India. So they say they have considerable low per patient trial cost. This means for coming and going, you have to give little amount, and for participating in the trial, of if anything untoward happens, our last speaker will talk about that. You have to give some compensation. So since ours is a developing country, still we have a considerable amount of population who are poor, who are willing to participate in the trial just for money. So because of that, there were certain era, maybe some 10 years, where Indian population had been involved in this kind of clinical trials without much getting consent, or even getting consent without knowing, just for money people were involved. So our government got this information and they started, okay, we should follow some more principles to insist that our participants' safety is considered. So in that, Indian guidelines have added little more points which you have to follow in the Indian guidelines along with the GCP guidelines. Next slide. So we have our regulatory organizations. Previous slide, please. Regulatory organizations like CDSCO, Central Drugs and Safety Committee, and we have our regulatory organizations like DTAB, Drug Technical Advisory Board. So all this will give permission for any research. So if you have a new drug, we ask for the permission from the CDSCO, which is from the Drug Controller General of India. DCGI has to approve for the research. After they approve the drug for research only, we can permit, the IEC can permit for the research. Then after that, the research has to be given to the CDSCO again. Then it should get the application submitted, new drug has to be accepted. Then only it will come to market. So there are so many regulatory principles. Next one. Regulatory authorities. So what are the salient points of Indian GCP guidelines which differ from the ICH GCP? We have almost the same prerequisite protocol, ethics, responsibilities, record keeping, almost many things, but little more importance to the Indian standards. Next slide. The difference between ICH GCP and Indian GCP. In ICH GCP, the principal investigator will be given the full responsibility. The same way in Indian GCP, or the principal investigator should be qualified as per the MCI or recent NMC norms, and they should be having a medical, if it is in Indian GCP, even the other country degrees are accepted, and then they should mandatorily have the sponsor, and you have clinical trials. Some of the trials may be sponsored from the pharmaceutical company or some instrument producers, manufacturers. So they are called as the sponsor. The investigator and the sponsor should have an SOP, standard operating procedure, signed by the head of the institution as well as the PI as well as the sponsor. So that should be the responsibility of the PI as well as the sponsor. Whereas in ICH GCP, the PI is mainly responsible for everything. Next slide. So in Indian GCP, when the trial is completed, the PI should sign and forward the data like case safety report, case report forms, results, interpretation, everything, not only to the sponsor, to the ethics committee also. This, most of our ethics committees, at least in the institutional academic ethics committees, are not asking for. We have to go further to go for this sudden rounds in the site of our postgraduates research happening. And we should also ask for the final results which they have achieved through the academic research also. That is also part of ethics committee's rule as per Indian GCP. In ICH GCP, the PI has to provide ethics committee everything. So if you go further into the Indian GCP, involving the participant, especially vulnerable population, we have a population called vulnerable population. There is a big list of persons who can be involved in included in the vulnerable population, like a physically challenged, for our surprise, even students are vulnerable population. For example, if I ask the 4 undergraduate students, you have to come and help me in this program, they have to come. It is my responsibility to get permission from other process, but still they have to come. They comes under vulnerable population. The same way, if I say I'm doing a research, I'm doing this study, I have one ointment, I'm giving you to the students, means I should not involve all the 150 students at party. So they come under vulnerable population. So if you go to the vulnerable population, like so many things are a low, poor socioeconomic group, physically challenged individual, mentally challenged individuals. So this vulnerable population, be very careful in getting the consent. There are so many rules from whom you should get the consent if they come under the vulnerable population, pediatric population, geriatric population. So all these are form a big group. So that guidelines are very much insisted by the Indian GCP guidelines to avoid certain situations. Next slide. So who are all involved? We have the institutional review board or ethics committee, then the principal investigator, the sponsor and the monitor who are involved. Next slide. I'll just go through this faster because we have separate speakers for this. This ethics committee should have certain, you can go. Can I change? I'm not able to change. I don't know why it is not changing. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So there are rules how you have to frame the ethics committee with how many members, how many should be present for each ethics presentation. So that has to be carried out properly. Next one. And then the investigator, the PI has the sole role of keeping everything correct, from the submission of protocol to the conduction of study, having the analysis, submitting the reports, everything is on the head of the principal investigator. He is solely responsible. Even if an ADR occurs, the PI has to report it to the IEC, report to the sponsor, report to the regulatory authorities. Next slide. He should be a qualified physician. Investigator should be a qualified physician. He should comply to the sponsor as well as to the IEC. He has to give everything both to the sponsor as well as to the IEC. Next one. I think this will be dealt by other people. So the investigator's responsibility is so high. So each of you may be an investigator in your academic trials, but in future you may be involved in clinical trials also. All the postgraduates, make sure the principal investigator is responsible for each and everything in any research. Next one. Informed consent, very, very important. They'll be telling you the importance in the next sessions. This one. Next one. A sponsor. If you have a sponsor as a pharmaceutical company, then they should be responsible for preparing the protocol, etc. It can be an individual, a company, an institution, or an organization. Mostly we have the CROs as sponsors. From the sponsor, a CRO will come and approach us for doing a study. Next one. So responsibilities of sponsor, they should have this, they are mostly responsible for the quality assurance. Then they may have a contract research organization as a sub-organization to conduct the program. They should also have a medical expertise. They should frame the design. They should manage the data. They should be coordinating with the investigator, etc. Next one. So again, continuation of the responsibilities of sponsor, they should have the records. It should be safety information should be given to the regulatory authorities also. The trial audit if conducts in the site. Recently we had one site inspection in our Kilpatrick Medical College Hospital. From the SEDESCO, they sent one investigator to just see what is happening in the trial site. And auditing also, the sponsors should be present. They should give all the data. Next one. Then there is a role called monitor, something like data entry operator. They should be have the qualification of having the data. They'll be appointed by the sponsor. They should appropriately maintain all the scientific and clinical data. They should also have simple scientific knowledge to analyze the data. Next one. It is not proper analysis like a statistician, but they should have everything and give to appropriate personnel and get it collectively, give as the responsible person to give the results. They should verify the investigational product, verify the investigator, how he follows the protocol. All those things is by the monitor. In other words, a system with all the data, whether it is happening properly. Next one. So basic of good clinical practice, ethics and safety consideration is having all the participants' well-being You have to see whether their autonomy is taken care, whether there is benefit because of the research, whether you are doing justice. So all the ethics principles should be followed with the GCP guidelines. If you are a principal investigator, even if you are an IEC member or a chairperson or member secretary, you have to make sure all these are taken care of in the protocol submission itself, like whether the informed consent is given in the proper format, in the local language, etc., etc. Next slide. So in each and every part, this GCP has a role in the research. So you should understand what is this good clinical practice. It is nothing but the regulations or guidelines which a researcher or a principal investigator should follow in while doing a research, whether it is academic research or a clinical trial. In that, it starts from writing the protocol, how to write the protocol, how to submit it, how to get the permission, how to go on until it is getting published or till you have a valid data. So that guidelines, though even today, we don't have this as a law. The good clinical practice is not come as law, but the regulations, it is there, it should be put into law. So only it will be more insisted or more followed by any principal investigator. Okay, next one. So in all ways, you have to make sure, I think one more slide is there prior to this. In all forms of GCP, whether you are an investigator or a sponsor or a monitor, you have to follow good clinical practice guidelines. Always have the safety of the participant as your major task. To maintain the ethics and safety should be the major underlined factor in all your research. Even if it is a simple research, like taking one knowledge-based questionnaire, a KAP study also, you should take care the participants are so comfortable and give their opinion in an open way. You should allow them. If they are not willing to participate, you have to leave them. So all these principles are important in any kind of research. So with that opening note, I hope I have given you an overview what is this and why it is important, because all of you are involved in research, whether it is an academic or clinical trial. So follow the GCP guidelines. Go to the last slide. Let us all follow the GCP guidelines and make the India as a proper research country to bring about more research to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your brief introduction. We now request our respected Dean, sir, to felicitate our first speaker, Dr. T. Aruna, ma'am.
Before that, sir wants a question.
It's a very complete and bird's eye view of what is going to happen throughout the day. Madam, I just wanted to know, we are bothered about when it was started. So is there any timeline when the compensation part is started?
Sir, actually, it had been insisted in the ICH GCP guideline. If you are calling a participant, whether you are giving a fee for the travel, etc. ICH GCP started in can you just go to that GCP slide? 1990, ICH GCP, if I am right, had come to roll. So from that itself, but though it had not been, as I said, it is not in a law. So when something is not in the law, we may not follow it. So nowadays, as far as at least in the southern part is concerned, if it is a clinical trial with sponsored trial, the ethics committee insists that what is the compensation you are giving, everything we are asking. When it comes to academic trial given by a postgraduate, we are not asking the postgraduate whether you will give some amount to the participant, whether you will give compensation. We make sure that because of the study research, if the participant is getting some adverse effect, we make sure you have to admit the patient, you have to treat the adverse effect. And in the informed consent itself, you have to tell, these are the adverse effects expected. As far as possible, we allow the studies for PG dissertation, only drugs or only some instruments or any technique in surgical, which are not having much adverse effects or adverse reactions. That only is allowed, sir. So we are not, to be frank, I have to accept, most of the ethics committees are not following in the study site, in the theaters or in the wards, what is happening, and we are just asking them to report the adverse events or anything happened. So maybe we have to put our step little forward to make sure whether our participants, if at all they are involved, they are taken care of in the treatment of adverse effects. But as far as the sponsor trial is concerned, we are insisting what is the compensation you are giving for every visit. Do you have some money? So everything is written in the clinical trial agreement, sir. That is there. From the ICH GCP, we, which year? You just go to the previous slides, no? Yes, this was from 1990, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Madam, second point is, why it is called a good clinical practice? Why it is called everything good manufacturing practice? Is there?
Maybe we all have that good as a word, which we all want to be. You want to be a good person, like that, whatever you do, it should be good.
Because
we-
it's highly subjective. Because in a scientific forum, good is something
Yeah,
subjective.
we have better and best also, sir. I will just make it a point, maybe in the some other forum, if it is can be discussed, I will definitely discuss. I literally don't know why it is called as good, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
What happened to the thalidomide, the event? Any compensation given to the people?
So
Or
thalidomide-
what was the punishment given to the earlier?
No, it was not a research. When it is a research, only you'll have a principal investigator and you can just put the blame on the investigator. That was not a research. It was in the market as an antiemetic for pregnant ladies. So only after some months when they delivered, the babies started affecting, then later on they did a research, found out this is the reason for this deformities. So they given a ban that it should not be used for the thalidomide was banned. Actually, it was banned for all the purposes. Then afterwards, after many years in lepra reaction, the usefulness of thalidomide and fewer new users have come to thalidomide. So they have just repurposed the drug you can use for this condition. Now it is with the restricted clinical situations it is used. Or even today it is banned for antenatal use. So it was not a research. Only if it is a research, a PI, you can give some, some regulations, you can punish the PI, sir. Like our Nuremberg code, where they were literally involving without getting consent or literally without telling the diagnosis. In that case, you can do. This was in the market. Like if you and I were there, we would have prescribed it for antenatal case.
Thank you so much. I had one more question to that. I think the post T session, it's more appropriate. I am giving to the speaker. Why it is called the Independent Ethics Committee? What is the difference between institutional review board? I want to learn from the.
Sir, actually, I just want to make a simple correction. We have two ethics committees, Institutional Ethics Committee as well as Independent Ethics Committee. Institutional Ethics Committee it is attached to any institution, like our academic institution, Kilpatrick Medical College, Madras Medical College, like that. Independent Ethics Committee is any private institution, they can follow an ethics committee. They should register it as an independent ethics committee with a chairperson. If it is a private institution, they should have a chairperson. Other than from their institute, all the rules should follow. Since they are not attached to any academic institute, it is called as independent ethics committee.
Institutional review board, what is the difference?
Actually, it should be institutional review board and institutional ethics committee are one and the same. There is no difference. We have one more review board that is called scientific review board. Ideally, each paper should go to the scientific review board first. The scientifically it has to be analyzed. Anything that has to be corrected scientifically has to happen there. Then it should come to ethics committee, institutional ethics committee, where we have to only see the ethics part. But in most of our academic institutions, for want of faculty, for want of time, etc., we just have only institutional ethics committee. We give some review scientifically also. I used to tell you have to have the departmental scientific review before you bring the paper to the ethics. So that if one professor is giving a guiding one PG, the other professor, other assistant professors, they can discuss and scientifically modify if anything is beyond the scientific. So that should happen in the department. But ideally, we should have a scientific review board separately with the ethics committee separately, sir.
This is a wonderful point. Actually, all the HODs should make sure that you approve the thesis paper and submit to the institutional ethics committee, certifying that this is scientifically reviewed. that certificate you can give it to the proposal so that the ethics committee can look only into the ethics part of it. Thank you so much. I have taken much of your time, madam. It's
so much,
wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We request our respected Dean, sir, to felicitate our first speaker, Dr. T. Aruna, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next session on writing a study protocol by our Associate Professor, Dr. Sasikala, ma'am. We request our Assistant Professor, Dr. Keetana, ma'am, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. G. Sasikala, ma'am.
Before that, for the online participants, I would request you to place your queries in the chat box so that we will be taking that questions prior to the lunch break and we can ask our speakers to answer that. Thank you.
Good morning to all. I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Sasikala ma'am, who is Associate Professor of our Pharmacology Department. She has completed her under and postgraduation from Stanley Medical College. She's a well-known speaker for delivering her immense knowledge in good clinical practices topic. Madam is also a part of Institutional Human Ethics Committee for a few colleges. And to enhance her expertise towards various ethical issues arising every day, every study. Hearing from her on how to write the protocol will help us to know how to tackle the issues which ethics committee members ask during our protocol submission. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Keetana, for your nice introduction. And today's my topic is about writing. Today's my topic is about how to write the study protocol. Mainly, I'm concentrating on the PG students. Okay, how many of you are first year PGs here? Second year PGs? Okay. When I entered my PG course, my HOD asked me to come with a study topic and go for a dissertation. I was wondering what is study topic, how to select a studies topic. Because research is a different entity apart from our research. I mean, academic, those who have completed before 2020, research is not an academic part, right? It is not in your given in your book, I mean, textbooks. So I was wondering, so this should not happen to you. That is the reason why I have selected this topic. And my topic objective is focus okay. My objective for today's topic is definition of protocol, how to write the protocol, what is protocol, how to write the protocol, what is the purpose of writing the protocol, what is the need of writing the protocol, and what is the format of writing the protocol. Next slide, please. So what is a protocol? Protocol is nothing but it is a Greek word protocol and it is a meaning is first page. According to GCP guidelines, the protocol is a document that states the background, objectives, rationale, design, methodology, and statistical consideration of the study. This is about the protocol. Next slide, please. So what is the purpose of writing the protocol? Why should you write a protocol? Before doing any research, why should you write a protocol? Any idea? What is the reason? Why should we write a protocol? Okay, it gives you a clear thought for the researchers to think and clarify about all the aspects of your study topic. Okay. And to formulate the hypothesis and objectives, and it will suggest a methodology and limitation of writing the protocol and gives you a necessary guidelines and to get fundings from the organization or any firms and ensures the study is conducted as per ethics guidelines and collected analysis in a timely manner. So research, protocol writing is mainly for the purpose of, it is a plan. plan or guide, gives you a guidelines for writing the research. Next slide. So protocol, first you select a topic based on the PICOT criteria. I will tell you what is PICOT, and based on that you will form a hypothesis and you give a significance why you have selected a topic and your procedures and methodology and research designs and timetable and technical and scientific financial sources. So protocol gives you the question, answers the question, that answers the hypothesis questions and gives the significance why the study is important and where and when and where the research is going to be taken place and what is the procedure or methodology and how what is the research design you are going to do and purpose of proposed timetable and budget and resources required, like technical and scientific and financial required. So what is the benefit of writing the protocol? What is the purpose? Why do you need to write a protocol? To get an ethics committee approval, you need to write a protocol. While writing the protocol only, you will think about the title and clarify all your thoughts. And it gives you a plan and guidelines and guide throughout the research and forces time and budget estimate. What will happen if you sail a ship in a sea without a compass? What will happen? You will not reach the destination. Similarly, without a protocol, if you go and do any research, you will not reach your destination. Okay. So that is the importance of writing the protocol. Next slide, please. So once you have written a protocol, what you will do, you will submit for a protocol approval, right? So what do you mean by protocol review? What do you mean by protocol review? It is the protocol must be get approved from the monitoring, that is institutional ethics committee is a monitoring regulatory board which monitors and ensures that the patient safety is maintained. Okay, all the 4 ethics principles are maintained in your research study. So clinical trial must be approved and monitored by an institutional review board that ensures the risks are minimal, and the committee ensures that the clinical trials and ethical backslide, please. So clinical trial, ethical, and the rights of all the participants are protected. That is autonomy, beneficence, maleficence, and justice are maintained. That is ethics. All the 4 principles are maintained in your study. That is the reason why we are submitting the protocol to the institutional ethics committee, and they ensures that all the 4 principles are maintained in your research study. So coming to the components of protocol, what is the components or what are the things that should be maintained? I have said that protocol is nothing but it is a document which ensures that you are maintaining the ethics principles, and what are the components that should be present in your protocol is your study title, administrative details, project summary, introduction, preliminary studies, aims and objectives, methodology and project management, strength and limitation of the study, and issue of ethical review and approval. Next slide, please. So what should be the title? How to select a title? Any idea? How do you select a title? If you are a medicine PG, you will select a title in your subject like medicine, diabetes, hypertension, like that. So how do you select a title? So how in a protocol document, the title should be short and informative. It should be minimum between 10 to 15 words, okay? So the title should be short, concise and informative, and it should follow the feasible, interesting, novel, ethics relevant. That is, finer criteria should be followed. Next slide, please. So this is my study title. Okay, study of ectopic pregnancy. Will you get any information? Can you accept this as a title? Any idea about this? It is short, right? Short. Is it informative? Do you get any information from this study of ectopic pregnancy? Can I take this as a dissertation topic for my thesis? No. Why? It is not given any information, right? So though it is short, it is not given any information. Okay. Next slide, please. So I can modify my topic like study of ectopic pregnancy in relation to morbidity, mortality, and intervention in a referral hospital, so that I can get the data what I have to collect, and this is a title where it is informative. Okay. Next slide, please. So in the document, I have already told you the document should have a title page, content page and all. So title page, what are the things should be there in the title page? Title page should have a title of the study. I have already told you title should be a short and informative. It should be between the for 10 to 15 words. Okay. And name and role of the principal investigator, name of the principal investigator, co-investigators, sponsors or any finance funder is there means you have to mention all those things in the title page itself. And protocol identification number. This is not comes for the PG destination topic. This is for the clinical trials. We have to mention the protocol identification number and protocol version date and all. This comes in the protocol, I mean, clinical trials and statement of complaints. This is nothing but you have to state that I am following the guidelines of GCP ICH guidelines. Okay. My study will follow the GCP ICH guidelines. This should comes in the statement of complaints. So in the title page, what you have to mention is your title of your study, the principal investigator or co-investigators, and the your statement of complaints for your PG destination. Okay. Other protocol identification number version will be there in the case of clinical trials. Next slide, please. So next page is next to the title page, you have to get the administrative details like your content page should be there. Content page is nothing but the list of relevant section and subsection with corresponding page number. That is like if you have written your introduction in the third page, you have to mention introduction, third page, and your methodology in fifth page, and study population in the seventh page, like that. Okay, that is the content page. And signature page is nothing but the senior members or your guide or co-guide should sign in the paper and recommend your dissertation topics. And if you are getting a support of your lab department like your biochemistry, your recommendation or permission letter from the concerned department should be there. That is your signature page, and your contact details should be there. Okay, for the research team member listing the postal email ID, everything, phone number, email ID should be there. This is about the administrative details. This should come next to that of the title page. Next slide, please. Then your project summary, the summary should be distinctive, concise, and should sum up all the essential part of your protocol. Next slide, please. Then coming to the introduction. So once you have written the title, you are coming to the introduction. What are the things that you will write in your introduction part? Any idea? Any second year PGs? Those who have completed submitting the protocol can answer. What are the things that will come in the introduction? Can we cut, copy and paste the, if you are doing any topic in your hypertension, can we cut copy the paste and the topic in the textbook itself? Can we do that in your introduction? Any idea? So what are the things that should be given in the introduction is your describe the problem under consideration. Okay. So if you are going to take a ectopic pregnancy means you discuss the problem under consideration. What is the prevalence of ectopic pregnancy? What is the incidence prevalence? So that is the thing that you have to discuss and discuss about what is known and what is the gap, because if there is a gap, then only your title will, I mean, your research question will arise. So you think about what are the gaps in the that you are going to study. Okay. Then summarize the knowledge about the magnitude of the problem under considerations and discuss the relevant pathophysiology and summary of the review. Next slide, please. And identify the relevant gaps in the knowledge. That is the main thing. Then only you can choose a topic. Okay. Identify the relevant gaps in the knowledge. How to identify the relevant gaps? You have to do the research. I mean, review the literatures. Okay. Then only you can identify the gaps. So relevant gaps in knowledge, write about the research question and its importance. Why do you want to do the study? That importance should come in the introduction itself. Okay. And review available studies on the subject intervention related to the research questions and how would answering the research question modify the current state of knowledge. That is the importance of your study. How the study you are going to take place will modify, will change the knowledge. Okay. And conclude this section by stating how the proposal plans to answer the question, which should be focused, measurable, achievable, relevant, clear, and precise. Okay. These are all the things that should come in the introduction part. Next to the title, you have to write the introduction. Introduction part, you have to write the relevant points. Okay. Your incidence and prevalence of the disease or any whatever topics you are taking. Okay, so relevant point should be there. What is the gap? What is known? What is the gap? And what is your research question? What is your research proposal? How the research proposal will answer all these questions. That is the relevant point should be there in your introduction. Next slide, please. So I have told you how to select a research gap. Research gap, we have to see the research gap by viewing the literature review. Okay, so literature review, we can do the literature review by even your textbook and give the results. Okay, or you can go for a scientific information gathering method like journals, journal verification. Journals, it may be of Indian journal or international journals. Okay, so you have to verify the journals and bulletins like WHO organization, ICMR bulletins. So many things are there. So you go and do the research, do the literature review in your related topic. Okay, in your related topic, and with the books or computer assisted research like your PubMed or Medline. So all these findings, all this review will give you the literature review and find out the gaps in between the gaps in the studies. Okay, so the literature review, I have told you from where you have to take. Okay, from the journals, ICMR, WHO bulletins or computer assisted techniques, PubMed or Medline. And how to select the literature, how to do the literature review. So it should be from the most recent publications, okay? Most recent publication, and define the problem first, and importance of the topic should come and lead to the statement of aims. When you are reviewing the literature, that itself will lead to the aim and objective of your subject, okay? Then gaps and lacunae in the literature, the purpose of study and benefit for the society and the society from the study. So these are all the things that you have to get it from the literature review. Okay, next slide, please. So I have told you next to the title page, you have to go for the introduction. In the introduction, you should be able to answer the rationale behind why you have chosen the topic, and should answer why and what. And literature support should be there, should be rationale behind the study and leads to the aim and objectives and limitation of the study and benefit of the study. These are all the points that you get after your introduction. Next slide, please. So what is the justification of research? So justification, why you have chosen that topic? What is the benefit that society is going to get with the result? How you are going to disseminate the result? How form it is going to helpful for the society? All these things should come in the justification of your study. Okay, so how does the research relate to the priorities of the region and the country? What knowledge and information will be obtained from your study? And what is the ultimate purpose that the knowledge obtained from the study will serve to the community? And how the results will be disseminated, how it will be useful to the community, and how will the results be used, and who will be the beneficiaries? All this comes in the justification of your study. Next slide, please. So coming to the title, I have asked you how to select a title, right? Any idea? Any second year PGs, those who have completed your, protocol submission, what is your title study? Any one of you? No one is interested in answering. What is your study title? Digastric muscles. Okay. So your research study is about the morphological modification, like your problems, right? Okay. Sit down, please. So the research question is based upon how you select the title is based upon you can emulate the PICOT principle. Okay. PICOT is P for patient. Either a patient, you are going to deal with the patient, or to the population. For your epidemiological study and all, will deal with the population, right? So population or any problems, as she said, problem, any modification in the muscle course and all. So it depends upon the population, patient, or problem. Or are you going to do an interventional study or indicator study? Interventional, are you going to introduce any new drug or going to do any interventional procedure or anything? Okay. Or are you going to do with the indicators? Okay. So this is about the second point. And third point is comparison or control. Whether you're going to do the study with the comparison or control, and what is the outcome that you're expecting, and what is the time. So with all these point in mind, you can choose a title, okay, in your related topic. Okay. Next slide, please. So what is hypothesis? It is always developed in response to the purpose of statement or to answer the research question proposed. How to get a research question? How to get a research question so that research question can be modified into study question and then to the hypothesis. Then your study will test the hypothesis. Okay, that is the correct way of moving into that of the research. Okay, so it transforms the research question posted and transform the research question into format amendable for testing and into the statement prediction expected outcome. Next slide, please. So null hypothesis is a statement that there is no relationship between the two variables. Next slide, please. Alternate hypothesis is a statement that suggests a potential outcome that researchers may expect. That is your alternate hypothesis. Next slide, please. So I have given here some example of research question. Okay, what is research question? How to convert the research question into hypothesis. Okay, so research question, for example, is there any relation between maternal chikungunya and a cardiac deformity in a newborn? This is your research question. This you can get the research question, that is hypothesis generation from that of the any case series. Case series, any like any different cases. For example, in our pharmacovigilance, we have found that carbamazepine results in a what is it? Stevens-Johnson's like syndrome. They produce Stevens-Johnson's like syndrome. This is the one of the rarest case that we have found. Okay, from this you can get a hypothesis. Like then you can hypothesis generation. Is there any relation between the carbamazepine and Stevens-Johnson syndrome? That is your hypothesis generation. Okay, that is your research question. So research question is there any relation between maternal chikungunya and cardiac deformity in a newborn? Then this research question, null hypothesis is there is no relation between the cardiac deformity and that of the chikungunya. Your alternate hypothesis is there is a relationship between the chikungunya and the cardiac deformity. This is the your alternate hypothesis. You are going to test this alternate hypothesis in your research. Okay. Then vague question may be how are the children affected by exposure to social media, or specific research question, what is the effect of Instagram on self-esteem of children under the age of 12 years in Chennai? These are all the various research questions that is available. Next slide, please. Next slide. So research question, one more example I have given to know the importance of your research question, how the research question develop into hypothesis. Okay. So the research question, one more example is whether induction training program increases participant knowledge on research methods and biostatistics. This is your research question. Okay. Or else we can take it in this way, whether the GCP, CEP, that is a continuous education program, exposure of the postgraduate student to the continuous education program on GCP will improve the knowledge of your PG in GCP. Okay. So this is your research question. You can convert this research question into study question like whether 5 days induction training increases immediate understanding of research methods and biostatistics. And your hypothesis is it is more precise. Okay, your hypothesis is more precise. The knowledge of research methods and biostatistics increases after 5 days of induction training when evaluated through the scores on a pre-test or post-test. This is your hypothesis. You are going to test this hypothesis by giving a questionnaire, test questionnaire, post-test questionnaire. Okay, this is about the research question, how to select, how to get a title. Okay, from the pie chart, emulate the pie chart principle like your patient, population, problems or intervention or indicators or your control or comparison. What is the outcome? With this, you can get a title. Okay. Or you can raise a research question. Based on the research question, you can go for your title or you can test the hypothesis. Okay. Or else you can, hypothesis generation can also be done. That also is a study only. Okay. Next slide, please. So coming to the aim, your literature review and introduction will lead to the aim and objective. Most of the protocols that we are getting, we get the protocol for the review purpose. Most of the pages will write aim and objective. Okay, aim is different from your objective. Okay, what is your aim and what is aim and what is objective? Any idea? What is aim and what is objective? So object is a goal. Okay. So aim is achievable, realistic and specific. It should be from the action verbs like to determine, to compare, to verify, to calculate, to reduce, to describe, etc. These are all the action verbs should be used for the aim. Next slide, please. So aim is nothing but what you hope to do and your overall intention in the project, and broad but not beyond possibility is your aim. But objective is specific step that you will take to achieve your aim. That is, the steps taken to achieve your aim is your objective. For example, I want to reduce my weight by 5 kg. It is my aim. Okay. What is my objective? I should reduce my, I should cut short my calories. Okay. I should do my exercise, half an hour exercise, regular exercise should done. All these things is your objective. Then only you can achieve the aim. Okay. So aim is achievable and objective is nothing but the steps taken to achieve the aim is your objective. Next slide, please. So object should be SMART criteria, that is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-based. Next slide, please. What is a secondary objective? Secondary objective is a minor objective that could be studied during the course of it. Is not your aim to do this. Secondary objective is the data that you have collected after doing your normal study. For your primary aim, primary objective, you are doing all these things, and the data that you are collecting after the, after the primary objective is your secondary objective. For example, next slide, please. My aim is how long do the children wash their hands when asked to do so at the end of regularly scheduled check appointment. So my primary aim is hand washing methods and hand washing, how they are doing the hand washing, how many hours they are doing the hand washing. The secondary objective, this is not my objective. Okay. The secondary objective that I get is age, race, ethnicity, what are the bacterial infection, history of viral infection, all these data that I'm getting is your secondary objective. That is secondary objective is nothing but what else you can figure out now that you have all these data, what else you can figure out. That is your secondary objective. Am I right? Am I clear? Next slide, please. So purpose of aim and objective, it focuses your study and avoid the collection of any unnecessary data and organize the study in a clear and distinct way. Next slide, please. So coming to the methods and materials. Okay. First, you have written the study title, then you have given the introduction, then you have written the aim and objective. Now you are going for the methods and materials. So what are the things that should come under this one is your study design, study population, sample size, proposed intervention, and data collection methods. We'll see one by one. Next slide, please. So coming to the study design. So study design may be either an observational study or a interventional study. Okay. So if it is going to be observational study, it can be of descriptive study or your analytical study. Okay. Descriptive study, it may be of case report or case, as I have told you, carbamazepine produces a serious adverse effect. Stevens-Johnson's-like syndrome. So it is a case series. Okay. So it is a case report or case series. That is also one of the study. Okay. It comes in the descriptive study. Okay. Then survey, cross-sectional studies. Cross-sectional study, you will get only the prevalence rate. Okay. That is about your descriptive study, and your analytical study is cross-sectional or case control study. And coming to the interventional study, it may be of non-randomized interventional study or randomized interventional study. Why do we need to do a randomization? Is to avoid the bias. Okay. So it may be non-randomized or randomized trial. And randomized may be of parallel design or crossover design. Parallel design means A group will get this treatment and B group will get this treatment, and you'll just do the study. That is your parallel design. It may be why it is important to show the study is non-inferior to the group A is non-inferior to group B, or group A is superior to group B, or it is to show it is equivalence. Okay. That is the reason why we are doing the parallel group of study. Okay. Then if it is going to be a crossover design, mean after a gap of a certain period, we used to do the crossover design. That is, the group A will get the group B treatment and group B will get the group A treatment. Okay. That is your crossover design. So this is about the study design, what you are going to do, okay, in your dissertation. Next slide, please. So the purpose, whether to determine frequency and burden of a disease, the study design is crossover or cohort study. Cohort is nothing but you can get the incidence, okay, and cross-sectional study, you'll get only the prevalence rate. And to identify the risk factors, you can go for a cohort study or case control study. To determine the prognosis of the disease, you can go for a cohort study. To determine efficacy, effectiveness of a new drug or new treatment, you can go for clinical trials or community interventions. To evaluate the community programs, you can go for an evaluation. Next slide, please. Then after the study design, you are in your methodology, first you are writing the study design, then you are going for the study population. Okay. So study population, where are you going to do the research and who is the study population? Why doing research in a place and why selecting this population? All this information should be given in a study population. Okay. And detail about the study population is selection procedure. How you are going to, what is the inclusion criteria? What is the exclusion criteria? What is the criteria for discontinuation of the study and how you are allocating the subject to different groups and concealment randomization process. All these things should come in the study population. Next slide, please. So study population is defines that and limits the kinds of patients that can participate in a clinical research. Reason for imposing eligibility criteria include why we have to select eligibility criteria is scientific, rational, and safety concern and regulatory issues and practical consideration. These are all the reasons why we are selecting the study population. Next slide, please. So inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria should be mentioned in your study population. So in your inclusion criteria, characteristics that are relevant to the research question should be there, like age from 18 to 60 years, like that, male gender or female gender, depending upon your study title. Okay. So demographic characteristics, clinical characteristics, and geographic characteristics, all these things should be come in the inclusion criteria. Exclusion criteria describe the subset of population that won't be studied. Okay. Characteristics that make it unethical to withhold the treatment or high-risk patient, high likelihood to lose the follow-up, or characteristics that may interfere with the quality of data. All these things should be comes in the exclusion criteria. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So after that, you have to mention the discontinuation criteria of the study subject and allocation of subjects, how we are going to allocate, and concealment and randomization process to avoid the bias. Next slide, please. Then follow-up also, you have to mention in your destination topic, protocol. The research protocol clearly indicate of the follow-up will be provided to a participating subject. If it is going to be a cross-section study, we need not do the follow-up. Okay. So it must also include the duration of the follow-up. Next slide, please. Safety consideration also should be mentioned in your study protocol, like safety of the participant is a top priority while conducting the clinical research, and safety aspects of the research should be scrutinized and provided in the research protocol. Next slide, please. So coming to the sample size calculation is recommended for the economical and ethical reasons. It must be explained, including the power of the sample. The sampling technique should be mentioned. What type of sampling you are using? Okay, using the prevalence or incidence or the power of the study, significance of the study, everything. Okay, here, for example, a randomization that will be used in order to obtain the representative sample for your target population. Next slide, please. Why do we need to sample size calculation? So if the sample size is very small, we cannot go for a analysis. Okay. If the sample size is too large, it is difficult and costly, and we may lose the accuracy. So sample size should be adequate. Okay. So if the sample size is too small, fail to answer the questions or fail to detect the important effect or associations, or it may be imprecise. So sample size should be adequate. Next slide, please. So what are the factors that decide the sample size? So degree of accuracy and precision. What is the power that we require? What is the significant level that we require from the study? All these factors will decide about the sample size. Okay. Type 1 error or type 2 error, sampling design, size of the population. Okay. Type 1 error will give you the significance and type 2 error will give you the power of the study. Okay. So depending upon the type 1 is nothing but false positive results. Okay, false positive results. Type 2 will be opposite to that of the type 1. Okay, so we may get the statistic with your mean, prevalence, odd ratio, and relative risk and power of the study. All these things will give you the sample size. Next slide, please. So proposed intervention. Next to sample size, study design, study population, sample size. Next, you are going for the study intervention. If you are going to do any study with your drugs or anything, you have to tell all about the drugs. Okay, you have to mention all about the drug. Both scientific and brand name should be mentioned, followed by the names of the manufacturing company, city, country, everything should be mentioned. And drug route, what route you are going to give, what is the frequency you are going to give, what is the total duration, everything should be mentioned in your study intervention. And using the, even when you are using any apparatus, you should mention the name of the apparatus and manufacturer manufacturer details, everything should be mentioned in this one. And who will be responsible for the interventions, whether you are going to do or your seniors will do this procedure. So everything should be mentioned, and what activities each personnel will perform and with what frequency and intensity you are going to do. This all comes in the study intervention, proposed intervention. Next slide, please. So data collection method and instruments used. That is, if you are going to do any data collection like your cross-sectional study or anything, if you are going to do a retrospective study means you have to collect the data from that of the medical records and questionnaires. You can do a KAP study with your questionnaires or interviews, structured or semi-structured interviews. Okay. Structured means you will get you'll give the result like a 2, 4, 6. You have to select from that. Okay, that is structured and semi-structured. And laboratory test, what we are going to do, and clinical examination, how we are going to get the result by clinical examination, or description of instrument tools that we are going to use. We can get the data collection from this one. Okay, or the online electronic device is available. It is called REDCap. Research electronic data capture. It is a online research data collection method is available for, this is mainly useful for the prospective study only. Prospective study data collection, we can use this REDCap research electronic data capture. Next slide, please. So data management analysis plan and which statistical test will be used. We can mention that one. Okay. Not only just I will use this SPSS software for analyzing the statistical. You have to mention what statistical process that you are going to do, what analysis you want to do. Everything you have to mention, and later only you have to mention the tools. Okay. So statistics tools that are available are IBM, SPSS, statistical data, EpiInfo, SPSS. These are all the free online statistical data, statistical tools that are available. Next slide, please. This is the project management. This is Gantt chart where it states from the, if you are planning to do a research or do a dissertation, today your planning means you will think about your topic. Okay. So that from that date to the delivery of your presentation of your thesis, that is your Gantt chart. Okay. Preparation of thesis proposal to the presentation of thesis. This is your Gantt chart. Next slide, please. So strength and limitation, it is important to mention the strength and limitation of the study, because what study can achieve or cannot achieve is important. So as to prevent the wasteful allocation of resources, we have to mention the strength and limitation. Next slide, please. So ethical consideration, I have already told you in the title page itself, you will mention that I will compile with that of the study compilation, like I will follow the rules of GCP, ICH GCP guidelines. So it should indicate whether the procedure to be followed or in accord with that of the Declaration of Helsinki. Next slide, please. So operational planning and budgeting, that is budget summary, headwise expenditure. If the thesis is a funded project means you have to mention all these things. Okay. Headwise expenditure, what is the expenditure on, what is the study manpower, transportation charges, and in instrumentation, laboratory tests, cost of drug, all costs include personnel, consumables, equipment, supplies, communication, funds for patient and data processing, funds for the, if there is any adverse effect has happened, what is the fund that has been allotted. So all these things comes in the operational planning and budgeting. Okay. Next slide, please. So references, after your protocol writing, you have to mention the references. So references, you can follow the Vancouver system, Harvard system. Mostly we follow only the Vancouver system, or American Psychological Association, Modern Language Associations, or Chicago, Tirabayan. So the online source, now the online sources are available for your references mentioning. Okay. EndNote or Zotero or Mendeley. These are all the online sources that are available for your references system. Next slide, please. So what are the annexure? After completing your protocol, you have to attach certain things. Okay. What are the things that to be attached is your letters from the ethicals committee and your questionnaires. If you are going to do a study with a questionnaire, means copy of questionnaire or draft questionnaires or case report forms. Okay. Informed consent form, budget details, that is your project management, and curriculum vitae of the investigators, co-investigators, everybody's curriculum vitae. All these things should attached in the annexure part. Okay. Next slide, please. So informed consent, it is a separate topic taken by my friend. And just I mentioned the salient features in the informed consent. Okay. You should not cut copy paste the informed consent from the other project and all. Okay. In your informed consent, in your what is the title that you have selected, based on that, you have to give the information to the patient. Okay. So benefit and risk of for the subject involved, like your physical, social, psychological implication in the research, or including alternate, is there any alternative treatment or approaches or justification for your research? Why you are doing the research? Why you have chosen the patient? And what is the risk? What is the confidentiality? How you are going to maintain the confidentiality or the data that you are collected from the patient, and voluntary participation. All these things should be comes in the informed consent. Next slide, please. So how to judge a good protocol? So good protocol should answers all the question. Why you are chosen the study? Why, what, where, when, all the questionnaires you should answer in the protocol should answer. Okay, how you are going to do, what you are going to do, how, when you are going to do, which place you are going to do. All these things should be answered in your protocol. When it is answered in your protocol, your study is a good protocol. Okay, so protocol should adequately answer the research question. Research question design must sound enough to yield the expected knowledge, should provide enough details, that is methodology, and to propose number of participants, and scientific design is adequately described. All these things should be there in your proper protocol. The protocol. Okay, next slide, please. This is an online I mean, Equator Network is a individual organization, or your organization or individual persons will develop developed this one, and this will give you how the protocol is, whether your study protocol, you can checklist whether the protocol is written correctly or not. You can checklist with that of the reporting guidelines from the study. Okay, what type of study you have done, and what are the things that should comes in the study, and what are the guidelines that are available. This is the online one available, Equator Network, enhancing the quality and transparency of health research. Next slide, please. So far we have seen what is the how to select a title. How to select a title is based on your PICART, emulate the PICART principle. You can select a title. From the title, you can go, what are the things that to be attached is your administrative details should be attached in your next page. Then your project summary, then your introduction and background. I have narrated what are the things that to be written in the introduction. You should not write unnecessary things in your introduction. Relevant to your topic only, you have to write the introduction. Okay. So introduction and your preliminary studies you can quote, and aim and objective. When you identify the lacunae or gaps in your study, that itself will lead to the aim and objective. You should know what is the difference between the aim and objectives, and what is the methodology. In the methodology, you have to mention the study design, study population, and materials and methods required for your study designs, and your method of data collection and plan of analysis. All these things comes into the methodology. And project management, I have mentioned what is the time period that you are going to take for your project, whether for 1 year or 6 months or 2 months. So project management, strength and limitation of your study should be mentioned, and issue of ethical review and approval, and references and annexure should be attached. What is the annexure? I have already mentioned. So these are all the things that comes in the components of the protocol. Okay, I have not went into detail about the statistical purpose and all, statistical method and all. Okay, so this is about my protocol writing. Next slide, please. Thank you. Any questions? Hope I have cleared your, I mean, how to write a protocol. Okay.
Any que- Thank you, ma'am, for your words of wisdom. We now request our Assistant Professor, Dr. Keetana, ma'am, to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Sasikala, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It's time for tea. Let's break the session and gather together in 10 minutes. I request all the participants to assemble inside the seminar hall. The third session is going to start. I request all the participants to assemble inside the seminar hall.
என்னடா எல்லாம் போயிட்டாங்களா? மறுபடியும் 5க்கு வருவாங்களா இருக்கும்.
I request all the participants to assemble inside the seminar hall. The third session is going to start.
Let's begin the third session. Third session will be on Ethics Committee Composition and Responsibilities by Dr. J. Gomathi Madam, Professor and HOD of Pharmacology, Government E-Road Medical College. We now request our Assistant Professor, Dr. Anuradha Madam, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Gomathi Madam.
I welcome our next speaker, Dr. Gomathi Ma'am, Professor and HOD of Pharmacology, Government E-Road Medical College. Madam did her undergraduate at Keelpark Medical College, Diploma in Anesthesia in MMC, MD Pharmacology at Stanley Medical College. She started her government service from various PHCs, Government Headquarters Hospital. She worked as a teaching faculty in various medical colleges, Government Keelpark Medical College, Government Viluppuram Medical College, Shengalpet Medical College, and Government Omandurar Medical College. She was a former member of IEC at Government Keelpark Medical College and member secretary at Government Omandurar Medical College. She was a member of Medical Education Unit Curriculum Committee at Government Shengalpet Medical College and Omandurar Medical College. She also conducted a GCP workshop for 2 days at Government Shengalpet Medical College. She was a drug safety officer for the clinical trial conducted during COVID period at Omandurar Medical College. She published many articles in national and international journals. I once again welcome our energetic, sincere, ever-young, lovable Gomathi Madam. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anuradha, for the wonderful invite. Good morning to one and all present here. First, I would like to thank, where is Aruna Madam? My Professor Aruna Madam. 2 thanks. One is for the time slot. After the CNS stimulant, my topic is planned. The next one, inviting me in the participate, as a speaker in Pan India CME. Madam is very popular in conducting Pan India CME. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So the topic allotted is Ethics Committee. So composition and responsibility of the Ethics Committee members. Yes. So my objective of this presentation, at the end of the session, the learners must be able to know what is Ethics Committee, what are the roles and responsibility of the Ethics Committee member, how the review process is going on, how the review is taken up by the Ethics Committee member. Okay, this is my objective. Next. So again, going back to history. So Madam has already highlighted the history of good GCP and ethics principles. So the journey of ethics in biomedical research starts in the doctor's trial, famously called doctor's trial. That is the Nuremberg Code in 1946. This was the first international code for ethics. So this code is emphasized on the autonomy of the patient, again, the voluntariness of the informed consent. Followed that, another important one is Declaration of Helsinki in 1964. This is a set of guidelines released by the World Medical Association. So actually, Declaration of Helsinki is lay down the foundation for the formation of ethics committee. So it emphasized the need for ethics committee for clinical research. Even after this one international code and one international guideline, still unethical practices continues. Classical example is, Madam already told, Tuskegee syphilis experiment. It was run on the American African individuals to study the natural course of the syphilis. They left untreated because even though the penicillin was available freely at the time, to study the natural course of the disease, they are not denied of the treatment. So followed that Belmont report. National Commission has introduced the Belmont report. So the Belmont report introduced the ethical principle. Then in 1980, based on the above all ethical guidelines and principles, most of the countries laid down the guidelines for forming the ethics committee. In India, the ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, released the first policy statement giving the giving the structure for the establishment of the ethics committee in all the various, all the medical colleges and research institutions. This is about the history of the ethics committee formation. Next slide. So we'll see one small adage. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet. This was a famous quote from William Shakespeare. So meaning the name of the things do not affect the way they are smell. So Gauntamani Sendil comedy mari, poonu sollala, pushpon sollala. Thank you, ma'am. The same thing. So IRB is a generic term. Actually, IRB is a term from US. So though addressed by many names, the objective of the ethics committee is same. The first and foremost is safety of the human participant, those who are participating in the clinical trial. The second one, we have to give respect to the dignity of the patient. These two are main objective of the ethics committee. Okay, next slide. We'll see the naming diversity. So various countries, various name. In United Kingdom, in US, it's called as Institutional Review Board. In UK, it's called as REC, or Research Ethics Committee. In Canada, it's called as Research Ethics Board. In Australia, Human Research Ethics Committee. In Netherlands, Medical Research Ethics Committee. So in India, it is called as Institutional Ethics Committee. Now, according to ICMR guidelines, the name has been changed. It's called Institutional Human Ethics Committee. Why? Because already one more ethics committee is attached to the institution, that is called Institutional Animal Ethics Committee. So that's why the ICMR is called the ethics committee as an Institutional Human Ethics Committee. Next slide. So what are all the regulatory frameworks in India? So that there are so many guidelines, so many rules. So it is, ethics committee is primarily governed by ICMR, that is Indian Council of Medical Research, and CDSCO, Central Drug Standard Control Organization. These are all the guidelines, key guidelines. One is ICMR guidelines for biomedical research on human participant. The other one, Schedule Y of Drugs and Cosmetic Act. The third one, New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rules, NDCT 2019. Today's topic. The fourth one is GCP guideline, Good Clinical Practice Guideline. The fourth one is National Ethical Guidelines for Biomedical and Health Research Involving Human Participant 2017. These are all the guidelines followed in India for doing clinical trials. Okay. Next photo. Okay, coming to the what is ethics committee? In simple words, it's a group of members, it's a board or committee that is going to review, giving approval for the initiation, and going to conduct periodic review of the biomedical research involving the human participant. This is a simple definition of the ethics committee. So the primary purpose of such a review process is to protecting the safety, rights, safety, and well-being of the human participant. Next part. So why we need an ethics committee? So actually, ethics committee is going to serve as a guardian of the ethics principles. Already, the ethics principle, initially it was 4. Now 2 things have been added. One is That is autonomy, justice, beneficence, non-maleficence, confidentiality, and honesty. So it acts as a guardian. It also stands as a bridge between the researchers and the ethical guidelines. So ethics committees are essential to uphold the ethical standard. So by reviewing the protocol, the ethics committee has to ensure the adherence of research to the ethical principle. Whatever the principle is available in country, it makes a research to adhere to the ethical principle and minimizing the risk. Second one, because definitely because of the meticulous evaluation, meticulous reviewing, the bias will be minimized. Then promoting responsible research. The ethics committee member, because they are coming from various disciplines, they are going to guide the researchers to do the responsible research to maintain the public trust. So public trust, because we are including in ethics committee members, one lay person from the community. So the fourth essential point is to maintain the public trust. So they are definitely the ethics committee is going to promote ethically good research because they are going to do the unbiased evaluation of all the proposals submitted to them. Okay, next slide. So coming to the types of ethics committee, according to new drugs and clinical trial rule, there is a broad classification. According to this rule states, there is two separate ethics committee. One ethics committee for clinical trial and bioequivalence and bioavailability study. That is clinical trials and BAB study, one separate ethics committee. The one more ethics committee, the second ethics committee is for biomedical research, health and biomedical research. That is a classification. Here, according to the location, one is institutional ethics committee, the other one is independent ethics committee. So institutional ethics committee or institutional human ethics committee is constituted by the institution to review the research project for the particular institution. So independent ethics committee, it's also formed as a legally recognized organization governed by the individual. So governed by who are not members of the above committee. So the separate ethics committee, it functions separately. Okay, so the same function, the functions are same, but who can utilize the independent private practitioners? Those who are not attached to the government, institution, all the private practitioners, that some of the institutions do not have the IEC. So that type of proposal will be, we can approach the independent ethics. This is the broad classification. In addition to this, most of the institution will have the subcommittee. Subcommittee is nothing but the part of the ethics committee. For expedited review, the ethics committee will be cut short. The 5 members and 7 members will form and do the review. The one more committee is scientific review committee or scientific review board. So it consists of 2 members from the proposed ethics committee and 1 biomedical scientist. So every research paper has to undergo 2 review. One is scientific review, the other one is ethical review. So before going for ethical review, the scientific board will conduct the whether if the proposal is scientifically sound, it will go for ethics committee. It will cut short the work of the ethics committee. Okay, so these are all the ethics committees available in the institution. Next. So how to constitute ethics committee? These are all the norms. So constituted, it must be constituted in accordance with the national ethical guidelines for biomedical and health research involving the human participant. So the head of the institution should appoint all the ethics committee member, including the chairperson should be appointed by the head of the institution. It contains at least 50% of the members should be non-affiliated, means it should be from the outside. So 50% from the same institution, 50% from the outside the institution. So the one member, at least one member from non-scientific area and 1 member independent of the institution, and the membership period is 2 to 3 years. So the norm is, another norm is each member has to undergo the GGP training periodically. If any member fail to undergo the training, the head of the institution has authority to disqualify them. Okay, this is the ethics about the ethics committee constitution. Next slide. So this is the structure of the ethics committee. It is the multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral. So it's going to contain members from the various disciplines. The 2 hallmark of ethics committee is independence and competence. The ethics committee has to function independently without any outside influence. No one should influence the ethics committee work. Then it should be competent. So number of persons. So minimum from 7 to maximum 15 can participate in the ethics committee. So quorum, what is quorum? Means quorum is nothing but the minimum number of persons required for the committee to make the committee valid. I mean, if the quorum requirement is fulfilled only, the report will be valid. So the minimum number needed to produce, the quorum is 5. So what are the specific members of IEC is chairperson, member secretary. Now the others from medical or non-medical, scientific or non-scientific, technical or non-technical, and layperson. Layperson is a must member. Then one more important thing we have to concentrate is adequate representation of the age and gender. That is very important. Then ethics committee has the rights to call for subject expert. If there is any doubt regarding the subject, they have the rights to call the subject expert to give the opinion. Next slide. So this is a quorum. I said minimum 5 number. So one layperson, without layperson, quorum is not complete. Like that, without layperson, we should not conduct the ethics committee meeting. So clinician, one basic medical scientist, one layperson, one social scientist, one legal expert. So these persons will constitute the quorum, must be present member. In addition to that, 5 members, member secretary and chairperson. So total 7 members, minimum number of persons required to produce, conduct the full committee meeting is 7. So quorum requirement is 5. So for full committee meeting, at least we should have 7 members in addition to these members. Okay. Next. Why there is a diversity? Because members from various disciplines, we can make the review more comprehensive because each member brings unique perspective leading to a more comprehensive view of the research proposal, and definitely individual opinion, we can reduce the bias, and community engagement, we can maintain the public trust and ethical consideration because we are going to have one social scientist, philosopher or ethicist. Next. So these are the members of the ethics committee. Chairperson, 1 to 2 basic medical scientists, 1 to 2 clinicians from different specialties, legal expert, either social scientist or philosopher or ethicist, layperson and member secretary. Next. So this is a complete one for full committee review. So chairperson, member secretary, clinician, lawyer, basic medical scientist, quorum, then members and member secretary and chairperson. So adequate representation of the age and gender must be there to form the ethics committee. Next. So we'll see the individual member who should be their chairperson. So chairperson is the head of the ethics committee. So chairperson should be from outside. For institutional ethics committee, shall be asked to appointed from the outside the institution. So any well-respected qualification is any well-respected person with any degree. Even he can be a lawyer, he may be a lawyer from any background, provided he should have the prior experience of ethics committee, work in ethics committee or serving in ethics committee. So this is the qualification to become a chairperson. So why we need what are all the responsibility of the chairperson? So he has to conduct the meeting and accountable for independent and efficient function of the ethics committee, and he has to maintain the group dynamics. He should involve all the participants to take part in the ethics committee review and ensure the active participation. And also, if there is any conflict of interest, he should seek for conflict of interest declaration form from the members and ensure the quorum and fair decision making. So help to reach the consensus, that is final decision, and ratify the minutes of the previous meeting. And he is the signing authority of the ethics committee. He has to handle the complaints of against any ethics committee member or any researcher principal. These are all the responsibility of the chairperson. The next important person, next slide, is a member secretary. So most of the works in ethics committee will be done by the member secretary. So who should be the member secretary? He should be from the same institution. So affiliated member. So qualification, possess the knowledge and experience in clinical research and ethics. He should be motivated person, should have a good communication skill. So what are all the duties? So for scheduling the EC meeting and preparing the agenda and minutes of the meeting and organize an effective and efficient procedure for receiving, preparing, circulating and maintaining each proposal for review. Yes, he has to ensure the SOP formation, that is Ethics Committee Standard Operating Procedure. So he is the responsible for updating the SOP. Then training of the ethics, he has to arrange for the training, for periodic training for the ethics member and overall administration of Ethics Committee and record keeping. Whether he has to decide whether the proposal should go for expedited review or exempted from review or full committee review. And he has to keep ready all the things for audit and inspection. These are all the works of the member secretary. Next report. So the next important person is basic medical scientist. In ICMR guidelines, basic medical scientist, preferably a pharmacologist. Why preferably a pharmacologist? Because most of the trials are drugs involved. So to study the safety data and pharmacokinetic and dynamic study, aspect, basic medical pharmacologist will give you a proper opinion. So that's why it's mentioned as a preferably pharmacology will act as a basic medical scientist, but any from the anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, lab department, specialty can act as a basic medical scientist. So affiliated or non-affiliated member, we can call them basic medical scientist from outside the institution also. He should have the postgraduate qualification in biomedical science. Basic medical science, sorry. So what are the duties? So scientifically, he has to analyze the proposal to see the preclinical data, whether protocol is adequately addresses the issue of a safety issue or not, and safety of the drug, risk-benefit analysis, kinetic and dynamics of the drugs, and study design, methodology and statistics, and continuing review phases of the serious adverse event. Any adverse event occurs, he has to give the opinion and any protocol deviation, progress of the study and completion report. He has to look after the completion. This is the work of the basic medical scientist. Next. Then clinician, either one or two clinician from the various specialty. So it must be affiliated from the same institution or outside the institution. So individual with a recognized medical qualification. So why clinician duty is scientific review of protocol. So I already said it has to go through the two review. One is scientific, the one is ethical. So clinician is responsible for reviewing the protocol scientifically. So any intervention, risk benefit analysis, methodology, sample size, statistic, he has to look after. Then he has to give the medical impulse to the protocol. He has to go through the informed consent document and medical facility, whether the facility is available in the institution or not, and appropriateness of the principal investigator should be assessed by the clinician. Then he has to look after the inclusion and exclusion criteria. He has to participate in the ongoing review of the protocol. Then adverse effect, any violation or deviation in the protocol, and any prohibited medications are used or not, he has to look after. Then final clinical judgment should be done by the clinician. This is the work of the clinician. Next slide. Then the legal expert. So legal expert from the same institution don't have any legal expert, so are outside the institution. So he must have the basic degree in law from the recognized university. Then either a practicing lawyer, he should be in the practice, or a retired judge. We can appoint a legal expert either in practicing or a retired judge. So what are all the duties? So ethical review of all the proposal is done by the legal expert. That is informed consent document, memorandum of understanding in case of collaborative trial, and any regulatory approval. Then inform the EC member about the new regulations and clinical trial agreement. He has to look after what are all the parties involved, scope of agreement, responsibility of the party, and compensation, payment detail. Then insurance document and undertaking research and site approval. All has to be looked after by the legal expert. Next part. Then comes the social scientist, philosopher, or ethicist, either the affiliated or non-affiliated member. So individual with qualification and expertise in the social and behavioral science or in philosophy. So he or she is sensitive to local cultural and moral values, preferably a NGO, that is non-governmental organization member involved in the health-related activities. So duties is ethical review of the proposals and informed consent document, assess the impact on community involvement, socio-cultural context, and religious or philosophical context. So he should serve as a representative of the community, patient and society. This is the duty of the social scientist. Next, very important person. Without lay person, quorum is not complete. Without lay person, ethics committee approval is not valid. So we must include the layperson. So who should act as a layperson? It's a mainly a non-affiliated, it's outside the institution. Is a literate person from public or community. So the only, qualification is you should not pursue a medical science or health related career in the past 5 years. 5 years or in the health related activity. That is the qualification for the layperson. Then he should be the representative of the local community from which the participants are going to participate in the trial, aware of the local language, cultural and moral value of the community, preferably involved in the community related activities. So duties of layperson is, again, is going to review the proposal for ethical consideration. Like informed consent document with whether the translation is very regional, vernacular language or not. Then evaluate the risk benefit analysis from the participant point of view and safety, societal aspect. Like social scientists, layperson also has the responsibility to assess the proposal. Next. Suppose if the chairperson is absent, whether we conduct the trial, ethics committee review or not, in the absence of chairperson. So who can act as a chairperson? So the committee members will select one of the member as a chairperson. So senior most member will act as a chairperson for the particular day meeting. So he is going to conduct the meeting. Usually the legal expert will act as a chairperson. Okay, wow. So the point is, we can replace the chairperson by another member. Again, I am stressing, we cannot replace the layperson. So layperson must be there to conduct the ethics meeting. Next one. So the other one, can institution heads serve as the ethics committee member? The answer is no, because it's an independent body. So head of the institution cannot be part of the institutional ethics committee. So, or he or she can act as an appellate authority. So he has the power to appoint the member. He has the power to remove the member or reappoint the member, but he should not act as a member, participate in the ethical review. Even researcher can approach the head of the institution. Researchers can approach the head of the institution for any dispute. Why? Because it's an independent body. It has to function without any undue influences from the administrative side. So that's why head of the institution should not serve in the ethics committee. Next. So what are the other members? Most of the institution will have alternate set, like Stephanie Murray, another set of members. Suppose if the members is absent, we'll use that particular other members for alternate. Some of the institution will have the alternate members of ethics committee. Then we can call the subject expert. The panel of subject expert can be maintained by the EC. So to give the opinion regarding the particular subject, for example, pediatrician, cardiologist, neurologist, like that. But they should not participate in the final decision-making process. So final decision should be done by the proper ethics committee member. Next one. So every ethics committee has to maintain the standard SOP, standard operating procedure. So chairperson, it's a duty of the chairperson to appoint the SOP team. So among the members, he has to select certain members to prepare the standard operating procedure. So they should be approved by the other members. So these are the specific content of the SOP. Objective, composition and roles and responsibility of the ethics committee member, ethics committee members, CV, membership requirement, terms of reference, how to conduct meeting, independent consultant, call for, then review procedure, elements of review, decision-making process, and policy for training the members, record keeping, and these are all the contents of the SOP. Next. So what is the function of the SOP? So again, the SOP will function according to the ethical principle. The first one is autonomy. So we have to give respect to the patient right. Already Madam said, patient choice, whether to participate or not. So we have to give the respect. Then justice, fair treatment, good treatment, at least we should give fair treatment to the participant. Then beneficial, work for the benefit of the patient. Then non-maleficent, that is doing no harm to the patient. That is exacta, then the two more addition, confidentiality, we have to maintain the patient confidential reports. Then honesty, truthful for our study. Next. Next. So main function is competent review. It should give the competent review of the proposal. Then undertake review free from bias and influence. the duty of the ethics committee to provide advice to the researchers on all aspects of welfare and safety of the participant. So another duty is to protect the dignity, rights, and well-being of the participant. Then to developing the community research based on the local healthcare needs. Next one. So there are some special situations. The first situation is, suppose if the ethics committee is not in the institution itself, either the researchers will go for independent ethics committee or utilize the EC of the another institution, another bigger institution, they can utilize the service. So this institution is called host institution. The user institution is called user. So to use the service, the host institution, the user institution must either give a new objection certificate or two institution will put memorandum of understanding. So that is important, including the user institution allow the host to access to all the records, source document and studies participant. Then so site monitoring visit, everything has to be allowed because host institution has the rights to inspect the study from the beginning till the end. Okay, wow. This is this one special situation. The next one. Suppose in case of multi-centric study. So multi-centric study, it may be within the national level or international level. So all the participating site will select one ethics committee as a main ethics committee, that is called designated ethics committee. So all the participating site will get the approval from the main ethics committee. That is the main approval. Apart from the main approval, the local ethics committee will review the informed consent document and all the things. This is the procedure for getting ethical approval for multicentric study. Then for multicentric study, there should be effective communication. It's a duty of the member secretary. Communication and coordination between the researchers and the member secretary is needed, necessary for this. Next. Suppose if it is a stem cell research, one more approval is needed. That is institutional committee for stem cell research. So we have to get the approval prior to ethics committee. We have to get to approval from the institutional committee for stem cell research. This is for stem cell. Then HIV and AIDS related study need the approval, obtain approval from the NACO, that is National AIDS Control Organization. Then coming to the pilot study. Even though the pilot study, we are going to use the minimal number of patients, ethics committee approval is needed. So if it is an interventional study, no doubt ethical approval is needed. Suppose if it's a data study, I'll give you one example. So the title is Study of Drug Use Among High School Children. So when ethics committee approval is needed is asking them question about the drug use pandringla because it proves psychological impact. So we have to get the ethical approval. Suppose the other question, asking student to give you a view on the questionnaires design, give your opinion about the design of the questionnaire, no need to get the ethical approval. This is the difference. Next. So how the ethics committee review the proposals. So I already did both scientific and ethical review. So it's a duty of the member secretary to screen all the proposals and based on the risk involved, he categorizes them into either for expedited review or full committee review or exemption from the review. No need for review process. So certain ethics committee adopt a system of pre-meeting review. Before full committee, certain members will meet and analyze the paper. Because pre-meeting review more efficient, that is make the review more efficient in full committee meeting. So ethics committee member secretary has the power to appoint the primary reviewer or secondary reviewer. Primary reviewer is nothing but who is going to review the paper scientifically. Secondary reviewer is going to review the paper ethically. Then sometimes if needed, can call for subject expert. The final decision is mainly by broad consensus. So, accreditation in some of the institutions, they use the voting process. Next. So, what is exemption from review? Proposal with less than minimal risk. So, without any risk, we cannot go for ethical review. Example is systematic review or meta-analysis, educational practices, research on it. Then public behavior when information is recorded without any linked identifier and any public health program study, we need to go for ethical approval. Next. What is expedited review? It is usually done by the subcommittee. Subcommittee, chairperson, member secretary, one or two members from the various discipline with layperson. So that is the subcommittee. Proposal with no more than minimal risk. That is proposal with minimal risk has to go for the expedited review. Even serious adverse event will go for expedited review only. So example, research involving non-identifiable specimen from the bank, blood bank or tissue bank, non-identified clinical data or document, or any protocol deviation, any new amendment, go for subcommittee review. And for multicentric research, designated ethics committee will give you the first approval. Then local ethics committee will do the expedited review for the particular project. Then emergencies and disaster. That time we can go for expedited review. Next one. So coming to the full committee review. What all the projects need full committee review? That is proposal with minimal risk, minor increase over minimal risk, that is called low risk, and paper with high risk. So minimal risk, low risk, and high risk proposal has to go full committee review. So first point, even if it is a risk involved or not, all proposed research involving the vulnerable population, that is, Madam Asala, pediatric age group, mentally challenged, pregnant lady, and prisoners, physically challenged, all should go for full committee review without any exemption. Then all placebo control study, full committee review, and any invasive procedure, using personal identifying data, and any interventional studies, invasive proposal. Then even the proposal as expedited or subcommittee review should be ratified by the full committee review. Then major deviation or violation in the protocol, again full committee review. Next. So EC mainly concentrate on these points. They'll see the design, whether they're scientifically sound or not. Then how you are recruiting the participant. Then how we are giving care and protection to the research participant, and confidentiality maintenance, and they go through the informed consent meticulously. Next. This is a schematic diagram. EC date fixed, submission and scrutinized by the reviewer, and proposal sent to each member. A EC meeting, decision made, then decision is documented, decision is communicated to the researcher, whether it is clear, may be cleared or revision or rejected. Next. So this is a decision-making process. After completing adequate review, taken by the broad consensus, some institution voting process, the member secretary should communicate the decision in writing to the principal investigator. If one of the IEC member has any conflict of interest, he has to write it in detail and give it to the chairperson, or if he is involved in the particular project, he has to leave the meeting. He should not participate in the meeting. Then any negative decision should always be supported by the clearly defined reason. We should, it's a responsibility of the ethics committee members to give the reason why the proposal is rejected. Then even the IEC has the power to reverse its positive decision on study if it is received information the study is going wrong, not along with the protocol, any violation of the protocol. Then all the meetings points should be minuted and should be approved and signed by the chairperson and other members. Next. So type of decision, these 4 types. Approved without any comment, APADA, okay. Then reason with minor modification, revision with minor modification. Even member secretary has the power to approve the project because after modification, he gives approval. Revision with major modification and resubmission. Again, next full committee, he has to go for a full committee review, then not approve. So based on the type, sometimes approval given for the short period, initial study, then you have to get for periodic review, you have to get the another approval. Even EC has the power to decide reverse the positive portion if the progress of the study is unsatisfactory. Next one. So what are all the responsibility of the ethics committee? So active participation of all the member is essential. That is very important. Active participation should be there. Then foremost responsibility of the ethics committee to safeguard the rights and well-being of the study participants. Then review the protocol ethically, scientifically rigorous and potentially benefit. That is, benefit should overweigh the risk. Then informed consent, voluntariness, whether the patient has given the either the patient or participant has given the voluntary consent, voluntarily give the consent or not, and any notification, review of EC notification, any new amendment or any protocol deviation. Next. Then he has to do the ongoing review and monitoring, site monitoring and conflict. There is a separate SOP for conflict of interest. Scrutinize the any conflict among the research team, investigator, sponsor and institution, and the detail should be recorded in the minute. So again, the SAE reporting, that is serious adverse event reporting, analysis of related, whether they're related to the study and assess the serious adverse event and decide the compensation amount. Then ethics committee has the responsibility to maintain the confidentiality of the IEC patient details, and ethics committee member has to undergo periodic continuing education training. Next. What all the documents should be maintained by the ethics committee? So administrative document, these are the list of members, signed CV and conflict of interest declaration and registration accreditation document, national and international guidelines, meeting related document, agenda and minute, SOP and regulatory notification, proposal related, hard copy and soft copy of the research proposal, any new amendment, any protocol violation, progress report, site monitoring report, SAE report, all correspondence between the ethics committee and researchers, record of notification issued for the premature termination of the study, full report of the study and publication. Even if that study is completed, ethics committee has to maintain the record for at least 3 years. Okay, next. How to register our ethics committee and how to get the accreditation. So all the ethics committee should be registered under the Central Licensing Authority. It's nothing but the CDSCO, Central Drug Standard Control Organization. Drug Control General of India is a head. So with the following information, he has to apply for the registration, name, address, and authority under which the EC has been constituted, and name, qualification, profile, condition of appointment, procedure for registration, replacement of all the members' details, and SOP, general SOP, and separate SOP for vulnerable population, and policy regarding training process, new and existing member, along with the policy to monitor or prevent the conflict of interest, and details of the supporting staff. So the Central Licensing Authority, they scrutinize all the information. After satisfied, they grant permission for a period of 5 years within the period of 45 working days. They'll give the approval. So once the approval validity period is over, the ethics committee should reapply 90 days prior to the end of the validation period to get the reapproval. Next. So this is the from 2018 onwards, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare made it mandatory to all the ethics committee to get the NABH accreditation. That is National Accreditation Board for Hospital and Healthcare Provision. So this the content is very small. So once we have to apply for the NABH application with application fee, all the institution, then within the 30 days, they'll send the acknowledgement report. Then we have to submit the self-assessment toolkit with all the information for the institution. They'll come for the site monitoring visit. If they're satisfied, they'll give the NABH accreditation. Okay, next. So what are all the challenges the ethics committee may face? So because ethics committee is going to address the complex ethical dilemmas. So definitely the challenges will be there. So the first challenge is balancing the autonomy and protection. So respecting the autonomy of the research participant and ensuring the protection from the harm is one of the challenge. So classical example is clinical trial for potentially life-saving treatment. Suppose if the patient wants to participate in the trial, here the question is whether he is willingly give the consent or not. Because one point, he has to participate in the trial. He must participate because it's a life-saving treatment. But here the question is voluntariness. So ethics committee has to maintain the balance. Same time, he has to give rights to the patient side and also protect the patient from any risk. Then ethics committee, cultural sensitivity and diversity. So it has to operate in diverse cultural contexts where attitude toward the research and consent and confidentiality may vary. So for example, research involving sensitive topic or vulnerable population, like indigenous community. The third challenge is emerging technologies and novel research method. For example, artificial intelligence in clinical research. Here, rapid advancement in technology like AI and gene editing was the new challenge. Example, research involving artificial intelligence algorithm for medical diagnosis. Here, the question is question of confidentiality, whether the data will be confidential or not. Next. Conflict of interest, I already discussed. Suppose any EC member may have a financial stake in the outcome of research product. So conflict of interest could influence their judgment and decision making. Then again, multicentric trial, again the problem. Then public trust and transparency. Maintaining public trust in the integrity and transparency of ethics committee decision is essential. So for example, research on controversial and sensitive topic. These are all the challenges faced by the ethics committee. Next. According to new clinical trial rules, these are all the some changes in the ethics committee. The application form CT1 la apply panno, application, the approval granted in CT2. So constitution, out of 7 minimal members, 1 woman should be there. Preferably 50% from the external member, adequate representation of age and gender. Any change in the ethics committee membership should be informed to the CLA, that is Central Licensing Authority, within 30 working days. So any member not successfully completing training, they are disqualified as a member. So EC may constitute 1 or more subcommittee of its member to assist in the functioning assigned to it. So EC registration validity period from 3 years, increased from the 3 years to 5 years. If the site does not have its own EC, obtain approval from the independent EC and another EC located within the same city within the radius of 50 kilometers. These are all the some changes in the new drugs and clinical trial rules, 2019. Next. So before finishing, one more ethics committee attached to the institution, that is called Institutional Animal Ethics Committee. If you want to do animal, that is preclinical studies, we can use this committee. Here, the only difference is chairperson is not from the outside, chairperson is from the same institution. Preferably, the professor of pharmacology will act as a chairperson, veterinarian will be the 1 member, and institutional representative and 1 secretary from outside is a member. This is a slight difference. Next one. So even ethics is not only for the researchers, even ethics committee has to follow the ethics. So because they should serve as a gatekeepers of the ethical standard in human clinical research, they have the role to uphold the ethical principle, respect for the person, beneficent, justice in every research they are going to review. Then decision making, it should be ethical. There are 2 things. One is appropriate constitution and streamlining the ethical review process will make the ethics committee more efficient. Next. Thank you very much. My special thanks to my Dr. Arvind and Ms. Sushmita for their help in preparing this presentation. Thank you very much. Ayyo. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Actually, thanks for coming from Erode, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Please.
I'm native of Chennai only, sir.
Yeah.
I should thank Arna madam for getting me audio permission.
Please convey my sincere greetings to your dean, madam, too. She is
Thank
my.
you, sir.
Yeah.
She's going to retire next month.
Yeah. Yes, madam.
Vali madam.
Yeah, Vali, madam. Yeah. Please convey that. It's a clear topic and it was very clear concepts have been
Thank you, sir.
discussed.
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
I have few doubts. Actually, as a EC member, if you have a proposal, what is your role?
Yes, sir. You should not participate in the trial, sir. That is
Yeah.
a conflict of interest.
In Chengalpet, Dr. Billy Abraham, professor of surgery, he was the member and I was objecting as a participant because his PG was presenting one proposal. Then I said, for that proposal, please move out. Then you can come out into the thing. That was the thing. Another thing, I was doing a proposal at along with the statistical help from CMC Vellore and a study is at MMC ART Center and in collaboration at Washington University.
That is a collaborative research, sir.
Then
It's a separate guideline.
what happened was I had to take a ethics committee clearance from MMC and ethics committee clearance from CMC, ethics committee clearance by ICMR. Then only I was able to give the data to the other universities.
That is supposed.
That is one point. Second point, if you are sending a biological material outside the country, you must have an ICMR clearance.
Yes, sir.
That point also we have to. And you, madam was telling institutional review board. You are reviewing only the proposal time. Are you reviewing continuously?
The periodic review, I already mentioned. It has to be reviewed
How
periodically.
frequently?
That is not given in the rules, sir, but the periodic
Yeah.
review, they are saying it's the periodic review.
Do you
So it's
receive a final submission?
It's based on the SOP written, followed for that particular ethic.
But I don't think any of the IEC are receiving the final submission because they may propose something to the IEC and they do the work totally differently. I am worried about that.
We fully agreed, sir. If I remember, I already told that none of the ethics committees in the government institutions are literally following it. But as per the SOPs, even we have that, we can review and there is no time frame. If the study is going to be for an year, we don't have that ethics committee will visit you every 3 months. It is not written in any of the SOPs. We can have a surprise site visit and see whether the protocol is followed properly. That is, ethics members can any day do that, sir. It is not given how many times or in how much period is not mentioned, but we have to do that. As you correctly pointed out, we have to insist for the final submission of the results after they complete the study. That also the present ethics committee, at least in KMC, we are not getting the results. I hope most of the ethics committees in government setup are in the same boat. So we have to insist that also and keep the record, sir. That has to be followed.
Some other institution coming and bringing a proposal to us. What happened to that?
Actually, if the proposal is from outside our institution, which is, they want to present to our ethics committee. As far as our ethics committee is concerned, we have an SOP that if the study is going to involve our own patients or our students, who are attached to our institutions, they should present it here. But we insist that one of the investigator need not be the principal investigator, as a guide or co-investigator should be there in our institution. Either one of the assistant professor or professor or somebody should be from our institution attached affiliated faculty should be a co-investigator or a co-guide to that SOP, so that they'll be there taking care of the site, what is happening in their department, along with the principal investigator who may be outside the institute. But with their guidance, they can do that, sir. We allow them to present. Definitely, they have to present. Without IEC approval of our institute, they cannot take the study in our institute, whether it is in our hospital or in the college side or involving medical or paramedical students also, sir. That we are insisting.
Madam, I've already mentioned about the licensing. When you are doing an international thing, you must also have an international
So that international licensing is a separate entity, sir. Once you have the institutional ethics committee approval, if you are a PI for an international multicentric.
No, I'm talking about the registration of our own institute.
Yeah,
You must
that's
have
the next step. We can have the international registration so that we can take up any
Yeah,
study.
that
Am I
will be
right?
very useful when you are publishing in the international journals.
Yeah, definitely.
They
It
are
will be a valid, actually, I was just, I should thank Dr. Gomati, that NABH accreditation she had insisted.
Yes.
I think all of us should go for the next level of NABH accreditation as well as to the, and we also have one more registration that is called DHS, district, I'm not sure whether the D stands for district health. Department health registry. So that has to be done, sir. In our state, the DHR is maintained. We have to register in that also, sir.
Okay.
That is also important. And as she correctly pointed out, NABH registration, as you told, the international level registration has to be taken care in future so that we can have a proper valid IEC which can approve the studies, which will be a valid document, sir. When the
Actually,
approval.
the study which I was talking, I was involved. I was asked to register MMC for the international. Then only they wanted to accept it.
That
The
means
Washington-
MMC has an international
That was
registration.
valid only for 2 years. I'm telling about 2010. When I was involved in the study, I was able to get it only for 2 years. It has to be renewed. I don't know
Definitely,
whether it was renewed or not.
We have to see the process.
Yeah,
It's
that's,
very rare for us to have that kind of studies or something. So maybe we are not doing it. We'll look
we
forward, sir.
can
We'll
still
do it.
do it. We can
We'll
still
do
do
it,
it.
sir.
Actually, one more thing, why I was asking about the final submission of the results. Other day, and I met our honorable VC, for a different point. There we were discussing about, there was no incidence of reviewing by the IEC of any of the topic. Our VC is very much interested to review
Research.
the documents of IEC, especially about the renewal of the process, review of the process. So I request
Okay.
all the EC to start at least documenting randomly about the progress of the study, whatever may be. And one more point, madam was talking about the educational practices. Even for educational practices, you need to have the IEC approval, because many times the feedback of the students is a sensitive matter. Feedback for,
All questionnaire study has to undergo ethical,
Yeah, yeah.
because it comes under minimal risk, sir.
correct,
Forgot
minimum
it.
risk. We can always go about it. Anyhow, it's a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
It was touching upon all the aspects of ethics.
Thank you, thank you
Thank
so
you. And madam was in a lighter sense. Madam was telling me, go out of the ethics committee. No, I said, if you do that, I will dissolve the ethics committee. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, actually, she had correctly pointed out, the dean has the power to appoint. You can attend the ethics committee meeting, but what is important is, as she pointed out, if we are going for voting for approval, the dean should not participate. The main aim is the head of the institute should not influence the ethics committee to take any decision. That is the aim, sir. Thank you, sir. And as you pointed out, that the questionnaire study should also come to the ethics committee. It is the ethics committee's chairperson and member secretary's opinion whether they can go for exemption from presenting. Exempted review, we call it, sir. It is not that it need not come to ethics committee. It should come to ethics committee. We can give exemption in getting like informed consent or presentations. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Gomati.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for describing in detail and clearly about the ethics committee composition and also about the latest amendments about EC in NDCT rules, ma'am. Now we request our Assistant Professor Dr. Anuradha Madam to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Gomati Madam. Next, moving on to a pre-lunch session on informed consent by Dr. Prakash Sir, Associate Professor, Government Stanley Medical College. We now request our Assistant Professor, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Sir, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Prakash Sir.
I'm very happy to introduce the next speaker of the day, Dr. Prakash Sir, Associate Professor in Pharmacology in Government Stanley Medical College. He has teaching experience of 9 years and has guided many UG students and postgraduate students in pharmacology and doing many research projects and ICMR projects. Sir has previously served in Tiruvallur Medical College and Krishnagiri Medical College, and as formerly Sir was a coordinator of Pharmacovigilance Committee, formerly member secretary of Institutional Animal Ethics Committee as well as Institutional Animal Ethics Committee. Sir has delivered guest lecture in methods of animal handling and feeding at Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan Medical College, and has also delivered lectures regarding this good clinical practice in Tiruvallur and Stanley Medical College. Sir has published research articles in many reputed national and international journals. Thank you, sir. I want to.
So thank you, sir, for the kind words. So very good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Aruna ma'am, Professor in Pharmacology, and the team for giving me an opportunity to stand before you. Thank you so much, madam. So as pointed out, I was invited for the pre-lunch session. I know how difficult it is both for the audience as well as the speaker to give a lecture on a pre-lunch session. So I would like to finish off as early as possible. So I'm here to talk about informed consent. So a lot of things have been talked since morning from the introduction, right? So not only here, GCP is everywhere. You could see in our institute also, we have conducted a GCP program last month. And I could see a huge number of participants, particularly the postgraduates, registering for the program. And what is the reason why postgraduates are they finding something or interest out of interest? Are they registering? Why? We could sense that it is being made mandatory by the NMC to get trained in GCP as well as ethical principles or guidelines, which it is made mandatory by the NMC. That is why we could see more registration of postgraduates in the recent past months. Okay, so as we talk about informed consent, so this informed consent is something which the participant giving their interest to participate in a study voluntarily without any interest, like how NMC is made it mandatory to participate in GCP CME. This informed consent is something which participant has to agree to participate on his own without any compulsion or any mandatory things. So when Madam was talking in the morning, that this GCP is not made a law yet. And I'm sure this is the first step because now NMC has made it mandatory for you to get trained in GCP. I could recollect my PG days when being a pharmacology PG, we are supposed to attend at least one GCP program during our PG days. And now we have this GCP being conducted everywhere. Those times we have to wait for the GCP program to be conducted. And remember, I attended the GCP program conducted by Ramachandra. So we could see only pharmacology PGs and sometimes community medicine PGs attending that. Later, the university come up with a thing that it is essential for all to attend research methodology training. Now we could see once you join a PG course, you're supposed to do research methodology training conducted by the university. So why? Because research is something which we cannot separate from medical education. Now NMC has also made it very clear. It is not alone the research methodology. You are supposed to attend GCP training also, right? Okay, so I would like to start my session with a case. So here you could see the particular doctor who was a clinician, an academician, and a researcher was working in one of the government medical college in India, right? As a faculty for the past 2 decades. He was actually involved in clinical work, teaching students, which is your routine work, right? He was also involved in conducting clinical trials at the institute for the past 2 decades, right? So a complaint was raised by an advocate against this particular doctor for unethical conduct. And for this unethical conduct, the accusation made was he was receiving kickbacks, that is bribes as money for conducting illegal ethical trials, including frequent foreign tours and travels. So this was the accusation framed against him by a particular advocate. I want to make it clear here that this was a put-up case, actually not a put-up case. So this was framed out of a political motive. Right. So this was originally filed out of a political motive, but still there was something to look into it, right? So what happens? The State Medical Registry took up the matter, conducted all the reviews, investigations, inquiry, and they have found out that the only he showed all the documents. He was having the approval from IEC. He was showing the approval, permission from DCGI, and he told that he conducted the study in accordance with the guidelines which was prevalent at those times. So he produced all the things. The only problem was he received money because in trials, we will be receiving trial related funds. Trials after 2015. So all those clinical trials he conducted was way back before 2015. And this accusation was charged 3-4 years back only. But still he stopped doing all clinical trials since 2015. And he clearly stated that there was no system in place. As we know, in most of the government medical colleges, we don't have a system in place to receive all those trial related funds. So it was long back in 2015. So he received that money into his personal account. And later, once the separate account was formed in 2018 in that particular institute, all the unspent amount was transferred back to that particular account. So that was the only point to look into it. So the NMC decides that it is nothing to do with the particular doctor, and he freed him of his all charges. So now there the NMC, that is Ethics Medical Registration Board, made it very clear that all registered medical practitioners should follow good clinical practice, should obtain written informed consent from participants, should report any serious adverse events that occur during the trial period, and under any circumstances, patients should not be exploited under the name of clinical trials. So this was emphasized by the UGMER. Probably this could have forced the NMC to make it mandatory for all postgraduates to get trained in GCP. So you could see the resource persons of all the lectures today are mostly from pharmacology, or almost from pharmacology. And it is no wonder in shortly we will have faculties from outside departments, because this is something which not particular for a particular department. So this has to be followed by all, right? So we are talking a lot about clinical research. So when we talk about clinical research, it could be a biomedical and health research, or it could be a clinical trial. So the research which we do with the postgraduates too mostly comes under this category, biomedical and health research, right? So when I'm going to talk about biomedical and health research, it is all about these guidelines, the national ethical guidelines for biomedical and health research involving human participants. So this is the next 30 minutes, which I am going to talk it only from these guidelines. So this is the guidelines I request even all the postgraduates, you can download it online from the ICMR portal. It is a 150 odd page. All the guidelines, ethical issues, ethics committee roles, everything is given there. So I recommend you to kindly download this and go through it to be a better clinical investigator. So, okay. So I thought this quote suits me for the session, right? So the single previous slide. So the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. We always think of something and we ourselves will think that have an illusion that it has taken place, but actually it hadn't taken place. This has led to so much of speculations in our family issues too. The same applies to our academic things also, because we might be in a hurry. We need to communicate a lot, particularly the clinical postgraduates or the faculties. We need to communicate a lot to the patients and the relatives. So something is there in this communication skill that leads to major problems, right? So this quote, I think it is very essential and is pertinent to my session. So coming to the session, I'm here to talk about next informed consent document. So when I talk about informed consent, it is informed consent document, right? So these are the objectives for my session. So I'm not going to talk about the historical milestone because a lot has been talked about it, and informed consent and its elements. So when I talk about informed consent document, it should have some certain essential elements in it. What are they? I will let you know then. The responsibility of the investigators. Of course, to get an informed consent is the sole responsibility of the investigator. I'll be talking about the responsibilities. Then what after informed consent process? So I get an informed consent, what I'm supposed to do after that, that I will be talking about that also. Then special situations in informed consent. There are certain special situations or circumstances where we need to be even more vigilant. I'll be talking about that special situations. Then there is something called reconsent and fresh consent. And there is something called electronic consent. We live in a digital world, right? If we go out, if I want to purchase something, I need not carry my wallet. All I need to do is carry my mobile phone. So everything is in a digital world, right? So electronic consent is also there. And finally, I'll be talking about waiver of consent. Okay, so why informed consent to start with? So this informed consent, we believe that it protects the individual's autonomy. So autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, justice is what we have been talking since morning. So the beauty of this GCP workshop is, we used to talk things which usually will be covering in all sessions, right? So it will be a replication only to reinforce the significance, right? So this informed consent process protects the autonomy of the individual to freely choose whether or not to participate in the research. So this is why we get an informed consent. So this was the history ma'am was talking about in the morning. I'm not going into it, right? So why there is a need for next? Why there is a need for informed consent? The seed for this informed consent was sown long back in the year 1948. So the Nuremberg Code. So this person was called Karl Brandt, right? So don't think that since I have put up a picture of a person, he's not known for something good. He was notorious actually. Okay, so after the end of war, they used to conduct war trials, right? So the US military tribunals after the Second War, they conducted a war trial and they found that unethical medical experiments was carried out on all war prisoners, camp prisoners without getting their consent. So they charged accusation against some German physicians, and he was the main man behind those experiments, Karl Brandt. Like that led to the development of this Nuremberg Code. Next. So the ultimate point of this Nuremberg Code is no medical experiment should be carried out without getting informed consent. So that was the ultimate point which we have come as a result of this Nuremberg Code. So this was named Nuremberg Code because it was conducted at a place in Germany called Nuremberg, and that trial was called Nuremberg trial. Consequent to that Nuremberg trial, we derived at this Nuremberg Code, which says that voluntary participation is absolutely essential for any medical experiment. So this was the place where the trial was conducted. Okay, so it becomes the first international document which talks about informed consent, long back in 1948, right? Okay, so what is informed consent? So informed consent is actually a process in which a healthcare provider educates a patient about the risk, benefit and alternatives of a given procedure or intervention. So this kind of informed consent we do routinely, even at the wards, before putting an IV line, before going for any procedure, any minor procedure, any major surgeries, we used to get this informed consent, right? So this informed consent in clinical research could be defined by this way. So it is a process that provides essential trial information to the potential participants and empowers them to make a rational and informed decision about their participation. So we are giving information and making them, empowering them to take a rational decision of participation. Next. So informed consent document, as I said, I'll be mentioning informed consent, which actually means informed consent document. So when we talk about informed consent document, there are two parts. One is the patient information sheet and the other is the informed consent form. So can anyone tell what is the name we give? Because all the informed consent document we are supposed to submit both in English as well as the local vernacular language. So what is the name we give for this patient information sheet? Tamil, I mean, those who have submitted already could have submitted this. What it is called in Tamil? Patient information sheet. ஆராய்ச்சி ஒப்புதல் தகவல் படிவம், right? தகவல் படிவம் is what information sheet is about. Then what is this informed consent form? ஒப்புதல் படிவம். We are giving our consent. So patient information sheet and informed consent form. So the information on the known fact about the research will be included in this information sheet. Whereas in the informed consent form, the participant, after going through all those things, should acknowledge it and should understand it, and then should be voluntarily giving his or her willingness to participate in the research. So this is information sheet, patient information sheet and informed consent form. Okay, so as I told, it is a continuous process. It should take care of these three main components. One is it should provide relevant information. So whatever information you feel which is required for that study, that should be given. Then it should ensure that the information is comprehended by the subject. It is not that I am an expertise in medical field, I know everything. It is not that you should keep on writing whatever you know, because the patient will be finding it very difficult to comprehend it. So we should make sure that it is written in such a form that it can also be comprehended by the subject. And finally, it should also assure that the subject is participating voluntarily. So these are the three main components of informed consent document. Okay, so we know what is informed consent now. So what sort of informed consent we are going to use? Because we are going to use an informed consent document which is approved and validated by the ethics committee. Right? So I believe most of the ethics committee have come up with a standard template, how an informed consent document, that is patient information sheet and consent form, how they should be present. They have a standard template. And we are going to use only that standard template, which was approved by the ethics committee. Any change, if you are going to make out in that standard template, you should get the permission from the ethics committee. Okay, so coming to the language, I told it should be both in English as well as in local vernacular language. And we shouldn't use too many technical terms, as I told, and it should be easily understandable, right? So because this is what happens if you use too much of technical or medical terms. Can anyone name what was the movie in this template? I mean, this video clip was taken. Vasul Raja. Yes, good. So in that, you could find Kamal telling that even if you ask a question to someone who doesn't know the answer, it is fine. But எனக்கு தான் கேள்வியே தெரியாதே. So that was the dialogue in that movie. So if you keep on giving so much technical terms, medical terms, then this will be the mindset of the patient. Then the justice is not served there, right? So you should not use too many consent forms. So what is an acceptable informed consent then? So an informed consent is acceptable if it should have the desired information. Competence should be good. It should produce adequate disclosure. It should produce adequate understanding of the subject. The decision should be autonomy, should give freedom to the participant to decide, and consent should be obtained without any enforcement or without any coercion, right? Undue coercion shouldn't be there, shouldn't offer any inducements and force or encourage the participant to study, to involve in the study. So then it becomes an acceptable informed consent. So it should give adequate disclosures. So this is very important. So what do you mean by adequate disclosure? So something strikes me when I talk about adequate disclosure. Last week I went to a mall, right, with my family, and fortunately, we all know that I went with my family. The kids had a wonderful time at Fun City. Usually in all parks, malls, they have a Fun City, right? They played, they enjoyed, and they want to have some food. What is next to the Fun City in every malls? Food court. Food stall was there. And what was the food stall which usually will be attracted in a food court? யாரும் மால்க்கே போக மாட்டீங்களா? Yes, KFC. Someone said, so KFC. Usually I don't get chicken from KFC, but my kids were insisting on to get chicken from KFC on that day. So I standed in a queue because it was a weekend. There was a long queue, right? But I decided myself and my wife were in no mood to eat those KFC chicken at that point of time. So I thought we'll get only for the kids. So I was standing in the queue. I could see an electronic gadget displaying 2 hot and crispy chicken rupees 149 only. It was very bold. I could see it from a long distance. I was very happy because I have spent some significant amount in Fun City. So I don't want to spend it too much. So I thought it is enough if I get at least those 2 chicken fries for my kids. So I went on, I waited for 5 minutes. Then I went near the salesperson, the sales girl. I ordered for the 2 hot and crispy chicken and she said, sir, do you need to buy chicken burger for that, sir? But I asked her why it was not mentioned there. You have just mentioned 2 hot crispy chicken for rupees 149. If you add tax, it will come around only 200. Now you're asking me to buy 1 burger. She said that the terms and applications is there, sir, at the bottom. Then I went further close and look at it. It was mentioned terms and conditions applicable with 1 chicken burger. So it was in a very small font. So that is what adequate disclosure I'm talking about. They can justify that it is mentioned, but the actual thing is they have not meant, they have purposefully disclosed it, not disclosed it, right? So adequate disclosure of information is very essential in an informed consent. Okay. So coming to the guidelines. So these are the guidelines which the ethics committee will use to formulate a standard template. You will find the Nuremberg Code, Declaration of Helsinki, ICMR guidelines, ICS GCP guidelines, and this NDCT 2019. So these are the guidelines available to formulate an informed consent document. Okay, now we know what is an informed consent. What are the 3 components of informed consent? Moving on to the essential elements in informed consent form, right? Everyone likes chicken biryani, right? I'm talking too much about food. So it's a lunchtime that's forced me to talk about food, I think. So chicken biryani, tasty, it will be yummy. So yummy chicken biryani will have all the ingredients in it, right? Similarly, an informed consent document or instant consent form should have certain essential elements in it. Okay. So these are the essential elements of informed consent document. So the most important thing is it should contain this statement. This is a research. Research. So you should mention that statement. This is a research. Then you should describe in detail about the procedure. It need not be a descriptive one because if we keep on describing the entire procedure, the informed consent document alone will go to 3-4 pages, right? So it should be very brief. How you are going to do. The procedure should be very brief. Then you should mention the duration, how long you are going to enroll the patient in the study. Duration is very important. Then risk and benefit, because we know the anticipated benefits at the outcome of the study. That should be mentioned. If I'm doing a study with an anti-diabetic drug, I should mention this could help in decreasing your blood sugar, as that is a benefit I'm expected. At the same time, we should also mention about the risk. If I'm using that anti-diabetic drug, there is always chance that patient could develop hypoglycemia as a side effect, right? So that also should be mentioned, clearly mentioned. Then financial support or compensation. Some institutes, they offer financial support in the form of travel conveyance and all. If at all you are providing any such, travel financial support, that should be mentioned. And what you are going to do whenever an SAE occurs, how you are going to compensate it. Whether are you offering any compensation, that also should be mentioned in information sheet. And finally, the confidentiality. It is very important that how you are going to maintain that confidentiality, that also should be mentioned in the information sheet. And finally, it is the identity of the research term. It is not that you enroll 1 patient. Study patient. You have to give your identity to the participant, because you might be enrolling a participant in the study. In due course of time, if the participant has any doubt or develop some unwanted side effects or whatever it is, they need to communicate it. So we should disclose the identity of the research team with the phone number in the information sheet. So, okay. So am I missing something? These two things are very, very important in informed consent document. You should clearly mention there is right of the individual to withdraw from the study at any point of time. They can withdraw either before enrollment or midway of the study also they can withdraw. So that should be clearly mentioned. And this is only voluntary participation. This statement should be there. So these are the 10 essential elements that should be present in an informed consent document. Okay, in addition to that, we can also include some additional elements, which is possibility of failure, because we are going to do something new. which may not have a positive impact always. There is always chances of failure, possibility of failure that also supposed to be mentioned. You can mention it in addition, right? Similarly, placebo control trial. When I'm doing a placebo control trial, we know that placebo don't have any therapeutic effect. So the patient might be put on randomization, might be receiving a placebo, right? So that also has to be mentioned in the informed consent patient information sheet. Then termination, the investigator at any point can terminate the participant without dire consent. That also can be included. And alternate treatments, if anything available, should be definitely mentioned. And what we are going to do with this research, post-research plan, if you are doing it as a part of your thesis or dissertation, what you are going to do with it can be mentioned, and the benefit sharing. If we come at a positive benefit, how it is going to be shared, that also can be mentioned. So these are the additional elements that should be present. So this is what I have just talked now, all those essential elements of an informed consent document. Yes. Okay, so I have come up with some sample information sheet. So this was one of the information sheet of a private institute. You could see they have given the title as to one is public title and the other is the scientific title. So in the scientific title, you will write our own scientific title. Let us assume that I'm doing a study. I was mentioning about an anti-diabetic drug. So comparative study, a randomized study to study the safety and efficacy of a drug X versus metformin in type 2 diabetes. Let us assume that that comes here, but in the public title, you could make it, you could refine it so that the public easily understands it. So that form of title they have given, you could see the purpose of the research subject is why, how the method is to be, what methods they are going to adapt it, what is the expected duration, freedom of participation, benefits, risk, alternate treatments, confidentiality, and details of the investigator. So when I took a snapshot, it was missing. So it was also there. So these are the essential elements of an informed consent document. And this was the consent form. So in the consent form, you could see the participant says that I have agreed to participate in this research title so and so, and I have received, read and kept a copy of the information sheet. I have the opportunity to ask questions about the research and I have satisfactory answers from them. I understand the general purpose, risk and method of this research. So he is giving his consent to participate, and this is called consent form. The one which I showed previously was the informed consent information sheet, and this one is the consent form. Okay, so as I told, these are some examples. You could see all those essential elements, both English and in local vernacular language. You could see ஒப்புதல் படிவம். You could see procedures and protocols, நடைமுறைகள் மற்றும் நெறிமுறைகள், duration, benefits, confidentiality, right to refuse or withdraw, whom to contact. So everything has to be there in a patient information sheet. Okay, now we know what are the essential elements that should be present in a informed consent document. So what is the responsibility of the investigator now? As I told, it is the sole responsibility of the investigator to take care of this informed consent process, right? So what is the responsibility? So the first responsibility is the researcher should use only ethics committee approved version of the consent form, including its local translation. So being in Tamil Nadu, will be using two. One is in English, the other will be in Tamil. If you are enrolling a patient who is a Telugu speaking patient, then you should give them a Telugu translation too. So it is in local translation which the subject could understand, right? Then you should give adequate information on the patient information sheet, which could be easily comprehended by the participant. So this is your responsibility. What about differently able participants? There are many differently eligible participants which you would be enrolling in the study. Say, for example, if a visually challenged individual you are enrolling in your study, you can also supplement them with brailles. So anything which will enhance their competence, you can use in differently able participants. So you should use appropriate methods. Next is the researcher should not give any unjustifiable assurances. You should not make them believe that this is going to happen. This is going to what you are going to get. So those sort of unjustifiable assurances should not be given. And finally, the researcher should ensure that the participant can continue to access routine care even in the event of withdrawal of the participant. This is the most important responsibility of the investigator, because there will be a anxiety among the individuals. So what if I பாதியிலே விட்டுட்டு போயிட்டா என்ன ஆகும்? What if I left in midway? So that sort of anxiety will always be there in the subject's mind. So you should make it very clear that even though if you withdraw from the study, the routine access will not be affected. So this is another thing you should let the participant clearly known. Okay, so the remaining part of informed consent document, I thought I could discuss with some scenarios which you could come across, right? Because you are going to prepare your own informed consent document, you can come across such scenarios, right? Okay, so a participant is interested to participate. He is really interested in participating, but not willing to sign or give a thumb impression, or even if he cannot do so, what then? So in that case, how we are going to proceed? So in that case, it is enough if you get a verbal or a oral consent, but with the permission of the ethics committee. So the participant is really interested, but not willing to give, or sometimes he cannot do so. In that case, verbal or oral consent may be taken with the approval of the ethics committee, provided you make sure that is something called audiovisual recording or audiovisual consenting, right? I will talk about it later. So this process, such scenario, it should be associated with documentation through audio video recording of the participant. You can take an audio video recording of that participant. In that case, the principal investigator, impartial witness, and all of whom should be seen in the frame. So everyone should be covered in that frame. So I'll be talking about impartial witness also later on. So there is something called audiovisual consenting, right? So what is the need of audiovisual consenting? So there was a dispute, not a dispute. Again, in 2013, I think, right? In 2013, a public interest litigation was filed, again citing the same reason that many unethical practices were being followed in different parts of India without getting proper informed consent. So the Supreme Court gave the opinion that any clinical trial, if at all you get a written informed consent, it is essential or mandatory to get audiovisual consent also. That was a thing given by Supreme Court in 2013, I think. Later it was amended, because just think, clinical trials we keep on doing, it becomes really practically difficult to do audiovisual recording for all cases. Later they have revised it and said that if you are doing a clinical trial with a new chemical entity or new molecular entity with vulnerable subjects, then it is essential or mandatory to do audiovisual consenting. So audiovisual consent is mandatory in clinical trials only, not in our routine biomedical research. So it is mandatory in clinical trials if the trial is involved a new chemical entity or a new molecular entity, or if your participant is going to be a vulnerable subject, then it is mandatory. So what if you are doing a trial related to HIV and leprosy where we have a social stigma? They will have a, they will be hesitating to agree for this. So in that case, it is enough if you do only audio recording. So this is the only exception. Otherwise, if you are going to do a study on vulnerable subject, a clinical trial, audiovisual consenting is mandatory till now. Okay. So what after informed consent document? We get the informed consent document. So what you really do after getting an informed consent document? You will thankfully greet the patient. Thank you, sir, for enrolling in the participant, and will ask them to go. That's what, right? Then will you do anything? The one thing which you usually don't do, even I never did this during my PG, is after the consent is obtained, the participant should be given a copy of patient information sheet and signed informed consent form. So you are getting some signature. Of course, the original document is to be with you, but you are supposed to give a copy of both the patient information sheet and the signed informed consent form to the study participants. It is your responsibility to give this copy to them, right? This is the responsibility after the consent process. Then the original information sheet and consent form should be filed as per the requirement given in the guidelines. So this is what we are supposed to do after getting informed consent document. Okay, coming to the next scenario. So here a subject is not able to give informed consent. So he might be an unconscious person, right? He might be a minor, children who is legally not fit to give a consent, or those suffering from severe mental illness or disability. So what shall be done in such circumstances? So here comes the role of LAR. What is LAR? LAR is legally acceptable or authorized representative. So who are they? So they are a person who is able to give consent or authorized intervention in the patient as provided by law of India. So they are called legally acceptable or authorized representative. And this legally accepted or authorized representative could be parents in case of children, right? So we can take the help of this LAR in case of unconscious persons or minors. Okay. Coming to the next thing, the trial subject, right? And his or her legally acceptable representative is unable to read and write. So I have given the solution also here. So the trial subject is also don't know to read and write. the legally accepted representative also don't know to read and write, then what we are supposed to do? We are going to take a help of impartial literate witness. So who is this impartial literate witness? They are someone who should be present during the entire consent process, who must append his or her signature to the consent form. So this impartial witness need not be the family member. They can be the attender of the nearby patient. They could be the staff nurse of that ward. They could be a counselors. So you can include anyone as an impartial witness, provided they should be literate. They should be sound enough to understand what is going to happen. So they are called impartial literate witness. So that completes some scenarios. So coming to the last part, special situations. I mentioned in the beginning, there are certain special situations. The informed consenting process is a little more tricky, right? So how you are going to get information, informed consent from vulnerable subjects? As madam told, you are all vulnerable, right? Because you comes under a hierarchy. There is a HOD for you, above which we have a dean. So you comes under a hierarchy. So definitely students are vulnerable population. And who are all the other vulnerables? Children, pregnant, lactating women, mentally or physically disabled. So that is why we include all these in our protocol under exclusion criteria. All pregnant, lactating children are excluded from the study, right? So they are all vulnerable. Unemployed individuals, orphans, ethnic, sexual minorities, they are also vulnerable. Terminally ill patients with suffering from cancer, suffering from stigmatizing or rare diseases like HIV, leprosy, again they are vulnerable. Then tribals, if you're doing a study on tribals, they are vulnerable. Marginalized communities, refugees, you could see migrants, all those migrants, homeless persons, persons in conflict zones. You could see some people will reside near over the boundary between two nations. So there is more chance of riot always. So those persons are again vulnerable. Then disaster situations, right? And finally, being under hierarchical system, including students, employees, subordinates, and prisoners. So they are all comes under vulnerable population. So when we talk about vulnerable population, the process of informed consent documentation is even more important. Why? Because they are already vulnerable. If the confidentiality is breached, there is high chance that can be enhancement of vulnerability. So this is why so much of importance is being given to vulnerable population when we take an informed consent document, right? Okay. So if you are doing, as I already told, if you are enrolling a vulnerable subject, audiovisual recording is mandatory. You can do an audiovisual recording also. Okay. So coming to the first scenario, I have one more scenario. With that, I will conclude. So if you are planning to do your research in children, how to complete the consent process? So any pediatric PGs here? Okay, so if you are planning to do your research in children, because pediatric PGs, they have to do a research in children's only. So how to complete the consent process? So we are talking about consent so far. There is something called assent, right? So what is assent? So assent is the child's agreement to participate in research. So child itself can give its agreement to participate in research. It is called assent, right? So when we talk about assent, the age should be very clear. So if the child is less than 7 years, we need not take this assent. If I'm doing a study on a 5-year-old child, no need to get this assent, right? If I'm doing a study of a children between 7 to 12 years, then I should get a verbal or oral assent, provided in the presence of parents or legally accepted representative. What if the child is between 12 to 18? So if the child is between 12 to 18, I can get a written assent. Right. So this also should be taken with the presence of parents or LAR, and it should be signed by the parents or legally accepted representative. So this is what about assent. So we know about consent. There is something called assent, which is applicable if you are doing a study in children. Okay. So that completes all special situations and all. So I told there is something about a reconsent or a fresh consent. What is that reconsent or fresh consent? Let us assume that we are doing a study on an unconscious patient. In the due course, the patient would regain his consciousness. It is possible. Similarly, you might be doing a study on a person who is mentally disabled or who is severely mentally crippled at that point of time, who could regain his insight later on. In that case, you have to get a reconsent or a fresh consent, because you get a consent when he was conscious or when there is no loss of insight. But now he has regained his consciousness or regained his loss of insight. then you are supposed to get a fresh consent. Similarly, you might be doing a study in a children of 17 year or old, right? In due course of time, the child would cross 18 years. Again, you need to get a fresh consent. So these are some circumstances where you're supposed to get a reconsent or fresh consent. Okay. So e-consent, as I already told, we are living in a digital world. There is always an option of e-consent or electronic consent. So these are electronic process that use multiple formats. We could use text, graphics, audio, video, podcast, or interactive websites to explain all study-related information to the patient, right? The only thing is mostly the documentation method will involve digital signatures. The only thing is it has to be reviewed and approved by the ethics committee before using this form of informed consent. So just know there is something called electronic consent or e-consent. Okay, waiver of consent, ma'am beautifully told what are all the conditions where ethics approval is, committee approval is waived. Similarly, we can apply for waiver of informed consent, right? So these are the conditions. One is a retrospective study. If you are doing a retrospective study, we can apply for waiver of informed consent. Similarly, if we do a study on biological samples, there is no harm or less than minimal harm there, no disclosure of the identity of the participant. So you can apply for waiver. Similarly, public health surveillance. Let's say, for example, if I am evaluating the effectiveness of a public health program, which usually involves huge population, we cannot get consent from all, right? In that case, you could apply for waiver of getting informed consent. Data available in public domain. I want to find out the incidence of newly diagnosed tuberculosis in North Chennai in the last 4 or 5 months. Then again, it is available in public domain. So I can apply for waiver of informed consent. And in humanitarian and emergencies and disaster, already the subject will be in a state of mental trauma. In that case also, you could always apply for waiver of getting informed consent. Okay, so online consent is also there, remember. So online consent, when we do a research which involves sensitive data like unsafe sex, high risk behavior, use of contraceptives, emergency contraceptives among unmarried females. So these are some sort of sensitive data where you could go for this online consent. Again, it has to be validated and approved by the ethics committee. So I will conclude with the last remaining 2 slides. So who are these gatekeepers? So there are certain group of people where they will have a leader or a group head, whatever it is. They only can decide, or they only have the control over the other group of people, right? So the permission of the gatekeepers, in that case, let us assume if you do a trial among tribals who are already vulnerable, they have a leader of their own. They have to get the permission from their leader so that only they can participate in the study. Similarly, if you are doing trials in such village, remote village where the local village panchayat head or Natame, whatever it is, they will be the leader. They will be doing anything only after getting permission from their head. So that sort of cultural harmonization is there in different parts of India. When you are enrolling such subjects, it is essential or it is desirable, I can say, to get permission from the gatekeepers also. Okay, I am doing a trial with a tribe. I get the permission from their head. Is it enough that I can go on with the study? No. I have to get the permission of the gatekeeper. In spite of that, I should get the permission of the concerned subject also to proceed with my study, right? So gatekeepers are there because to safeguard all those cultural harmonization, you can very well get the permission from the gatekeepers. So they are also called community consent. The same thing here you need to get the permission from the community head so that it becomes a smooth process, right? Okay, so we have seen so far about the informed consent document, how it is to be formulated, what are the essential elements that should be present, what are the different scenarios, what is assent, what happens with assent, what if the subject is unconscious, you are going to get a permission, consent from legally authorized or acceptable representative, right? So if you answer these 4 questions, we can assure that you are giving a valid informed consent. So who is going to develop or formulate informed consent? The principal investigator. From whom you are going to get the consent? From the participants, who could be a subject or a legally accepted representative. And what should be there in your informed consent document? All the essential elements which I have mentioned. All those essential elements should be there. Then where, this is another again important, where you are going to get all this process done. So it should be in a favorable ambience or environment for the subject. You should not be in a hurry. You should give ample time for the participant to decide, right? But unfortunately, most are very long. Most informed consent documents are very long. poorly written, organized and complicated. So how to avoid, there are certain tips. This is how a informed consent document look like. You might be giving so many options. You will be telling so many things. You will be asking the patient which one you want. Obviously, we are not going to ask which one you want. We'll ask. It will be confusing for the participant, right? So a good informed consent, you keep it as simple and short. It should be very simple and short. And the level of writing, which you should maintain, is only 7th or 8th grade level. Don't write as a medical expertise because it is a subject who is going to comprehend it. So the level should be 7th, 8th standard, informed consent. Right? Then supplemental strategies, because certain things the participant will be finding it very difficult to understand. You could very well even show an audio-visual aid. You can very well show an audio-visual aid demonstrating the procedure or which you are going to do. That also will help, right? Supplemental strategies you can do. As I told, as much as possible, avoid medical terms. Then you know your subject target, right? I'm going to do a study in children. I'm going to do a study in such group. So you know the target. So you adapt yourself to that target. Always speak clearly and slowly. So this is very, very important. Last but not the least, give adequate time. This is very, very important because we will be very busy in enrolling subjects' participation in the study, right? It is very important that you give adequate time. Sometimes you can very well describe the entire thing to the patient. You can always participate. You can also tell the participant, you go back to your home, sit and decide, then come back tomorrow. That much of time you are supposed to give, right? So adequate time is very important. Just think the election got over yesterday. I hope you all have voted, right? So election propagator, how it was stopped. It should be stopped 36 hours before the polling day. So Friday election, Thursday night, they have stopped. All propaganda has to be stopped. Why? So much information they will give, all parties, they will give their own information. It is the citizen who has to decide whom to vote. So there needs to be a time frame or a time which is very important in any decision making. So give adequate time when you get an informed consent document, right? So with that, I conclude. So I start with the slide. There is an illusion of a communication which we think doesn't actually reach. So always when people talk, listen completely. So I have not given this a point to make as if I'm talking and you are listening. It is not that. Don't think it that way, because most of the problem arises when we are not listening. The patient or the attenders will be asking questions. We are in no mood to listen to them. So we are no mood to listen. But when people talk, listen completely. And when we give ample time to communicate properly, I think it is going to bring out to a good success in your career also. So I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening presentation. Now I request our Senior Assistant Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar, sir, to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Prakash, sir. Thank you, sir. So far, we have received some questions in chat box. Now we can clarify the questions with our speakers. And the questions are,
Welcome all. Dr. John Alex had asked this question. The question is, do insurance companies cover such compensation on trial failure? He's asking whether the insurance companies cover compensation on trial failure. I should say he's not Dr. John Alex, and he's our representative as the social representation in our IEC. Sir, I hope you are listening. It is regarding the failure of trial, right? So in that case, if I get it correctly, whether the drug has not acted upon, in what way it should act for the research or something of that kind. If it is an adverse effect only, there will be a compensation that will be given by the sponsor, and it has to be recorded as an ADR, reported to the ethics committee, and ethics committee committee should have an expert team and confirm it is the causal relationship with the drug and the adverse effect. When that goes to the regulatory authorities, then what is the level of compensation the patient should receive will come. So that will be borne by the sponsor and that will be given. A trial failure is something different that may not be acceptable as a compensation. Any other questions? He had asked something about insurance companies. Any sponsored trial has to insure their studies. So there is an insurance amount and in the clinical trial agreement, they will mention what will be the compensation given to each subject. If in case of adverse effect or any death or any compensation. So that will be borne by that insurance which is taken by the sponsored company. But that will be covered. It is not directly from the insurance company. If the trial is insured by the sponsor, that insurance company will take care of the compensation to the trial subjects.
Few questions, ma'am. Dr. Preet Chakravarti has posted 2 questions. First question is regarding collaborative research guidelines. Is there any specific guidelines for that?
I think he mentions about the different institutional collaboration. For example, one medical institution and one non-medical or engineering, we sometimes get this collaboration from IIT, like kind of technical institutes also. In that case, you have to write one MOU between the two organizations. What are all the SOPs will be followed, who will do the trial, what part of help will be, or just giving the patients or the guide or the principal investigator as in the medical institute, whichever it may be. Everything should be written in a proper SOP and that MOU should be signed by both the institute's heads as well as the investigators in both the sides.
Second question posted by same doctor. He's asking whether there is any difference between DHR registration and SEDESCO registration.
I think we just mentioned it earlier. So there are certain norms given by the DHR registration and certain norms by the SEDESCO for DCGI registration. So usually it is a mandatory to have an institutional committee to get the SEDESCO registration, to get the number of registration of ethics committee. But it is good to have DHR registration. Also, if you are involved in the clinical trials, for clinical trial registration of any trial, you should have both the registrations. There are very minimal differences between the norms or regulations given by both the things. Like as far as I remember, in the DHR registration, they need the IEC members to be equal in gender. 50% male and 50% female will be one of the thing, and minimal differences like how many maximum member of IEC members or how many minimum member of IEC members, how many affiliated, how many minimal difference, not great difference between the two things will be there. And there are separate registrations. It is better to have both the registration done for any ethics committee. I hope that is the thing. Let us break for the lunch. The lunch will be served in the second floor. I request all the delegates, including the speakers, observer, and our ethics members to kindly join us for lunch in the second floor. And since it is 1:25 already, we will meet again at 2 o'clock. This is for the online participants. We will be starting the afternoon session by 2 o'clock. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Anuradha, for the kind words. Good this opportunity to thank Aruna ma'am, our respected professor, and the pharmacology team for inviting me. Thank you so much. And today the topic given to me is investigator responsibilities. Investigator responsibilities is actually more than 75% has been covered in the morning. So it will just be a recap of the morning session. So we'll start one by one. Who is a principal investigator? Who is a principal investigator? As you can see from this picture, a principal investigator, he dons many hats. He literally has to juggle many roles. He has to be sometimes in our study, we have to be data entry operators. Then we have to be a treating doctor also. We have to give importance to the regulatory compliance, the rules. Then we should also be a legal expert and also an accountant. So many roles have to be done by the principal investigator. So we'll see them one by one. Now, what is a clinical trial? The clinical trial, in simple terminology, they are prospective studies which test the effect of an intervention in a particular patient or in a subgroup of people. It could be a medical intervention or a surgical intervention or sometimes even a behavioral intervention. And so they are also known as interventional studies. There are 4 phases of clinical trials, which we all know. For our convenience, we'll divide the clinical trials broadly into investigator-initiated trials and industry-sponsored trials. Okay, IITs and ISTs. Investigator-initiated means all the academic trials that we do in an institution. It could be a government institution, private institution also. This is not a sponsored trial, which means the financial considerations have to be taken care of by the investigator only. And these are called initiated. And it is mainly done for academic purposes. So hereafter, we will be calling these as academic trials. And here, all the data that we are taking from the patient, generally we own the data. Whereas industry-sponsored trial means when a new drug is going to be launched or when they want to compare with a standard drug, the industry proposes, the industrial pharma company will propose a clinical trial, which sometimes some of us as the principal investigator, it could be a single center or a multi-centric trial. Here, we may be an investigator at one particular site, or we could be the principal investigator. But the only difference is these are called regulatory trials, okay, because they still have to go through the regulatory process. And here, even though you are the principal investigator, the data that we collect does not belong to us. The data is generally handed over to the company. Now, this is the picture that shows the stakeholders involved in clinical research. On one side, we are the team of principal investigator along with the sponsor and the CRO will be there. On the other side, we have the regulatory authorities. In India, it is the DCGI and also the Institutional Ethics Committee. And the most important stakeholder here is the patient. So the principal investigator is considered as the team leader of any research. And generally, whenever there is a difference of opinion or whenever there is a controversy, our opinion matters. So we are the final decision maker. And he is responsible for the overall scientific and technical integrity of the project. And he also ensures compliance with the regulations. And he is the point of contact between all the stakeholders. Qualifications, based on the NMC, actually the principal investigator in a medical trial should be an undergraduate or a postgraduate medical person. And then he should also receive appropriate training. Okay, the reason for us gathering here is, as investigators, we are all expected to undergo some training in the process of scientific research. And that is a much needed qualification. Apart from that, some soft skills are also needed, like leadership qualities. He should be a good communicator. And as I said, the critical problem solving abilities and accounting skills. These are needed for any investigator. Coming to, now we'll start the responsibilities of the investigator. Right from the designing of protocol, the investigator's responsibility starts. When it is an industry sponsored trial, the sponsor company will hand over the protocol to us. So we have to go through the protocol, see if this protocol is feasible in our setup. Okay, sometimes they may prescribe some investigations, very costly investigations, which may not be feasible in our setup. So we have to go through the protocol line by line, see if it is agreeable to us, feasible to us in this setup, and then we have to give a nod. That is it. Whereas if it is an investigator-initiated trial, that is, if it is an academic trial, we have to design the protocol. So when designing the protocol, you have to consider so many things. For example, the patient selection criteria, materials and methodology. As a postgraduate, we'll be having limited duration for doing the study, maybe 1 year for doing the thesis. So if you are going to write 5 follow-ups, 6 follow-ups, duration of follow-up is 1 year, 1.5 years, it is impossible. So when designing the protocol itself, we have to take so many factors into consideration and write the protocol. He should also determine what are all the needed investigations, because some investigations may be available, some have to be paid by the investigator. So we should not go overboard, okay, when writing the protocol. After writing the protocol, it has to be submitted to the Institutional Ethics Committee for approval. And this Institutional Ethics Committee preferably should be registered with the Central Licensing Authority. In India, it is the Drug Controller General of India. The registration is valid for a period of 5 years. So after every 5 years, it has to be renewed. This IEC approval is actually mandatory for both academic trials as well as for regulatory trials. Next is, there is something called Clinical Trial Registry of India. The CTRI is an online portal. Again, this is also run by the DCGI. Okay, here also, this is especially important for regulatory trials. We have to apply online for submitting the protocol. And after that, they will allot a number to us. And whenever we are communicating, we have to code that number. That will be our CTRI number. This registration with CTRI is very important from publication point of view. In case we are going to publish, if we have registered our trial with the CTRI, it carries more weightage. And this registration process should be done before enrolling the first patient. And this one is regulatory trial, I said, and also sometimes the academic trial if it is with a new drug. For example, a drug that is not commonly used in our part of the country, if you are going to do such a study, or a drug which has been in the market for less than 4 years, or if it is a vaccine at any point of time, even after 20 years of launch, if you are going to study a vaccine, that has to be registered with the CTRI, or a new FDC, even though the individual components have been in use for a long time, if the FDC, fixed dose combination, is new to the market, that also has to be registered with the CTRI. After CTRI comes the clinical trial agreement. Okay, the clinical, as the name suggests, it is an agreement between 2 or 3 parties, the sponsor, the investigator, as well as the head of the institution where this investigation is going to be done. They will be signing this agreement, and this agreement will spell out all the clauses of the trial. In this clinical trial agreement, the investigator will agree to conduct the trial in compliance with the protocol, in compliance with the GCP norms. And then he will also permit monitoring, inspection, and audit of the trial at any point of time, and to retain the essential documents till the sponsor request. Okay, the documents related to the regulatory trial have to be retained by the investigator for a fixed duration of time. And also the financial issues, like the sponsor will pay how much is the amount allotted for the patient, and what is the insurance that is taken. All those clauses will be spelled in the clinical trial agreement, and they have to sign this. So the protocol is approved and the clinical trial agreement is signed and the trial is underway. Again, the investigator has to, during the trial, he has some responsibilities. As Prakash sir mentioned ahead of me, the first and foremost is informed consent. See, the informed consent should be obtained in a language the patient is comfortable with. Patient may be comfortable with the vernacular language or English, so we should explain them. It should, you should explain the procedure, the benefits and the risk associated with the study. What are all the alternatives? And finally, you should also inform him that even when he is not interested in participating, it is okay. And after informing all this, patient should be given adequate time to absorb the information, and he should be allowed to ask questions if he has any doubts that should be clarified. And then he will be asked to sign the informed consent form. There should be no coercion or no intimidation. If you don't agree to sign, this treatment is not available to you. No, nothing like that. And no inducement. We don't give him any incentives for participating. That also should be avoided. Then patient will sign the consent. If the patient is physically or mentally incompetent, his legally authorized representative will sign. And if it is a child between 7 and 12 years of age, the child will have to take an assent from the child. In regulatory trials, it is important that this informed consent process is recorded, either audio or visual recording is taken. Then, once informed consent is over, patient is enrolled in the trial. What happens? We have to give him a good quality of care. We shouldn't think he has joined the trial. Now there is no need. Let him take the drug. No, we should treat him like we will treat the patient. Okay, so he should be given a good quality of trial. In the course of the trial, if we come across some new findings, we find that patient has developed diabetes or patient has developed hypertension, something that has to be informed to the patient and continue the treatment for that particular disease also. In case patient gives some history of adverse event, that has to be recorded and that has to be brought to the notice of the IEC and the DCGI. In case patient wants to leave the trial in between, we should respect the patient's autonomy, even though it is not obligation. There is no obligation for the patient to reveal the reason. But we should try to find out why the patient wants to leave the trial. Then there should be, when the trial is underway, there should be periodic status updates given to the concerned IEC. This updates will tell how many patients have been enrolled so far, what is the status, how long they have taken the treatment, whether any adverse events have been reported. All these things have to be informed in the periodic report. Also, any deviation from the protocol, any change in protocol also has to be informed to the IEC. And then any change in the randomization code, if your randomization is not proper or you had to do unblinding. If it is a blinded trial and halfway through, because of some problem, you had to do unblinding and see whether it was a placebo or a drug. All those things also have to be informed to the IEC. Then any adverse drug reaction, even if it is a minor one, say for gastritis or any adverse drug reaction, that has to be mentioned. And then after you have started the trial, you come across some new information about the drug and you think that it is going to adversely affect the trial. That also has to be brought to the notice of the IEC. And finally, in case during the trial a patient dies, even if it is a natural death, we have to submit reports of his death, his medical conditions, what were the conditions that led to his death. All these documents have to be submitted to the IEC. Next is reporting of serious adverse events. A serious adverse event is one which leads to a disability or hospitalization and loss of work days. Okay. So any serious adverse event, if we come across in our trial participants, the investigator's responsibility is to inform the concerned IEC as well as to the Drug Controller General of India and also to the sponsor. This should take place within 14 days of coming across the adverse event. The ethics committee will actually do further investigation and then they will forward their report along with the investigator's report to the DCGI within 30 days. The DCGI will receive all the reports and then if they think that it is necessary to investigate further, they will appoint an independent expert committee. If not, if everything is clear and if there is no doubt, then they will be they will examine the case and give the recommendations within 60 days. Okay, and sometimes if the patient, they think that the patient deserves a compensation, the compensation will be awarded within 90 days. And this compensation, the whatever the DCGI is ordering, that compensation has to be honored and paid either by the sponsor or by the insurer within the period of 30 days from the award of such a compensation. So here, our responsibility is only reporting it to the IEC and DCGI, but all the further steps also we are part of. That is why. Next, coming to the financial considerations. If it is a academic trial, generally the participants don't receive any fee. We don't pay them. But if it is a regulatory trial, the sponsor will pay us. And from that, we have assigned some fees for the participants. So each participant will get, for example, if it is for a period of 5 visits and the company has allotted 1,500 rupees. So you have to divide it in such a way that for after each visit, you will be paying them. This is for their time and the inconvenience of coming and attending the follow-up sessions. Sometimes they incur out-of-pocket expenses towards participating in the trial. They may do some tests outside. So all those things also should be compensated. And if it is in a private hospital, certain medical services may be provided free for them. Here, everything is free, so that is not an issue. And then the payment should be a small payment. It should not be a large payment so that the patient will bring all his relatives and say, let them also participate in the trial. No, we should never induce the patient to participate. So it should be a small but adequate payment. Whenever the participant is not able to give consent and whenever only the guardian is giving the consent, the legally authorized representative, we only refund the out-of-pocket expenses. Nothing else is given so that it doesn't become an unfair practice. And when a subject is halfway through the study, patient wants to leave, what we do is we compensate him in proportion to the duration of his participation in the study. If he has taken out of a period of 6 months, he has taken 2 months of treatment, we pay him 30 or 35% for his participation. But if for some medical reason we are withdrawing the patient from the study, that is, he develops some side effect or something that we think he doesn't need to be in the study, we have to give him a full participation, payment for full participation. Then, if there is any injury or serious adverse event, For that also, patient has to be compensated. This compensation will be awarded by the higher authorities. And in case the patient dies because of the participation in the medical trial, his dependents will be eligible to receive the compensation. One more thing is, when in regulatory trials, okay, in academic trials, we will be buying the medication, we will be dispensing, or sometimes the drug will be available in our setup, so we'll be just giving a prescription also. Whereas if it is a sponsored trial, the drug will be issued by the sponsor. Both the study drug as well as the placebo or the comparator drug, everything will be issued by the sponsor. So the sponsor has the responsibility to make sure that the drugs are all manufactured according to good manufacturing practices, and then they are labeled properly. They are sent to the study center, and the storage of the drugs also. They have to ensure if you need a freezer, whether that freezer is available, all those things is the sponsor's responsibility. So that when the drug reaches the participant, it should be in an ideal condition. Now, what is the investigator's responsibility in this? The investigator is responsible for receiving the drug. He should store as per the protocol, whatever norms, according to the norms, he should store the drugs, ensure that adequate power supply is there, so that the shelf life of the drug remains. Okay, the drug should not become damaged or decomposed. And then when you are giving the drug to the patient, you should give necessary instructions, whether drug has to be taken before food, after food, all the necessary instructions should be given. And with every visit, you should record whether the patient has taken the drug properly. If there is any drug which is untaken, which the patient has refused to take, he has to call back, take those drugs, and that also should be accounted. And at the end of the study period, the the investigator has to return all the unused drugs along with the accounts to the sponsor. The sponsor, it is the sponsor's responsibility to dispose of the drug. Sometimes the sponsor may ask the investigator to dispose of, then we have to dispose it safely. Then comes compliance. So there is something called monitoring and there is something called auditing. Okay, monitoring is an ongoing process. In regulatory trials, the sponsor will send a person who is a monitor to study to ensure that the trial is being conducted as per the protocol, all the steps. So this monitor will be periodically doing the checks and ensure that we are following the protocol in toto. Audit will be by an independent third party. So this audit team will be appointed again by the sponsor. The audit team will visit. Sometimes it may be a surprise check also, and again ensure that the study is done according to the protocol. Very rarely, the regulatory audit may come. For example, in the US FDA does an audit. In India also, the DCGI may conduct an audit. This is especially in very important drugs trials. So it is our duty to maintain all the documents during such visits. What are all the documents that the investigator needs to preserve? Okay, first is the protocol, all the versions. Any change in protocol, you have to add one more version. So right from first version to the latest version, all the copies of protocol, whatever forms and documents have been submitted to the EC, to the DCGI, those forms, and then the investigator's curriculum vitae, and then the consent forms, the case report forms, monitor reports and audit certificates. All these have to be maintained at the site of trial. So this is about the investigator responsibilities. Coming to documentation. For documentation, they say ALCOA. It should be attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, and accurate. All the other adjectives you leave off. Attributable means when a document is made, something is documented, you should know who has done the documentation. Legible, you all know, it should be clear. Contemporaneous means it should be recorded with time, date and time.
so that there will be a flow of events. The timeline of events can be established, and then it should be original and accuracy of the findings. All these are important for a good documentation. Then after trial is over, we have another responsibility, which is confidentiality. So generally we will go for publication. Here also it is important not to share some, how do I say, to respect the privacy of the patient. So the data is shared in two ways. One way of data sharing is by publication in peer-reviewed scientific journal. The second way is by submitting these data to the regulatory authorities as case reports. There also we are sharing the data. And when you want to share data, especially in publication, include one clause in the informed consent form that this data may be shared at a future date for publication purposes. Now, there are certain terminologies. One is raw data. Okay, raw data, what it means is the data as we record. For example, the baseline height of the patient, weight of the patient, age, sex, date of birth. From these, actually, we can make out who that patient is. Even though that patient name is not mentioned, more or less, we can make out the patient. The next one is analyzable data sets. These data are fed into the computer in the software. What happens is after 1 or 2 visits, I'll give you an example. The first time you mention the size of a lesion as 10 centimeters by 8 centimeters. Then in the second visit, you are again recording the size of the lesion as 5 centimeters by 6 centimeters. So the software will convert it as percentage reduction in the size of the lesion. So it will give us 60% reduction. This 60% reduction, you can never reveal who the patient is. So this is an analyzable data set. So raw data and analyzable data set. Then we have one thing called metadata, which is the data about the data. That is where it was generated, when it was generated, and what was the method of generation. Those things constitute the metadata. Now, from this, we can see that sharing the raw data actually amounts to breach of privacy. Generally, it is not done. Except for the sponsor, you don't share the raw data to anyone else. Whereas the analyzable data, if you are sharing, it actually is good for the scientific community. Coming to record keeping and data handling. The basic concept why we do it is we want to record, store, transfer, and convert the information, whatever we have gathered from this patient, into effective data to generate a hypothesis or to confirm or refute the hypothesis. For this clinical data management, we have some softwares called clinical data management systems. Generally, when in academic trials, what we do, the postgraduate study, we see the patient, record the data in a paper case report form, and from the paper, we convert it into an Excel sheet. This Excel sheet, we will be modifying numerous times. We will be doing it again and again till we achieve our goal. Okay. But clinical data management system is, they are high quality softwares where you cannot change the data. Once entered, it remains. Okay. We have some paid software as well as open source softwares. The paid softwares are generally used by large pharma companies for their trials. In multicentric trials, they will be using this software. So any investigator from one site can see the data from other sites also. So they are using it. It is very costly for our use. But we have some open source softwares which we can use for our own purposes. We can download and use them. Now, the data management starts with designing of a case report form. Again, in our trial, we will be designing the case report form based on what we need, what the information we need. Whereas if it is a regulatory trial, there will be a team of people who will generate a case report form. This will be in an electronic version. And along with that case report form, the guidelines for filling up the case report also will be given to the to the investigators. then data entry is made. Okay, data entry in regulatory trials, there will be a data entry person who will be doing it. And here, if it is done once, it is good. Sometimes we do double data entry, meaning the same data will be entered 2 times by 2 different people. Why? Because this ensures that the data is clean. See, the legibility, sometimes we will think it is 1.0, it might be 1.6. So if 2 people are doing it, the discrepancies will be minimized. So double data entry is generally preferred. Then after the data is entered, there will be a third person who looks at it and he will be validating the data. By validation, he will see whether the data is consistent. Okay. You don't write height as 1.54 in one visit and the next time it is 1.56. No. So the inconsistencies will be minimized by properly validating the data. Then any discrepancy, the discrepancies arise because there will be inconsistent data or there will be missing data. So all these discrepancies should be managed. And medical coding, whatever adverse event happens, whatever disease the patient is diagnosed with, all those should be coded as per the guidelines. And finally, data is extracted. Once the data is fully complete, it is logged and finally extracted. So this is what I said. Generally, between the paper CRF and ECRF is preferred because the chances of errors are less and double data entry is preferred. And then we have something called audit trail. In large softwares, one time one person will enter the data, the next time another person will be entering. There is a possibility of one person altering what the other person has done. So generally we give user IDs and passwords for each of the team member with specific functionalities. So from one user ID, we can only do a data entry, whereas from the other user ID, we can only do a data validation. They cannot go into another person's territory. But for some user IDs, they may be allowed to alter the data. But the software will take cognizance of when the data was altered, by whom the data was altered, what was the previous data, what is the new data. Everything will be taken note of by the software. This is called audit trail. This ensures that no major problem happens while the clinical trial is taking place. So this is what is discrepancy, I said. It is a data point that fails validation. You cannot validate the data point, means it is a discrepancy. This discrepancy has to be reviewed and then corrected. That is discrepancy management. And after the trial is over, after the duration, after the treatment follow-up, everything is completed, we actually send the data to all the stakeholders, all the team, the data management team, to ensure that the process is complete. And if no one is objecting, we are actually finally locking the data. Once the data is locked, no further change is possible, and only then we start doing the statistics on that. Okay. And this data is kept archived for a period of 2 years or 5 years, depending on the sponsor's request. Sometimes sponsor may request us to keep the data for even 5 years. So we have to keep the data till the sponsor says that it is no longer needed. Okay, I hope that is clear. This is a question for the audience. It is mandatory to get approval from the following for a clinical trial on HPV vaccine. IEC, DCGI, both, none. HPV vaccine, the trial is going to be a regulatory trial. So you need approval from both. Okay. Dash is an institution or individual who initiates, manages, and finances a clinical trial. Here I mean a regulatory trial. CRO, the expansion for CRO is Contract Research Organization. Then CRA means clinical research assistant, sponsor, monitor. Yes, sponsor, very good. Who is responsible for preparing essential documents like protocol, investigator's brochure, informed consent form, and case report form during regulatory clinical trials? Yes? No? For regulatory trials, the sponsor will give everything. We just have to go through and approve. Only for academic or investigator-initiated trials, we'll be getting all these ready. For regulatory trials, the sponsor will provide. What are the commonly used CDM tools? What is CDM? Clinical data management. Yes, all of the above. Who is responsible for the proper disposal of the remaining drug after the trial is over? Sponsor. Yes, very good. Thank you. And there is one Paramuri in Tamil. Kalyanam Pannipar, Veetai Kattipar. You can also add clinical trial principal investigator Irundupar. So you need to have so many roles, but it is really a rewarding one. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. We request our Assistant Professor, Dr. Anuradha, ma'am, to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Jayasudha, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to our next session on New Drugs and Clinical Trials Rules 2019 by Dr. S. Priestley Vivek Kumar, sir, Professor and HOD of Pharmacology, Panimalar Medical College and Research Institute. We now request our Assistant Professor, Dr. S. Keetana, madam, to introduce our speaker.
A very good afternoon, everyone. We, the Department of Pharmacology, Keel Park Medical College, feel immense pressure in welcoming the speaker of this session, Dr. Priestley Vivek Kumar, sir, who is currently providing his dedicated service as Professor and Head Department of Pharmacology, Panimalar Medical College. He is also Member Secretary of Drugs Therapeutic Committee, Pharmacovigilance. He is a Chairman of an Independent Ethics Committee. He is a Member Faculty Basic Medical Sciences in Tamil Nadu, Dr. MGR Medical University. In his 17 years of teaching experience, handling various undergraduates and postgraduate students, he has delivered many guest lectures in various medical colleges. He is an active reviewer in index journals. He has been a guide for ICMR STS projects. He has published 14 papers in indexed national and international journals. I now request Dr. Priestley, sir, to enlighten us on New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rules 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your kind introduction. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizing team, Arna ma'am and her team for the opportunity given to me. I'm very happy to be here and I'll be talking on new drugs. I'll be talking on New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rules 2019. It's an overview. So let me put up this, you may not be able to understand since it's written in Latin word, ignorantia juris non execusat. So as it is written in Latin, so you may not be able to understand. So if you know that it's nothing but ignorance of law is not an excuse. So you might have seen it in the newspaper or you have, you have heard about it like, so some of the higher officials might have gone into, before the law of court, okay, and they might be questioned. And he'll be questioned because he is not knowing the law. So he says that I'm unaware of the law. So I've just made it. Okay. But that's not an excuse before the law. So you need to understand that ignorance of law is not an excuse. But, so whatever we are going to discuss, though they are not the laws, so we'll be knowing about the rules, so which may be applicable for dealing with the new drugs and the clinical trials. So, and before that, let me quote one incident. So imagine that when you are in the road signal and there is a red signal is on, okay, and you are on the stop line, but some of them are crossing the road and they're jumping out the signal, isn't it? So imagine, so though they are not the people, so don't, you can see that they are not the people or crossing the road, fine, you are able to jumping that. But imagine that, so that's a violation, isn't it? It's a road violation of the road rules or the, what you can say that there'll be deviation, right? But luckily there was no, there is no one is crossing the road, fine, everything has been in a smooth way. But imagine when you are conducting a trial or some academic studies, okay, so when you are doing certain deviation, that is obviously which affect the outcome of the study. Okay, so what I want to insist that, so those who are involving the clinical trial or whatever clinical studies, okay, so particularly all the stakeholders, starts from the sponsor to the, the supporting staff, all must be well versed with the NTCT rules, new drugs and clinical trial rules 2019. So that's what I wanted to insist. And here I'll be dealing with the, all these points, starts with the intro and draft and notification, followed by overview. So of course, it includes chapters and schedules and the applicable rules. So we'll be dealing with one by one. And so since, it does have new drugs and clinical trial, so all must be well versed with these definitions. Okay, as already Dr. Jayasudha has been mentioning about all those things, new drugs, what is clinical trial, all those things. So one thing I would like to insist here, so some drug may be retained, that new drug for 4 years. Okay, as here it is mentioned, like, start with like active pharmaceutical ingredient and some of the molecule which may be modified and the new claims will be stated and fixed dose combination. Okay, apart from that, so these two things, the subclasses, so which will be retaining the new drugs forever. Okay, that's what the new drug and clinical trial rules have been giving the guidelines, the rules. Okay, about the new clinical trial. So of course, as we mentioned already, the systematic study of new drugs and investigational new drugs of human, okay, which will be in order to derive the, verification or the generate the data on the, pharmacokinetic profile and the pharmacodynamic profile as well as the safety profile. Coming to this, so why they have made this NTCT 2019? So, before that we have had what do you call that Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. Then what is the point of having this, guidelines? Why these rules have been made? So look at that. So here you can see the difference. Like before making this NTCT 2019, okay, and after the NTCT guidelines, okay. Look at that, before NTCT in 2017 and 2010, so it was so much of time to take, the application process should get cleared. Okay, you can see here, okay, in 2010, it takes about nearly 18 months for the particular process to get cleared out, for the application process should get cleared out. In 2017, so it takes about nearly 8 months. Okay, so the long application process, imagine that. So obviously there was a decline in clinical trial application during that period. Okay, so they took, into consideration that, okay, so they made this NTCT. Imagine after 2019, so, and all these domestic trial will be cleared within 30 days. You just compare, imagine that. Here it's 8 months, it is 18 months, and all these domestic trial will be cleared even within 30 days. And for the global clinical trials, it takes about just 90 days, 3 months. Okay, so that sort of speed process, application process will be taking after the NTCT 2019. Okay, so that is the mandatory thing. And for that, they have made this NTCT 2019 rules. And of course, so they have made all this draft at 2018 itself in before February with the consultation of drug technical and advisory board, followed by that all the rules were implemented, okay, after 140 days, and they have been published in the Gazette in 19 of March 2019. You can remember 19 of March 2019. So all these rules have been implemented since 2019 March. And it includes, so now only we are starting here, it includes, 13 chapters, 107 rules, 8 schedules, and recently they have made one more amendment. So that could be considered as a 9th schedule. Okay, and there are 27 forms which may be detailed in 8th schedule. Okay, so in between 2019 to 2014, there were 5 to 6 amendments have been made. And this is the latest one that has been released last year and in May 11th. So all will be discussed slowly, but not in a detailed manner because all these things, having a lot of numbers. Coming to the chapters, so there are 13 chapters, as I mentioned already. Okay, so let us move on. So I don't want to mention all those things. We'll be discussing all those things briefly. Coming to the first chapter, it mentions, prelims. Okay, so there are 2 rules, rule 1 and 2. Okay, the first one, so to whom these rules will be applicable? Obviously, the new drugs, okay, investigational new drugs for human use, not for the veterinary purpose. Okay, keep it in mind. Okay, and for clinical trial, conducting clinical trial, and for conducting BA/BE study. So these rules will be applicable for these only. Okay, followed by there will be short title, commencement, applicability. Okay, so as I mentioned already, so all these rules will be applicable for whatever we have mentioned already. Coming to the second one, definitions. Okay, there are nearly 40 to 50 definitions are there. Okay, you can get it, you can get that, all this document in the CDSCO website itself. Okay, the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, there is a website is there. If you get into that, you'll be able to easily download all these documents. I'm not going in detail since, it will take a lot of time because there are nearly 264 pages are there. Okay, so I'm not going into that. And since due to time constraint, I'll be cutting short all those things. So since, there are nearly 40 to 50 definitions, I'll be dealing with 1 or 2, say like orphan drug. Okay, so you might have read in the Tripathi saying that, of course, they are following the Western things, like, the definition might have taken from the, IFDA, say like orphan drugs, is the drug which will be used to treat the particular rare disease, okay, affecting the population, not more than 2 lakhs. So that's what are given in the FDA, that is Food and Drug Administration. Whereas our CDSCO, what they say that, okay, the drugs may be given to treat the disease, which is not affecting not more than 5 lakhs. Okay, see here the change. So that's what. So that's why we insist that we need to generate our own data. So that's what we are trying to make it clear that, okay, even everyone, whoever may be the eminent pharmacologists, they'll be saying the same thing. So try to create our own data, then only this thing will be applicable to our population. Okay. And that is the main thing I would like to insist. So orphan drug, obviously, so it covers only 5 lakhs in India. Okay, whereas when you compare that Western countries, say like it shouldn't affect not more than 2 lakhs. Okay, like that. So there are other entities like efficacy and effectiveness. There's a difference. Okay, you may think that both are same, but it's not exactly true. Okay, efficacy may be applied when the drug is undergoing trial. Say like the new drug or the investigational new drug, say one new drug, say some component, say FK506. Okay, so efficacy of FK506 in treating the particular cancer, okay, so that is that. So here that efficacy may be applied in case of clinical trial, well-controlled situation. Okay, whereas when you say effectiveness, okay, after the trial, when the drug has been approved, okay, so say like you will be comparing, say efficacy of FK506, okay, efficacy and tolerability of that particular 506, right, which is compared with, say, some other drug in that particular disease. Okay, so here you need to understand the difference. I am particularly, telling these things for the postgraduate students. Okay, so there is a difference between efficacy and the effectiveness. Fine. So likewise, post-trial access again. So sometimes, even after trial, we need to, extend the use of that particular drug intervention to be, to that particular needy people, particularly those who are involved in that particular trial. Okay, study participants. Okay, so we need to get permission from the investigator and the IEC and the sponsor. Okay, so that is known as post-trial access. So the medical management can be extended. Okay, and that should be given by the sponsor. Okay, as a gesture. So like that, there are nearly 40 and 50 adverse or definitions are there. So all can be seen, and most of the things you are known. Okay, only few things I have mentioned here, you may not be aware. Fine. The second chapter, so here it will be dealing with the authorities and the officers. Obviously, if you take that CDSCO is the highest authority, the regulating authority, henceforth called as Central Licensing Authority. He is the one will be giving approval to all the studies, particularly for the regulatory approvals, right? And he is known as Central Licensing Authority. The Drug Controller General of India is the highest post. The highest authority will be giving all the approval. And he can delegate, sometimes he can delegate all the powers to someone who is not below the Assistant Controller of India. So sometimes, so he, of course, everyone has their personal commitments, so he may be absent for some time. So during that time, he can allocate or he can give all the power of attorney to someone who is not below the Assistant Controller of India. Okay, so he can take over all the powers, whatever he has been carrying over. Likewise, so there is one more post called Controlling Officer again. So he is also not below the Assistant Controller Officer. Okay, so he can supersede. Okay, so whatever functions which has been allotted to you. Okay, and also sometimes he can be, oversee other activities as well, which has been given by the DCGI. Okay, so these are the, topics will be covered in chapter 2, particularly with the authorities and the officers. And of course, here the applicable rules from 3rd to 5. In chapter 3, here obviously we'll be looking into the, this chapter will be dealing with ethics committee for clinical trial, BA/BE study. Okay, not for the, conducting clinical trial. Here, the whoever is giving permission. Okay, ethics committee. Okay, for clinical trial and BA/BE study. Okay, and here the applicable rules from 6 to 14. Okay, it starts from, obviously, it might be, most of the things have been discussed already. How the ethics committee can be, constituted, and what are the things of the roles, proceedings, maintenance, all these things have been discussed already. One thing I would like to say that registration. So here we need to have 2 committees, ethics committee for clinical trial, BA/BE. Okay, so both, if you say ethics committee for clinical trial, it must be registered with CDSCO. Okay, when it is for biomedical and health research, it must be registered with DHR, Department of Health Research, which is under the ICMR. Okay, and of course, you all know, so there are timelines which have been given. So we need to have forms. Okay, so everything has been made online. Okay, that's a good thing because of advantage of this technology. Okay, everything has been made online, so that minimizes the time consuming. So that's the advantage of what we have now. Okay, so we need to be the committees must be registered under CDSCO or DHR. Okay, and renewal should be done as he said already. So 90 days prior to the expiry. Okay, so functions it's all known to you. Okay, maintenance records. So depending on the trials or the studies. And the final thing, suspension or cancellation of registration. So that could happen. Okay, say like when ethics committee, and if they are coming to know that this ethics committee is slightly deviating or violating the norms. Okay, anything can happen. Okay, so at that point, see the CLA can give you a like a warning. First, they'll be sending a warning. So since you are slightly deviating or there may be some violation or some deficiencies, okay, they'll be asking the clarification or some so-cast notice can be given. Okay, Followed by, even then they are not satisfied, then they'll be going for suspension or cancellation of that registration. Okay, the license will be cancelled or suspended for some time. Okay, so that would happen and that will be made in the public domain as well. Okay, so we need to be very careful. Okay, then sometime after some time they can come back or they may apply, reapply to the central licensing authority. Okay, and they'll make it clear. So this is all about the chapter 3 where they'll be dealing with ethics committee for clinical trial and BE study. And coming to the chapter 4, it is for ethics committee and particularly for the health research. Okay, and here it starts with the rules 15 to 18. Again, the whole thing has been made already. Okay, here it is supposed to be registered under the DHR. The same thing can happen. Okay, the applicable rules from 15 to 18. The 5th chapter, this is the most important thing because most of us are interested in doing clinical research or in some point of time. Everyone has to involve in it. Even when you are in a clinical or in a outpatient department, so after doing graduate, so unknowingly, you will be involved in that because sometimes you are giving a new drug. So you are supposed to see the effect of that particular drug. So of course, it's coming under the post-marketing surveillance, right? So here you need to know certain guidelines or rules which have been given by the NTCT, right? So here the rules applicable are from 19 to 18. Again, there are two things. One is clinical trial, which will be dealing under part A of chapter 5, and BE studies will be dealing with the part B of chapter 5. Okay, the part A where you can deal with clinical trial, part B and B studies. And this is what, so there's a flow chart which denotes, so how the application can be made. So as is mentioned already. So all those forms which will be dealing in the schedule 8. Okay, so there is a form like CT1, CT2, CT3 like that. Okay, so here you can choose that particular form which will be, make application for the conduct of the clinical trial. So that's what, say like CT4, there is one form called CT4. So from which you can make, of course, they all make it as a online. So it's very clear. Okay, within 90 days, you'll get a reply. Okay, via that the clinical trial may be approved. Okay, that may be given in a form of CT6. Okay, 06. So like that, there is a flow chart. If it is not if you are not getting the approval, then they can reapply for that. Then again, if you are not getting it, even you can apply the health ministry as well. Okay, at one point, suppose you are getting negative reply for even after 2 or 3 times, then you can, approach the health ministry as well. 6th chapter, compensation, is the main important one. Since so we are all giving utmost care to the study participant. So that's what everyone, giving more concern to that, right? Because we see that though, just like we can't get into that. Okay, as morning sir was telling, we shouldn't treat them like a guinea pig. Okay, so since they're all human beings, so the same, empathetically they should be approached. Okay, we need to give utmost respect, dignity, and to give protection for that safety and well-being. So that's the most important concern of each and every one of us, which are all getting involved into the studies. Not only studies, those who are, in the ethics committee as well. Okay, so that is the most important thing. So suppose, because, most of them are not involved, so they might have given it off heart, So obviously something happened, right? At least some solution or compensation should be given to the nominee. Okay, if they die during the trial, right? So that's what. So there anything SAE or death happens, okay? So in case of death, obviously all the money should be given to the nominee, okay? And whereas in the CAE, okay, so we need to treat them with the utmost care. So we need to give them free medical care. In addition to that, compensation also to be given, right? That quantum of compensation will be dealing in the schedules, particularly 7. Okay, remember that the chapter here it is 6, whereas in schedule where we'll be dealing with the compensation is 7, 6 and 7. Fine. Now, of course, again, this has been mentioned by Dr. Jayasudha already. So when will you report? Okay, so so who all will be involved in the reporting and who all will be involved in determine the compensation amount. Okay, so all these things will be there in a flow chart. And coming to the 7th chapter, it is about the bioavailability and bioequivalence study center. So like the center who is doing the clinical trials. Likewise, sometimes the center also to be registered. Okay, with the CDSCO. Okay, since there are private organizations. Okay, they are particularly doing BAB studies, so they are supposed to to register with the CDSCO, that is Central Licensing Authority. And again, the same thing. So they must be registered, okay, application process with the help of the forms, okay, and they should be ready with the inspection. They'll come and visit the site, obviously, whether to have all the facilities, whether you are having adequate, the staff, are they having the qualification, are they having adequate training, are they having adequate experience? Okay, so everything will be, scrutinized. Okay, based on that, they'll be giving approval, the grant of registration. Okay, so and here, of course, so 5 years will be validity. Okay, and sometimes the renewal also be applied when in case of expiry. The same thing here, when they have doubt, suppose the institution or CRO is not doing the BAB study properly, then they'll question. Okay, so they doubt, they'll send the warning and so-cause notice. Okay, again, if they are not convinced, they may cancel or and suspend the license. And chapter 8, the manufacture of new drugs or investigation new drug for clinical trial, bioavailability study, and for examination, tests, and analysis. See, here almost there are rules, okay, and which are all in numbers 52 to 66. It depends on what you are going to do. Okay, so if you are going to work in industry, so these things definitely will be applicable to you. Okay, and I am insisting you to download all those documents. Okay, and sometimes you may question from that. As a postgraduate, you may question when you come for the university examination. Okay, and most probably you won't get it. So they'll be focusing mainly on the clinical trials and the BA/BE. Okay, fine. So here these are the applicable rules from 52 to 66. Okay. So again, so they can make an application, okay, via the online mode, and they will be given approval via, again, the online mode itself. Sometimes, the validity period, everything will be the same, okay, and depends on that. Again, they'll come for inspection, and all those things are similar. So I'm just skipping. And coming to the 9th chapter, okay, where here you'll be importing a new drugs. So here comes. Okay, sometimes we need to get approval from the Health Ministry Screening Committee, HMSC. Okay, sometimes we'll be having, getting approval from the, for importing the new drugs. Okay, so here sometimes we need to have approval from the HMSC. And with that, so we'll be going for the application for importing a particular drug, new drugs or investigational new drug for clinical trial, BAB study, and that could be for examination, test, or analysis. Okay, so here, the extra things which have been mentioned here is manner of labeling. Okay, so all been mentioned in that particular role. And coming to the 10th chapter, import or manufacture of new drug for sale and for distribution. Again, so again, it does have applicable rule from 74 to 85. It starts from the regulation of new drug to the responsibilities of importers and manufacturer of new drugs. And chapter 11, import of manufacture of unapproved. Here comes, suppose one patient who is suffering from very rare disease or highly threatening disease. Okay, so we don't have any drugs here. Okay, and we might know that some drugs which may not be approved, but which is in clinical trial. Okay, so that drugs may be imported, okay, may be manufactured with the permission of CDSCO, and that too will be in government hospital or government medical institution, not in a private institution. Okay, only applicable. So that's how, so only government can make it. Okay, government can make that particular drug, okay, and can be imported, and that might be given for that particular patients. Okay, so again, they can make an applications, okay, and again, there is a form which will be dealing in a schedule 8. Okay, here the applicable rules from 86 to 96. Again, all those things will be scrutinized. Okay, so whether the, hospital has all those facilities, okay, particularly start from the storage, okay, and whether who will be maintaining, who all will be in charge for that. Okay, so adequate facilities and adequate staff, whether they are trained, okay, fine. Then, so and as I said already, so only in government hospitals and the government medical institution. 12th, so here it's just they are saying that it's an amendment. Okay, you might be knowing that there were Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. Still, it is there. Okay, we are not fully scrapped out. We have taken some part. Okay, particularly stating that Schedule Y and Part 10A. Okay, if you look into that Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. Okay, there is a portion called 122DA. Okay, that's a separate rule, in which there's a subclause that is 122DAA. So it is mentioned like it is non-applicability of Schedule Y and Part 10A. Okay, since that is the one which is dealing with the clinical trial and the other things. Okay, that's why we have scrapped out that particular portion from the Drugs and Cosmetic rules. Okay, so that has been mentioned here. And coming to the 13th chapter, miscellaneous, it includes pre and post submission meetings and constitution of expert committee. Of course, if anything happened untowardly, name of the country's purpose of new drug approval. So here that could be the important thing. Sometimes you see into the public domain of the website, CDSCO website. So there may be a list of countries. Okay, so whenever you get import a drug from that particular countries, you may not need that local clinical trial. They say that. Okay, so there are particular countries which may be put up in a list. Okay, so from which when you import a drug, which may not need the clinical trial at all, local clinical trial at all. Okay, and about mode of payment, okay, which may be made in a challan or it may be a electronic transfer and debarment of applicants. Sometimes it could happen. Okay, say like the public domain, as I said, no, sometimes the ethics committee center may be suspended or cancelled, or the license may be cancelled. Okay, even sometimes the investigator or sponsor, okay, or the particular staff may be debarred. Okay, even ethics committee staff, it can happen. Okay, it can happen. So when they are violating, okay, so they'll be debarred from that particular job for some years or some months. Okay, that will be seen in the public domain. And digitalization is not it's so easy only. Okay, so that is also possible. And coming to the schedules, they are nothing but they are just annexed. Okay, if you say exactly. Back. Yeah. Friend. Yeah. So schedules are nothing, but they are just annexes to the rules. So what are they mentioned? Say like chapter 5, which are all dealing with the, conducting the clinical trials and BA/B study. Okay. So here, so they may be added. Okay, some rules or some policies, principles, okay, some documents, informations, all those things will be added into that particular rule. Okay. And first schedule, where, of course, as is mentioned here, see the 5th chapter, okay, as I said. So here it deals with the general principles and practices for clinical trial. So it's known to you all. Okay, so we need to have approval from IEC and regulatory authority approval. Okay, like that. So in addition to that, so how who are going to do that? So what is the qualification of them? Okay, everything has been mentioned in these things. Okay. And second schedule, of course, so here it deals with requirements, guidelines for permission to import or manufacture of new drug for sale and to undertake clinical trial. See again, so here it's all like documents, what all are things to be made, and that should be sent to the regulatory authority in addition to the application form. And third schedule, conduct. This is the most important thing. So prior to clinical trial, what are the things to be made? And during clinical trials, what are the things to be done? Okay, and followed by at the end. Okay, so all those things should be done. And the one thing I would like to make it like academic clinical trial, as ma'am said, no, there is no need of having the regulatory authority approval. Okay, so only we need to have IEC approval, and whatever generated data may not be sent to the regulatory authority. Okay, and also that data shouldn't be used for promotional purpose. So here we need to be very careful. Okay, sometimes the pharmaceutical companies, so they come voluntarily and they say that, so please give the data, and they say that they'll make use of it. No, you shouldn't say no. Okay, you should say no, right? So all these academic data trials, so trial data shouldn't be used for promotional purpose. And you need to make a point very clear. CTRI registration is mandatory for both regulatory trial and academic clinical trial. Okay, and once there is a termination, suppose sometime we may not know that, okay, that should be immediately send the notification to the CDSO. Okay, that is also important thing. Okay, and with the explanation why the study has been terminated. Okay, so all those things have been mentioned in that particular schedule. Okay, and yeah. Yes. Fourth schedule. So here it deals with requirements, guidelines for conduct of BA/BE study, and of course for the new drugs and clinical trials. So again, so here they'll be saying, so what are the things are needed? What are the documents to be attached? Okay. And fifth schedule is for post-marketing assessment. Obviously here, all those things are related pertaining to the PSUR. Okay, periodic safety update report, PSUR. Okay, so that will be sent to the CDSCO or that central licensing authority. And sixth schedule, so here comes, so fees. Okay, so for say if you want to conduct a trial, then they say that this much amount to be paid online. Okay, so all the fees have been mentioned in the sixth schedule. Remember that. Okay, all the fees pertaining to the study or whatever may be, getting license for, ethics something, whatever may be. So all the things have been mentioned in the sixth schedule. Okay, from where you can get the fee structure. Okay, accordingly you need to pay the fee for online. Okay, it's about the fees maybe mentioned in the sixth schedule. And seventh schedule, most important thing. See, here comes the formula to determine the quantum of compensation in the cases of clinical trial related injury and death. Most important chapter, schedule. Okay, the chapter dealing with compensation, there is six chapter, whereas when you're concerned with the schedule, it is 7, 6 and 7. Remember that. Okay, so here two things are there. Okay, so how are you going to compensate when there is a death during the clinical trial? How are you going to compensate when there is an SAE, right? So there are 3 formulas are there. I'll tell you only one. Okay, you can remember that there is one thing called BFR. Like you can remember GFR. Okay, BFR. B stands for base amount. It's nothing but 8 lakhs. Okay, the minimum amount is 8 lakhs. Okay, and then F for factor. Okay, factor is based depending on the age, which has been mentioned based on the Workman Compensation Act. There is an act. Okay, so from which there's a table. Okay, so from which there is one factor will be taken up. Okay, and the R, the final one, R is risk factor. Okay, based on the seriousness and severity of the disease. Okay, say like if you are including a healthy volunteers. Okay, and there was a death. Okay, so naturally the factor here involved here it is 4. So it starts with a 0.5 to number 4. So that's a scale. Okay, so this number based on the severity and seriousness of the disease. Okay, remember that. It's all there. It's all in the guidelines. Okay, and another thing, suppose a patient who is very terminally ill and he is about to die in 1 month. Okay, so now in that particular case, we have to give 2 lakhs as a lump sum. That's it. So no extra money at all. Since he died in a month. Okay, and that has been given as an amount as a 2 lakhs as a compensation. That's it. Okay, it's all there. Everything is being given in the guidelines, particularly in the 7th schedule. Okay. In addition to that, there is a formula to calculate the compensation. Suppose a series SAE or congenital anomaly. Okay, or deformity. Okay, again there are formulas are there, and there is a normal formula like so when they come for simply for study and they want to get some compensations for say like BA/BE. That's a formula. It's called 2WN. 2 into W. W means wage, daily wage for the non-skilled person, unskilled labor in Delhi. I don't know why they have taken that area. Okay, so it's about the thing. Then N stands for number of hospitalization. Okay, here the HAE has been irreversible. Okay, so got injured. Okay, and he has been recovered from that. Okay, in that case, also we need to give some amount as a compensation. So, and 2 into W into N, it's all there. Okay, just you can make a download of that particular document, you'll get all the details. Okay, so only thing is we need to apply whenever you have a chance. Okay, fine. And 8th schedule, so as I said already, various forms, okay, start from, there are nearly 27 forms are there. Okay, start with CT 01 to CT 27. And yeah, this is the flow chart. And if you see that, everything will be there. Okay, so I'm not going to explain. So this one chart itself saying that. Okay, so when you want to apply for a clinical trial, when you want to make a registration for ethics country, all must be there. Okay, so with the one flow chart will tell you all the things. Okay, fine. Now coming to the latest, and this also there. Okay, coming to the latest amendment. Okay, 9th. Okay, it's a 9th schedule actually. Okay, initially when they were made, that rules in 2019, only 8 schedules were there. Okay, so last year they have made one amendment, the last amendment, which is mentioning particularly about registration of contract research organization, CRO. Okay, so they also have included this thing under, that 5th chapter. Okay, so like under 38 rule, no? So there's a subclass, start from 38A to 38G. Okay, and it has been mentioned like how the registration can be done for contract research organization. It's about, like that of BAB study center. Okay, the same thing they'll be expecting. How the CRO must be there. So what are the facilities must be provided by the CRO? Okay, who all will be the staff, qualified staff and the supporting staff. Okay, so all will be there in that particular schedule. Okay, particularly which is dealing with the contract research organization, which has been released last year. And that's it. With this, I'll conclude my session. And of course, the NTCT rules 2019 is mainly for speeding up the clinical trial application process. Very simple. Okay, so before NTCT 2019, okay, so there was a lot of time to be consumed to, the application process to get over. Now the process being very easy because we are speeding up due to the advancement of technology, or with the online mode, everything made very easy, and that too very transparent manner. So that's the thing. Once you make the application process, you'll be able to see that in which level we are in. Okay, so all the status of the application process can be seen nicely. Okay, and also the efficient manner. Okay, and so all these rules are there not to restrict the clinical trials. Okay, so for that only we have made, so much of work, what you can say that exactly. So all these rules, okay, in order to enhance the clinical trial numbers, okay, not to restrict, and also to regulate the clinical trial conducting. Okay, and on the side, we'll be giving utmost care and protection to the study participants. So like that, so we have added informed consent process also in this schedule and the charters. So that's the new thing. They were saying that, okay, compared to the drugs and cosmetic rules, so we have added this thing in order to, make the complete protection to the safety of the study participant. And all these rules are being made on par with the international standards. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening presentation. We request our Assistant Professor, Dr. S. Kirtana Madam, to facilitate our speaker.
Professor from MCI Inspection in Chengalpet Medical College. She is also affiliated to the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University as a MCI inspector. She is a member of Institutional Ethics Committee, Chengalpet Medical College, Arinyar Anna Memorial. Serving as chairperson of IEC Viluppuram Medical College.
They are giving me the opportunity. This is the last session. So that is from the morning top. Serious adverse events. So what is the terminology? Indoor drugs. So it is, what is that? It is Focomil. There is no limbs due to in the pregnant woman, there is administration of thalidomide, that is, it is a OTC drug. It causes, that is, it is administered in the 1960s. It causes, that is phocomelia in the newborn babies. So it is given for morning sickness. So apart from, that is, after this, we have the trials, we have the regulation. After this tragedy, we have the regulations. So there is drug safety checkup urged, and Europe urged to keep eagle eyes on the drug marketing. So that is, in 2005 also, that is for the testing of the monoclonal antibodies for organ failures, the patient experiences, that is, that is the gangrene of the toes is a main. And also they develop the autoimmune diseases. And also there is with the Canamnes trial, the woman died with the Canamnes drug trials. So for this coming the tragedies and what the upcoming, that is adverse events of these new drugs, we are formulating that why we want to insist about the serious adverse events monitoring. Okay, so it is we have to, it is the essential aspect of the clinical research. So we have to recognize and know that what is the serious adverse events and what is the serious adverse reaction. We have to differentiate both. So what is serious adverse events? So serious adverse event is defined as any untoward medical occurrence of adverse drug event. It is any drug dose. It is that is in the opinion of the either investigator or sponsor. So you know that is here. What you observe from this picture? That is serious adverse events. So all adverse events or that is all serious adverse events or that is SAEs are adverse events, but not all adverse events are serious adverse events. So if you have any, if you are taking that diclofenac, it causes fluid retention. And also that is if you're taking paracetamol and also antihistamine, what is that? Sedation and dryness of the secretion is present. So that is, note that is the serious adverse events or
adverse events. It is come under adverse event, and not all adverse events are serious adverse event. Please note it. And we know the terminology. So what is the adverse event? What is the adverse reaction? So adverse event is, it is the signs and symptom of disease. It has the temporal association. Only temporal association is present, and adverse reaction, it is the reasonable causal relationship is present. The causal relationship. So this is a picture. So what are you able to understand this? So that is rabbit, that is dog is chasing the rabbit. Okay, so that is a causal relationship. So this causal relationship is adverse reaction. So adverse event is, that is temporal relations, that is correlation. So the both are running in the same way. Okay, in the same manner they are running. That is a adverse event. So adverse event is, there is temporal correlation will be there, and adverse reaction, there is a causal relationship is present. So because of that, there is because of the adverse event, we have the adverse reaction. So what is the, how will you assess the adverse events? We have to assess what is the seriousness, what is the causality, what is the expected event. So we make a difference. So SAE means what? It is today's serious adverse events. So we have the two terminology. What is that? Serious and severe. So what is mean by serious and what is mean by severe? Severe, what is that? We have to, what is the intensity? Intensity is severe. Okay, mild, moderate, severe. That is the intensity of the reaction. Okay, and serious means we have the, what is the outcome? What is the outcome? That is, if you have any, that is taken, any drug is taken, that is it is a life-threatening one. If it is a life-threatening one and it causes death to the patient, so what is called, that is a serious. It is the outcome. Okay, serious is the outcome of the event. So that is, you know that serious is the based on the patient event outcome. That is any life-threatening disability or any death. And severities we have to based on the intensity. So how the intensity is based? So according to the National Cancer Institute, they that is classify the adverse event, that is CTCAE, common terminology criteria of adverse events. According to that, the adverse event is we have to classify it. Mild, moderate, severe. This is the that is, if it is related to investigational product, it is called as adverse reaction. Okay. So next slide. This is about causality. Causality, maybe it is related, unrelated, and possible, probable, and very likely. So there is a possible, it might be, it is inconclusive, and probable, it is a that is suggestive of it is a de-challenge, might be due to the investigational product. And very likely it is mostly due to these agents. This drug causes these type of adverse event. It is a possible one. And assessment of expectedness, that is, if you have the knowledge, so you know that the histamine causes, that is sedation and dryness of secretion. Apart from, we have the unexpected things also occurs. Okay. So the unexpected one, we have to categorize by rate, severity, and duration of the event. And SUSAR. So what is the terminology of SUSAR? What is SUSAR? That is suspected, unexpected, serious adverse reaction. So what is that? So if you are giving a simple tablet, the patient developed myocardial infarction. That is the unexpected one. But he is in the treatment period. So it is due to drug only. So it is the unexpected. Okay, so it is the unexpected. With the intake of drug, we have the that is myocardial infarction. Okay, that is the unexpected one. So it is the suspected. The investigator or sponsor suspect this type of adverse events occurs. We have to that is, you know, that is we have the this type of adverse events also, serious adverse events also, unexpected also. So that is, if you are doing the new drug clinical trial, you have to know about the SUSAR. That is, what is that? Suspected, unexpected, serious adverse reaction. Please note it. And periodic safety update reports. So we know that that is a common adverse events. Each drug has those common adverse events. You know that not all the drugs has common nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. Okay, so each drug has they have their own side effect. If you take a metronidazole, there is metallic taste is there, and diclofenac, there is a fluid retention, and the rash will be there. So if it is apart from the normal side effect, you note the important newer side effect. We have to note that. We have to that is document it, and it is this event will be documented to indicate whether changes should be made it into the product information. So these worldwide, they have to modify the updation will be they are given. So it is the periodic safety update report. So it is mainly preferred for the regulatory authorities. So adverse events, they related as it causes adverse reaction. This adverse reaction, that is adverse event, if it is seriousness, it causes serious adverse events. If there is serious adverse events, there is expecting to cause SUSAR. Okay. This is the assessment. It is the, what is stethoscope? Central Drug Standard Control Organization. We have the, in this, we have the, what is that? SAE form will be there. So if you browse it in the stethoscope, we have the SAE form. If you are thinking that is a serious adverse event, you have to fill the form. That is an example of how they are filling the, that is serious adverse events. There is hemorrhagic strokes, the life-threatening. And also they have to mention the what is the lab finding, what is the CT finding of this drug. And also for the same patient with the death also, they have entered the outcome also, they mention it. That is in the stethoscope form, serious adverse events. So the safety monitoring, the monitoring patient safety. So during the clinical trials involve the number of processes, and which needs the involvement of stakeholders and collaboration with the sponsors to achieve an effective and efficient approach. And sponsor, they have the clinical, they are responsible for developing clinical trial protocol, consent form, and database. And investigator, that is, I am telling the gist about all those things. And investigator identify and educate what is the informed decision the patient to take, and observe all the aspects of the trials in the 360 degrees. And you have to ensure the patients and provide the medical care to the research subjects. And subjects, they understand what is happening. If it is a drug taken, what is happening during the trial, you have to understand that all the information related to the clinical trial, you have that information. And ethics committee, they ensure the proper training and educating the investigator in the carried out the that is event in an ethical manner. And regulatory authority, they provide by the health authorities to conduct the trial in a smooth manner. So what is the purpose of safety monitoring? So why we insisting the serious adverse event monitoring is to identify, evaluate, manage, and minimize the adverse events. So that for this, we have to monitor the serious adverse event. And safety monitoring, that is, the investigator assure about the, what is the inclusion, exclusion criteria and monitoring the subject status, and sponsors also know the seriousness, what is the expected related possibility of adverse events. And EU directive rules. What is the EU directive rules? That is European Union directive rules. They have the marketing authorization hold. They have mentioned the, what is a global ADR? What is global adverse reaction system will be there. So investigator, if you are the principal investigator, you have to balance both the subject of the, that is a patient role, and also what is that? That is researcher role. So there is next. So that is, if all SAEs, there is serious adverse event, they are immediately reported to the sponsor. And also if any lab abnormalities with the particular drug, we have to inform to the sponsor. And also any death, we have to inform to the sponsor. And they have to prepare the report in the detailed manner. So what is the adverse events we have to consider is any significant lab results, new symptoms, disease associated with the study medications, exacerbation of pre-existing conditions and accidents. So that is reporting of when we call it is adverse events. So if you are including the patient in your trial, after signing of informed consent, even you are not giving the drug, it is considered as adverse event. Okay, you are enrolling the patient after signing of the informed consent. If the patient is under the trial, if we happen any serious events like myocardial infarction or any life-threatening illness, you have the it is otherwise called as serious adverse events. So the cancer is diagnosed. Cancer is diagnosed 1 day after informed consent sign. So the patient that is developed cancer 1 day after signing of the informed consent. This is also considered as a, what is that? Serious adverse events, okay? And also the migraine is present before the study and the frequency is increased. So this is also considered as adverse events. So we have to monitor the adverse events with the day record and any questioning, examining, and also we have to grade the adverse events. The severity, how we have to monitor that is the drug has some response, that is adverse reaction is present. After the drug administration, the adverse events is mildly increased. It is also the intensity mildly increased. And here, what do you note that? Yes. After the drug administration, what is there? Even increased. Somewhat peak is present. So that is frequency is increased. And next, what is it? It is the intensity occurs in the short time interval. Okay. So that is also the AE. AE is adverse events, and also it is, what is that? The severity is before the drug administration, after it is persistent. That is the persistent one. And it is the SAE. What is the SAE is? What are the types we called as SAE? That is death, life-threatening events, inpatient hospitalization, prolongation of the existing hospitalization with the drug administration, personal disability, congenital anomaly. So if you are giving the drug in the pregnant period, it causes congenital anomaly. There is also the serious adverse event, okay, in the pregnant woman, and medically significant events. So it is the mnemonic, not the same slide only. What is a M child? There is a mnemonic, okay? And it is the same one only. What is that is, I discuss about that is what is the adverse events. Like that serious adverse event also, we make it as after signing of the informed consent, where all the adverse events is monitored as serious adverse events, same one. So in the clinical trial, why you want to report? What to report? What is the timeline? How to report the serious adverse events? If you are taking all the 100, you are taking the sample size of 100, not all the 100 patients is developing serious adverse events. Even with the one patient, you have to answer. They go into the court. Okay. So for that only we are discussing these slides. Why? Yes. So why reporting? So it is not only for the documentation. So what is the, we have to analyze what is the cause of the death. We have to analyze, and also for the compensation. So not for the documentation, for the compensation, we have to give compensation to the patients. Even one patient, if it is the patient undergo death or any limb abnormalities, we have to give the compensation amount to the patient. So for that, we have to give the report. We have to report. Yes, what is the timeline of reporting? It is already discussed. I know that. That is, so you know that what is the observe from me this slide. Anyone please? Can you able to answer? What is this? So serious SAE means what is a serious adverse events? If it is a serious adverse events, the investigator, so you are the principal investigator, and you inform to the sponsor, IEC, Institutional Ethics Committee, and Licensing Authority, DCGI, within 24 hours. Okay, within 24 hours, you have to inform with the phone call. Okay, and what the sponsor and the investigator. Then sponsor also, sponsor is giving that new drug for you with the, that is a, any monoclonal antibodies or any drugs, any anti-cancer they are giving. So with this sponsor also, they have to report to the head of the institute. Head of the institute, chairman, IEC, licensing authority. That is, they have to prepare, and the principal investigator also prepare within 14 days, due analysis report. Within 14 days, they have to prepare the due analysis report. And after that, the IEC chairman, they have to send the report within 30 days, calendar days. Within 1 month, they send the report to DCGI. Okay, and DCGI, that is the drug controller, they have the expert committee. So they appoint the expert committee. Within 105 days, they made that is what is the report. They have to analyze the reports, and they order the sponsor. Within 150 days, they have to give the compensation. Within that is 150 days, they have to give the compensation. So the sponsor aware of these events. The sponsor, that is, he is prepared to give the compensatory amount within 150 days of a serious adverse event. You have to give the patients, relatives, and for the family, they have the compensatory amount within 150 days of occurrence of these SAE. This is the timeline of what is that? SAE reporting. So you have to know that if you are doing the clinical trial. So the same one, that is a flow chart. And how to report. So that is, you have to mention the what is you have to write in the covering letter. And so if the covering letter, we have to write the CT file number, what is the address of the sponsor, investigator, and also phases of the clinical trial. What is the category? So sir is already mentioned what is a clinical trial codes. So each one, that is what is it? Code is mentioned here. So what is that? This IND is what is that? Investigational new drug. That is CT1, CT2 regulation, and that is global clinical trial. That is 3, 4 is what is a recombinant DNA, and 5 is vaccines. So you have to mention the what is abbreviation. And 6 is others, and 7th is about devices, and 8 is others. Okay. And we have to report the assessment, we have to report that is what is a causal relationship. We have to maintain the protocol study number, study title, code numbers, all those we have to mention, and also narration of the event, how the serious adverse event is occurred. That is briefly 10 lines you have to mention. And there is, if it is, you are giving the initial report, followed by, we have to give follow-up report 1, follow-up report 2, we have to mention. And also it is given in the legible English, that is illegible English is not recommended, and also that is proper scanning only given, not improperly scanned copy is they omit it, and also we have to enclose the supportive documents also. We have to enclose the supportive documents with the proper binding and indexing with the page number is given. We don't, with the binding, that is some of the letters are that is hiding inside the bindings. They don't do like that. We have to mention what is the page number and indexing. And if it is the SAE, if it is the death or life-threatening, it is given in the red color cover, okay? And blue is if any injury to the patients, that mild injury, it is mentioned in the blue, and others is mentioned in the white color cover. So if it is SAE, you have to given in the which cover? Red cover, okay? So that is SAE is mentioned in the table 5 of the SEDESCO clinical trial rules, and it is what is the documents you have to give? Duly filled SAE form, lab investigation, postmortem report you have to give. And next, that is about the how to report. That is text and table should be prepared in the nice manner. Left hand margin, you have to give the space for the left hand margin. And a document printed on both sides of the page. And we have to submit the reply to the query. So if it is any query, we have to give the query letter. For this also, we have to answer to the query letter also. So that we have to, yes, wait. Next. Yes, we have to, if it is any delay for the query, we have to mention why there is delay for the letter, query letter, we have why there is delay, we have to mention it. And also there is, we have to report, that is scrutinize, SEDESCO scrutinize all the information and with the technical team, and they reports, and they also send to the expert committee for the assessment. And this is a site investigation registration. And next, that is a serious adverse events, how they are investigator mapping form. That is a serious adverse events reporting. That is what is a serious adverse events they are reporting. That is a investigator registering one. And it is a, what is a due analysis report. And it is about table 5 of the clinical trial rules. And compensation, sir, already why there is compensation. If it is the SAE, we have to give the compensation via the 7th schedule. And I'm not going to the deep. The compensation, what is the formula is B into F into R. That is the base amount, that is 8 lakhs. Factor depending upon the age of the individual. If it is younger age, we have to compensate it. And also risk factor is a scale of 0.5 to 4 is given. And compensation in clinically related death. So that is risk factors we have to. That is, in patient whose expected mortality is 90% and more within 30 days, we have to give the fixed amount of 2 lakhs, okay, within the 90 days. And permanent disability. So if it is lifetime disability, what is the formula? It is a C equal to D into 90 into C by 100 by 100 into 100. In case of permanent disability, we have to calculate it. If it is congenital anomaly, the birth defect, we have to give lump sum amount to the patient, fixed amount given to the patient. So chronic life-threatening disease. For this, we have to calculate, that is compensation is 2 into W into N. So sir already told, that is W is minimum wage per day of the unskilled worker. So what is a coolie? That is minimum wage we have to give for the unskilled worker. Okay. And also number of the days hospitalized. How many days they are hospitalized? They have to give the number of days of hospitalization. And limitation for the cancer patients, we have to think what is the compensation, it is necessary or not. Is the limitations. Okay, that is a sum. I'm not going to that. Next one. Yes, this is your case study. So anyone please answer it. What is that? There is a phase 2 open label uncontrolled clinical study evaluating safety and efficacy of the new oral agents for severe psoriasis. It is given. And the patient develops severe hepatic failure complicated by encephalopathy. So it is a SAE or SUSAR. What is SUSAR? I want to know. SUSAR. Whether it is SAE or SUSAR. Which one is SAE? Which one is SUSAR? Yes? Serious adverse, which one? Vishnu. Yes. Yes. Please answer. Yes, hepatic failure is the serious good. It is a serious adverse events and it is complicated by encephalopathy. It is the SUSAR. SUSAR is what is that? Suspected, unexpected, serious adverse events. Okay, thank you. So it is a SAE, severe hepatic failure with the encephalopathy is life threatening. It is the unexpected one. Okay. So it is related to investigational product. It is a SUSAR. And next one. And it is a phase 3 study. Please, anyone? And double-blind RCT comparing relative safety and efficacy of the new chemotherapy agents and versus placebo for management of multiple myeloma. So the patient developed a neutropenia and sepsis, followed by multi-organ failure, he dies. It is a SAE or a SUSAR? Yes, good. It is a SAE only. Because the multiple myeloma, they have the bone marrow depression and organ failure is present. So it is not a SUSAR. Okay. So it is a SAE, patient died. So it depends, it's a prolonged bone marrow suppression, it causes infection. Okay. And case study, it is the last one. I'm not. And with the coronary artery disease, with the new vascular event, with the new drug is eluted, drug-eluting stent is given. For that, after first 20 subjects, interim analysis is done by DSMB monitoring board and noted that 10 subjects needed to undergo emergency CAPG. They developed greatly higher than expected rate. Okay, so that is unresponsive to the non-surgical interventions. The sponsors immediately report to the investigator. So what is the SAE? Yes, it is a SUSAR only. Good. So because even for serious and it is the life-threatening, it is unexpected. So frequency is higher than expected. So it is a SUSAR one. So I am concluding with this. So what is it? I think you know that what is serious adverse events and SUSAR, PSUR, okay? And it is what is important, it is given in the clinical trial table 5 of the drug trial rules 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful and engaging lecture. Now, we request our Assistant Professor, Dr. Aisha, ma'am, to felicitate our speaker.
So I take this opportunity to officially thank each and every one of you, especially the participants. It is very rare to see the participants this much for offline CEP. So I'm so glad that our postgraduate had made it a point to be present here to know about our research, which you are going to take up in good clinical practice. Thank you all. I take this opportunity to thank our Dean sir in permitting us and guiding us in all these events, and both the administrators, superintendents, and all the people who have helped us, and the speakers especially who readily agreed and were with us from the beginning of the day till the end. I thank each one of you. I start from Dr. Sharmila, Dr. Priestley, Dr. Prakash, Dr. Gomati. So all of you had made it a point that you are with us, and you just, what to say, you just made this event a great event with us. And I thank Dr. Sashikala for the wonderful presentation too, and all my team members. I left Dr. Jayasudha in the speakers list. Thank you so much. And my assistant professors and postgraduates, and especially the undergraduates, 4 students, really you made it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I was little worried for the hybrid. I think with little difficulties in the morning because of the overwhelming number of participants, it was little bit difficult in the morning, but we made it and it was successfully done. I thank each and every one of you, and the camera person also who arranged by the undergraduates. I thank the IEC members. You are going to be with us in the next ethics committee meetings. So you readily accepted and participated. And thank you each and every one of you, and all some other professors who really interested, like Sridevi madam and Loganagi madam and all. They just registered and came for knowing, and our HOD of general surgery, Parimla madam. So thank you madam. It was really nice to have you all with you throughout the sessions. And I request the participant, please collect your participation certificate. It will be given only for the offline participants as hard copy if you had signed the event in this venue. Others will be getting the e-certificate. We'll give the list of those who have joined online, so they'll be getting e-certificate. Again, thank you one and all. We'll end up with national anthem, please.
சொல்லிட்டீங்களா இல்ல இந்த ஜனகணமன முடிச்சிட்டு சொல்லிடுறேன்.
जनगणमन जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात द्राविड गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल तव शुभ नामे जाहि तव शुभ आशीष माहि दाहि तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. The participants, both offline and online, kindly fill the post-test form which has been shared in the WhatsApp community and the feedback for this GCP session. Kindly, I request all the participants to fill without fail, please.